Ellis Park, the home of South African rugby and the venue for the second test as the All Blacks look to try and stop their three-match losing streak against the Springboks side that are hoping to go 2-0 up in the Rugby Championship. Quite a few changes to both sides. It should be an epic encounter. The Rugby Championship is firmly underway. The weather is looking fantastic. Ellis Park is looking fantastic. And we are in for what should be an absolutely incredible spectacle. Before we do, the important thing is how can you watch the match if you're not going to make it to the stadium itself? We have got a guide for you, so sit here, relax, and we'll show you exactly how you can watch all the action.
Hello, everybody, and welcome to Forever Rugby on Forever Sports. It is match day. The Springboks and the All Blacks will be kicking off later today at Mbombela Stadium at 5 o'clock. And the big sort of question that we're going to be asked every single day is how can we watch the game? Now, today I'm going to be telling you how you can watch the game without paying for any subscription service, and it's an option where if you've done it before, you might not be able to do it again. But we did a video earlier this week, sort of saying that there are various ways of watching the game and various broadcasts depending where you are. But the big sort of news is that one of the broadcasters, Stan Sport, the Australian broadcaster, has a free trial, and you can use Stan Sport to watch all of the Rugby Championship matches. So here's the catch, though. You obviously have to either be in Australia, which a lot of people aren't, or else you're using a VPN. And we recommend using ExpressVPN because we have tested it and it does work. Now, Stan, for example, is 20 Australian dollars a month, which works out to be about 230 Rand. So it costs next to nothing, really. But as I said, there is a free trial. So if you were to sign up for the free trial, you could watch this week, next week. You could watch both South Africa versus All Blacks games, as well as the Australia versus Argentina games, without paying anything. Now, in terms of how to do it, basically what you're going to do is you're going to download ExpressVPN. We've got a link in the description of here in below, and I recommend doing it anyway because there's a lot of different ways you can watch rugby if you've got a VPN. And we do videos every single week how to watch the URC, how to watch the Championship, and basically going to show you exactly how you can watch all the best games around the world for the cheapest or free where possible sort of methods possible. So what you're going to do is you're going to download ExpressVPN, and you are then going to connect to an Australian server. And basically what that does is that geolocates your device so that it thinks it's in Australia. And then you're going to sign up for the Stan free trial, which according to the website is 30 days actually, so you can get 30 days, which means you'll get both Australian games as well. You're going to sign up for that free trial, and that's it basically. You're going to be able to watch the game without having to pay for SuperSport or anything like that, depending on where you are in the world. Go and download ExpressVPN, go and get that Stan subscription, and to be honest, I think it's probably worth going with Stan anywhere. If you want, or for example, if you want to go with your mates, for example, you can get Stan Premium, which I think with Sport is about $30 a month, which, as I said, works out to be about, I think that's about 350 Rand. But you can watch on four different devices. So you can go and get three mates, pay less than 100 Rand each, and watch the entire Rugby Championship. So the Stan trial is 30 days free trial. The Sport, however, is 7 days, which means that you'll be able to watch both the All Blacks games. And then you'll probably have to pay a minimum of $20 Australian dollars a month, which is really not that much. As I said, go and chat to a few mates. Standard is $24, and you can watch 3 screens. So you and each mate can pay still less than 100 Rand to watch the Rugby Championship. Let me know if you have any questions down in the comments below. Please do smash like on the video and subscribe to the channel as well. Thank you very much for watching. My name is Steven. I'll chat to you soon.
Jacques Nienaber has made a few changes to his side. The banning of Kurtley Orense has meant that Jesse Creel comes in on the wing, whilst the injury to Bongi Manambi has meant that Joseph Dweba will also get an opportunity. Dwayne Vermeulen returns from injury and will get a start at 8th man. Earlier this week, we had a show where we discussed the changes and talked about exactly what we can expect from the Springbok side on the back of what was a very impressive performance in Mbombela.
And we are live. Hello, everybody, and welcome to Forever Rugby on Forever Sports. But today's Springbok team reaction, Jacques Nienaber has named his side for the second test against the All Blacks, which takes place this week, Saturday, at Ellis Park. And it's a very interesting team that's been selected. A couple of very interesting picks and some pretty straightforward picks, but very interesting reaction that I'm seeing for a lot of the selections, and I think a lot of them are quite unjustified and quite unfair, because I think that the selections have been made are pretty intelligent selections, and I think that a lot of them are very safe selections, but I also think that this team is very much capable of dishing out another L to the All Blacks, who are going to have to be significantly better than last weekend if they are to contend with this team. Because once again, every now and again, we see a bit of a flex from the Springboks, and I think what we've seen with this team is a flex at the depth that we do have, and we've got incredible depth. You know, we really do. So yeah, I think it's pretty intelligent selections, and I think it's going to be a very interesting test match because some of the selections there are some pressure on them, and I think that a game against Ellis Park against a very desperate All Blacks, and All Blacks who are the now 5th ranked team in the world, and they've got so much to prove, so much pressure on them. I think this is the perfect sort of opportunity for some of these players to sort of go and say, you know, we are very much capable of being in the side. For example, we are still capable of being inside. I think, you know, that still capable is a very big point, with a bit of question marks over the likes of a Dwayne, you know, over the likes of a JC Creel, over the likes of the Herschel Yankees. So there's a couple of players who are back on the side, who I think are, there are a couple of question marks around them. Before we sort of break down exactly what is in the side and what we sort of think about the side, please do smash like on the video, by the way. Please do subscribe to the channel as well as we try to reach towards that 17,000 subscriber mark. Who's in the chat? I'm seeing LB here. I'm seeing Top Notch. I'm seeing Kurt. I'm seeing Sven Swart. I'm seeing Gunnar Diaga. I'm seeing Sean Barnard. A couple of members in the chat. Always good to see. I'm seeing Grant. How you doing, Grant? I'm seeing Joe saying, how's it, Oaks? Go to the mighty All Blacks, says Ryan. I will always support my team through thick and thin. Good luck this Sunday. Yeah, and look, trying times to be an All Blacks fan because you've probably never had to worry about the thin part of supporting them because they have had so much success. But now it is quite a big moment and strange passage for the All Blacks, kind of uncharted territory in terms of a team that is underperforming. Albert saying will be interesting to see if Dwayne is fully recovered. That injury he played with during USC was obviously limiting his speed. That would say I would have kept Marks in starting 15, but no complaints for the rest of the team. 4-pack was brutal, says Top Notch. Honey says, I think Malcolm Marks should assume he start because he stole so much ball and they look dangerous. What do we do when they're in the same situation? Jake said would have given Grant Williams a shot. CPO Ring says, oh no, seeing Herschel and Creel in the 23 makes me worried. But let's go through the team. So the changes are Oxenchair is into a Lucid and no Trevor Nyakane. And the good news is, people, for anybody who is worrying, no injury or anything like that to Trevor Nyakane. It is simply rotation. I've just literally walked in from Jacques Nielba's team announcement press conference, and he did confirm that there's no injury or anything to Trevor. He is okay, 100%. It is just a case of rotation. And he was basically saying, and he's very right, they've got so much world-class talent at Loosehead and even at Tighthead that, you know, there's not much difference between a Kitshoff and Oxenchair at Trevor Nyakane. So within that environment, it's then quite healthy to sort of rotate in and around and sort of see exactly what everybody can do. And I do think, you know, as a maybe a bit of a ball carrier, I think Oxenchair is quite an interesting selection this weekend. You really want to sort of have a go at the All Blacks pack quite early on, and I think the idea is to really sort of bash them quite early, and then when they start sucking in the oxygen as the high fault and the altitude really starts to take effect, bang, you're bringing on Jasper Wiese, Steven Kitshoff, Vincent Koch, Franco Master, Quacker Smith, Malcolm Marks. You know, the bomb squad this weekend, I think, are going to be a very big impact to the game, because I think that, you know, with the altitude, you really want to sort of run them off their feet as much as you can and make sure they're starting to feel the effects of altitude. So that's the change in the front row as far as Lucid concerned. We are also obviously seeing a change in hooker because Bongi Manambi and Malcolm Marks have sort of returned to their usual sort of positions, with Bongi starting, Malcolm Marks coming off the bench. And everybody always sort of seems to worry about a fetcher, but I think what we're forgetting is Dwayne Millie back in the side means we do have a fetcher in the starting lineup, a sort of an orthodox fetcher, somebody who's very good at the breakdown, that'll win breakdown penalties, get his arms over that ball, and have a big go. So, you know, I don't think everybody's worrying about losing Malcolm Marks from a fetching point of view, but we've added Dwayne Vermeulen, and he'll sort of add that aspect. And then Frans Malherbe will make his 50th test appearance for the All Blacks on Saturday. So a very big Congratulations to France, the Fridge, who has been a very much a silent assassin, but a huge cog in the Springbok wheel. Apart from that, the rest of the pack is unchanged except for Dwayne Moon coming back in, and Dwayne Moon was in the press conference, so worth watching a bit later. And he basically says, he mentally is obviously very ready to go. He's physically, it'll sort of be basically wait and see how he goes, because obviously training is a very different thing to a match situation. He is playing at altitude, and he did acknowledge the fact that will make things slightly more difficult because when you're trying to get back to full match fitness, you don't really want to be playing a match at altitude. But basically, he was very, and I think he's very right in saying that there's a tremendous amount of quality on the bench, so he can go out there, he can really empty the tank, as they always sort of keep saying, whilst knowing that there are very capable players on the bench. So he doesn't have to sit there, in a situation where he doesn't have to worry about peaking too early. He doesn't have to worry about keeping any fuel in the tank for latter stages of the match. He really can go out there and run himself ragged, give everything he can, and as soon as he starts slowing down, they can say, right, bang, we'll change you, and know that you've got competent players coming off the bench to continue to impact the game. So, yeah, I think it's a big test of Dwayne Vermeulen this weekend because he's coming back from an injury. He hasn't played since June. So he hasn't played for about 6 to 8 weeks. Has undergone surgery as well. So we have no idea what sort of condition he's in. But if there's one player you can sort of pick up where he left off, it is Dwayne Vermeulen. He's got so much experience. Probably should have been a test match Centurion. Won't be for various reasons. Some of them out of his control. But he's a quality player, and if he's going to make the World Cup, we're going to start sort of seeing now if he can make the next World Cup. But I think that what was very clear in the press conference is he still has the passion, he still has the drive to try and make the World Cup. It's just whether his body will allow him to. Other changes, Jane Henderson will start, which is not much of a change, seeing as he was on within the first minute last weekend. So I expect hopefully another big performance from him. The only other change in the starting 15 is Jesse Creel at 14. Now I think Jesse Creel is getting a lot of disrespect. I've never been a huge Jesse Creel fan. I think that Lekanya very quickly benched him, and rightfully so. But I do think that Jesse Creel is getting a lot of unfair criticism for a player who has played so many tests for the Boks, who has very rarely let the team down. And I think that we have seen maybe not the best Jesse Creel in the last few years, year or two, because it literally has been the last year or two. But I do think that he can do a job. I do think that he's a very solid player. He's a very reliable player. And, we might not see him, outstepping and outpacing the All Blacks wingers this weekend, or the All Blacks defense rather, but he will not ship any tackles. He's very solid defensively, and he's a very big lad. He's a very physical player, so he will get over the advantage. He's very good. He's a very hard-working player, so he'll hit rucks. He'll do his work there as well. He's a very different type of player to a Ches and Colby, to a Kirkley Orenser. But he's a very good player, and I think that he's a lot of people have, because he's only been playing sort of bit part performances, a lot of people have forgotten how good he has been for the Springboks. I mean, this is a player who I thought had a very impressive 2015 World Cup, and I mean that's about 7 years ago. He's just 21 at the time, and for somebody to have 50 caps at 28 years old, even more than 50 caps, I think got 52, 53 caps at 28 years old, he's a good player. He is a very good player. He'll be playing his 53rd game this weekend. He scored 12 tries for the Springboks. He's a very solid player. You think that Damien Delendi has 61 caps and has scored 7 tries. Jesse Creel is actually the top try scorer in the starting lineup after Makazole Mapimpi. So he can do a job. He knows how to find the try line. Not necessarily always at wing. He is playing out of position to what he usually does. But he's a very capable rugby player, and I don't think we need to worry about him. And also, you look at what the other options are. People asking for Warwick Galant, people asking for Willie Leroux. I think Jesse Creel is a much safer selection on the wing. Kane Moody, for example, has been drafted into the squad. We might see an opportunity for him maybe in the Argentina games, but he only arrived at the squad last night, so he definitely wasn't going to be playing this weekend. And again, you really don't want to be throwing a 19-year-old into the Lions den in your first game. So I think that he's a very smart selection. Jesse Creel, I was almost expected to see it last weekend. I was quite surprised they did back Kurt Lawrence. The only change on the bench is well, there's two changes. Herschel Yankees comes on in replacement of Jane Henson, who starts, and then Jasper Wiese has dropped down to the bench, so we have gone with one lock, two loose forward sort of options there, which I think is about right. I think that Jasper Wiese can be a very important member of the bomb squad because I think he's someone who, as an aggressive ball carrier, as a very big physical presence, will be the perfect player to really hit home when he comes on. You know, if it is a struggling All Black side who are starting to really sort of struggle with altitude, to have somebody like Jasper Wiese come on and say, "How's it, chaps? I know you guys are struggling, but guess what? You know, your struggles are only going to get worse here," and he can really have a go at a very tired defense. I think he could cause a lot of damage. So yeah, I think overall it's a very well balanced side. Again, the big sort of worries are the whole any worry that comes with a 6-2 split. You know, the fact that what if somebody goes down, what if there are injuries, and there is always going to be that worry. And we have had in the last couple of games had to rejig things or not be able to sort of manage the bench like we'd like to because we have seen some early injuries. But what we do know as well is that the bomb squad works. We do know that basically changing 6 out of your 8 members of the pack does work for the Boks. So, you know, for them, they're saying it's worth the risk. And it's difficult to argue that it's not worth the risk when you think of how much success there has been for the Boks. But, yeah, so go through some of the comments. Trump said, I still think Mark should start. Johan saying 3 matches in a row, 50 cash plus Etzebeth 100k. Obviously, I mean, at the moment, I know everyone's sort of reaching a lot of milestones. And the next person who could be reaching a milestone is, I think this is actually the it for a bit. Yeah, nobody else who's really around sort of 50 test match territory. So it will be the last one for a while, I think. You know, Billy, for example, is still 25 matches away from making his 100th, for example. Who's the next closest to making 50? Lekanyam's making his 50th, so he's still 20 tests away from his 50th test. If he does get there, and he's the only one really who's anywhere close to making that sort of mark. So yeah, it'll be a while before we see another major landmark. I don't think any other squad members who might be making them sort of those sort of marks, but I don't think there is. But yeah, it's an incredibly experienced side, and I think that we very much going to value the experience. And what was quite interesting was, I think Ian Foster sort of saying that the Springboks are very much backing the experience route for the World Cup. Other teams aren't necessary, but I think that what basically the Springboks have done is that they've gone to look back at previous World Cup winners, and they've said teams who win the World Cup are generally very experienced. So let's try and build that experience. We didn't have that year 2020 where we could really bring a lot of new players and stuff like that. So there are still new players in the squad, but they very much want a team that is quite settled and that aren't going to panic when they go to France next year. That doesn't mean that there aren't any opportunities, but I do think that there are very few players who, if you've not been part of the Boks squad throughout this year, and you think there's about 44, 45 players, 46 players who have, it's very unlikely we will see other players coming in for the World Cup next year. Johan says, "Place boot lazy. Why didn't you know about selected for the squad in the first place?" Well, where? I mean, Master Conceal can't get into the side, so I'm not quite sure where you're going to find space for Pepsi. Sean says, "Do we forget that Jesse has played for the Boks against the All Blacks before? Also, do we forget that Jesse played, let's be honest, very well on the wing last year? He did absolutely nothing wrong in that end of year tour when he did step in for Colby. And if you think he did, if you don't think he was solid, then you're lying to yourself, because he was very solid last year when he stepped in. Everybody got the same criticism he gets now. Everybody said, "Oh, why are you playing Jesse in the wing, etc., etc." He was pretty good. I thought that he had actually. I thought he was stepped up. I think he surprised everybody last year when he played those couple of games in the wing. So I don't think he'll do. I think he'll be more than fine. I definitely am not, having sleepless nights over Jesse Creel starting at wing this weekend. Double says Church of Fussy and they're feeling about Creel selection. Oh, chaps, Fussy's very far away from. He's so far away from Springbok selection at the moment that Kane and Moody's actually left Rugby. And we know why. If Fussy goes back and he sorts out his defense and the URC is absolutely bossing it and defensively he's 100% sound, then you can come back to the Boks. But he didn't have a particularly good game when he played against Wales. And last year he played against Argentina one game, he played against Georgia the other game. And I wouldn't say he defensively had phenomenal games. Attack he scored 2 tries in 2 matches, which is fantastic. But you look at what job of the role of the 14 is, and it's being good in the air, it's being very aggressive defensively. Kirkley, Arns, Ches, and Colby are often the backs that make the most tackles because how often do we go right to the kickoff? So number 14 is chasing that down, making that first tackle against a Fatal, against a Caleb Clark. So defensively, you have to be sound as a 14, and you have to be good in the air. And Jesse Creel is a former fullback, who's and an outside center who can defend, and has scored many tries for the Springboks. So let's back the bugger. I think he's a very, very solid player, and I think that we need to get off his back a little bit and show a little bit of respect to a man who's played 53 tests and scored 60 points for the Boks. CBO Rex says, Mate Creel was good 7 years ago. As you said, he's finished now and never adapted. Again, he's probably played about 6 matches in the last 2 years. We don't rate him because we don't watch him every week. That's the honest truth. If he was playing for a URC side and playing well, we wouldn't have an issue. The problem is we don't even know how well he's playing. Because you don't watch him week in, week out. But he played 3 matches in 2021. He played the 1 match against Wales. And he then played against Argentina in PE, Georgia in Pretoria. In 2019, he played against Australia, New Zealand, Argentina. So since 2018, he's played 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9 matches, and he's played 3 since 2019. So in the last 3 years, he's played 3 matches. So to say he's completely past it, I think is unfair because he hasn't played that much rugby. Just remember how he was indispensable between 2015 to 2018. Before the rise of Lakanya, JC Creel was putting in a very big shift. He scored he scored in his first game against New Zealand back in 2015, for example, in just a second test. So again, I'm not worried about selection. And again, who are we going to put there? Would you put Felilu? No, I wouldn't put Felilu because then who are you putting on the bench? Maybe France Stain? I'm not sure that's the best option. And I don't think that Watchalong, for example, would be the best option at wing. So I think it's a pretty smart selection, if you ask me. Clay says, how's buddy? Do you think the Boks will have a different approach to tactics this weekend? I don't think that much difference. We're still going to kick when things aren't on. But again, for everybody that was completely having a meltdown about our kicking tactics, look how effective they were last weekend. As soon as we dominate the aerial battle, we were winning ball back, we were winning penalties. We had a lot of attacking opportunities, for example, that came from our kicking game. So it does work when it's executed correctly. So I don't think we'll change much. And very much so, considering that we've just dominated an All Blacks pack, we're going to try and dominate them again up front. And why wouldn't you? Especially at altitude, dominate them, really put in some big hits, make them work hard, and then empty the bomb squad and let them wreak havoc. Jeremy says, I actually think Jesse Creel might change the makeup of the 6-2 split in future. Creel and a scrum off on bench might be very interesting once Colby returns. David says, Henderson, now my first choice, scrum off. Do you think versus Australia, the Boks would play a Sharks front row and give Malherbe a rest and giving Tukum Tunu a chance with Inyakani off the bench? I don't think we'll see Tunu's. Yeah, I'd be surprised if we saw him against Australia. Going a couple of other comments, stuff like just going through a few. Joan saying that's the problem, Steve. Jacques doesn't give him game time. The hell is he going to improve? He plays 3 games a year. Yeah, well, it's difficult because when you can't just. Everybody had an absolute meltdown when Alton Yankees was given a game. Everybody says, well, how can you play him if he hasn't played the entire year? But then on the flip side, people are saying, well, players need to play to prove themselves. So it's always that balance, isn't it, of trying to find opportunities to play teams, to blood players, to build depth. But then you don't want to cheapen the jersey like some people have meltdowns about the fact that they cheapened the jersey when they made a whole bunch of changes for that second Welsh game. So I personally think that we just need to get to the Rugby Championship and stop worrying about people playing or not playing, because we will see them all in the end of the year tour. I keep saying we need to remember that we've got 7 matches in a month in November. We've got 4 tests and we've got 3 midweek matches. One of them is against Bristol. Bears. The other one apparently could be against a New Zealand 15. So we could be having 5 basically test matches and 2 other sort of games where Springbok 15, Select 15, whatever they're going to call it, are going to play. So Ntunu's going to have plenty of time to play. Jesse Creel will have more time to play. Warwick Galant will have more time to play. Alton Yankees will have time to get into his groove again. Grant Williams will have time to play. Who else needs a bit of game time? Salman Murat, Rua Nokia will get time to play. Irvin Ruiz, Albert Lowe will get opportunities to play. So at the moment, it's about winning the Rugby Championship. We can't. I don't want to sacrifice the Rugby Championship right now for a World Cup next year, considering the end of year tour we have. If we didn't have such a big end of year tour planned, we didn't have so many games lined up, I could maybe understand rotation a bit more. But given the fact that we've got those 7 games, I want to win every single game in the Rugby Championship. I want to win the Rugby Championship. We've beaten the All Blacks one. We beat them again. Argentina versus Australia was very close this weekend. So there's every chance that Argentina could beat Australia. And if we were to win this weekend and Argentina were to beat Australia, like they probably maybe even should have lost last weekend, then suddenly you're sitting with a situation of the Boks on top of the Rugby Championship table, and then pretty good stead to actually go on to win it. And everybody talks about the fact that you can't just win a World Cup and a British Irish Lions test and be terrible in between and call yourself a great team. If you start picking up another Rugby Championship, for example, you've now won Rugby Championship, World Cup, British Irish Lions. You've won 4 trophies within a 3-year cycle going into the World Cup. That's a dominant period. So, at the moment, Australia got the bonus point this weekend, so they're currently sitting ahead of us. We've got a better points difference, for example, because we won by 16 points. So, Australia loses weekend, we win, we'll go to the top of the table. Then we've got 2 tough matches in Australia, but I think Australia can be beaten. And then we've got Argentina, and Argentina are a bit of a flick of a coin. We generally always beat them in South Africa, but in Argentina, they're very tough. So there's plenty of time to see a lot of different players. But right now, let's just focus on a step by step. We'll get there. So pretty sure Jesse Creel started at 14. We beat the All Blacks back in 2018 on their home turf. If the All Blacks put the same performance in as Mumbai, they would get 20 plus on the Ellis Park. If you listen to the New Zealand fans, they couldn't stop talking about and Marks and Oris until before that red card, 100%. Joan says, Steve, aside from rugby, would love a video where you talk about upcoming possible future projects for the channel. We could do that. Or maybe we can incorporate it into one of the live streams, stuff like that. We do have a couple of things in the works. We will probably see one of them tomorrow when we start doing a bit of football. And we're approaching a lot of different partners to try and do some very cool things. If we can find the right partner, I think we could potentially do something pretty amazing next year. But let's wait and see how that all pans out. If you'd like to partner with the channel, if you guys have any suggestions, for example, please do give me a shout, email me, drop into my DMs on Instagram or something like that. Let me know if you guys, if anybody's interested in partnering, if anybody has any suggestions or any ideas for the channel. We're always up for suggestions and feedback. Wesley says, hopefully the Boks will be smarter when they get penalties in the All Blacks half. First test, they don't kick the post, instead win for line-up mauls, which failed miserably, kick the points. That's, again, probably, but also how often do the Springboks get blasted for not being aggressive, not being confident, not trying to go for fouls, stuff like that. So it's always a 6 for 1, half a dozen of the other situation, isn't it? But yeah, I think take the points. Let's make sure we win this weekend. Albert says we can sacrifice the Rugby Championship next year, but not this year. I agree because Australia's our biggest threat. Dave Rennie is doing great with them. 100%. You know that Foster's job is on the line. If he loses the test, then he'll be fired. There'll be trouble because Scott obviously will probably come in. I don't particularly care. It's not our job to keep Ian Foster in a job. If Razor comes in, Razor comes in. I don't think there's a hell of a lot that they can do in a year to turn them around into the favourites going into next year. So I think there's a quality New Zealand side that will be good next year, but there are also fundamental problems. So I don't particularly care who takes over. I'm not worried about New Zealand. I'm worrying about us. Arceus Neyman is training. We won't see him now, but I think we'll hopefully see him for the end of year tour. We'll sort of wait and see what's going on there. But yeah, we're going to wrap it up in a few minutes. Unfortunately, I've got to get to the airport. I've been everywhere. I went from Nelspruit on Friday back to Joburg. I was in the Eastern Cape we flew down to the Eastern Cape on Sunday. Went to Grahamstown, flew back last night. Now back in Joburg, obviously at press conference and stuff like that. So it has been very busy. So yeah, we are quite busy at the moment, but obviously we will continue to try and do stuff as much as possible. We've got a lot of big plans coming up. Again, as I said, if we can get the right partners, if we can get the right relationships going, then we can do really fun and cool things. But unfortunately, being brutally honest, it kind of all comes down to funding and access and availability and resources and stuff like that. So it all comes down to what we can do. We don't want to ever oversell ourselves or undersell ourselves and stuff like that. We will have to, for example, hopefully have the golf podcast coming back in the next week or two. I want to start looking at bringing the Forever Sports podcast back next month ahead of the URC, which will be quite exciting. So yeah, please do smash like on the video. Please do subscribe to the channel as well. The Springbok press conference will be up in the next hour, so keep an eye out for that. And yeah, we will see you guys all tomorrow for our live show. It'll either be during lunchtime or it'll be an evening show. We'll have to wait and see what the media lineup looks like when I'm going to be in press conferences and the likes.
One of the most significant changes of the team is the return of Dwayne Vermeulen. In fact, it will be the first time that Dwayne Vermeulen, Peter Steph du Toit and Siya Kolisi will pack down at the back of the scrum since the 2019 Rugby World Cup final. To answer the questions about his selection, Jacques Nienaber as well as Dwayne Vermeulen faced the media earlier this week.
Dwayne and Jacques on top table. Any takers for the first question? Yeah, Poland. Lekker.
Hi, Jacques. Look down. Sorry. Jacques, you obviously lose a bit of speed and agility for the kick chase with Kurt Lee not being there. But what are the different sort of strengths that Jesse's going to bring on the wing?
Yeah, I think the main thing with Jesse is obviously brings a lot of experience, over 50 test caps. So yeah, and he understands our systems, he understands how we do things, so that's the main thing, brings a lot of experience.
Next question.
Jacques, I see the Kiwis have had a fair amount to say about the aerial game, and they're kind of just about accusing you guys of being a little bit too dangerous there. I mean, I know one of your players has already been suspended, but do you think there's any merit in that, or what they're saying about how you guys approach the kicking game?
I think we approach the kicking game like we approach it since 2018. I don't think we haven't changed the way we've done things. So it's obviously the incident that happened, and Kurtley got his suspension, the red card, and he's been suspended for 4 weeks. So, and that was not according to law. So we can't say anything about that. But Kurtley, I think he contested 5 or 6 high balls during the game, and the other 5 prior to that one was perfect. So yeah, I just think he got his timing wrong there.
Jacques, the side, and you. Yeah, Jacques, just thinking with Ox and Bongi coming in there.
The Ox one is, yes, we're fortunate with good loose heads. I honestly, sitting here, I can't tell you who's the better. Is it Ox? Is it Trevor? Is it Kitsi? So we're very fortunate in terms of that. And I think the main thing, if you have 3 quality loose heads like that, if we have the opportunity, we try and rotate them. If we can to keep them in the loop, give them game time. And Oxy played the first test against Wales, and then obviously we went with a different team in the second test against Wales, and then the third test we threw Trevor a little bit in at loose head, and then we stick with continuity in the third one, in the first New Zealand one. But this is a perfect time for us to rotate a little bit there, and I think Ox is ready to go. So pretty much looking forward to see what he's going to bring to the table this weekend. Then in terms of Bongi, yes, same with Bongi and Malcolm. And like we've mentioned numerous times, if you start or if you come off the bench, you've got a specific role to fulfill. I thought Malcolm did it brilliantly last weekend, but the same when Bongi started the week before against Wales, you know, he did it brilliantly. So for us, it's pretty much, there's not a big difference between if we start the guy or play him off the bench.
And then just regarding the guys sitting next to you, Dwayne, any concerns about maybe battle hardness on your side?
No, I think if you played so many test matches or so many matches in your life, I don't think you can prepare for test matches against New Zealand except previous experience. And obviously that's the one thing Dwayne brings to us a lot, you know, is experience in the squad. So yeah, it's nice to have him back. We're glad to see him recovered from his injury, and yeah, it's nice to have him back.
Jacques, it's Ollie here from TV3 New Zealand. As a coach, do you have some sympathy for what Ian Foster is going through at the moment and the amount of pressure on him right now?
Yeah, I think as coaches we always will have sympathy for each other. You know, it's a pressure environment. I think Ian have said it last week. That listen, we're all under pressure. That if you coach in countries where rugby is such a big sport, you know, like New Zealand, like South Africa, massive history of rugby within our countries, then there's always going to be pressure with the job. But not just coaches, you know, players. They're under pressure. We all know that if you have 2 poor performances or 3 poor performances, you're under massive pressure, you know, because there's always big expectations, and yeah, it is what it is.
We're not used to seeing All Blacks teams in particular struggle like this current All Blacks team is struggling. Do they feel right for the picking at the moment?
No, I must say, I think if you look at the All Blacks as rightly what you say, if you look at the history of the All Blacks, I'm sure that they'll get it right. And our job is to make sure they don't get it right against us, you know. But they've got such a good coaching side with so much experience. If you look at that team, is if you see how many Centurions there are, they've got good rugby players, they've got good fans back home, a good structure and organisation in terms of New Zealand rugby. So it's a matter of time, you know. And yes, they pushed us hard. We scored a try in the 79th minute. So yeah, we look at the game from a reality point of view, and that's the reality. It was a tough test match. It could have gone either way for big past periods of the game. So yeah, no, I'm sure. Hopefully not against us, but I'm sure it will turn around.
This one's for Dwayne. Hi, Dwayne. You've been, as my colleague alluded to now with Jock, you've been out of the game for a couple of weeks with an injury, and so just tell us or take us through how you've prepared yourself mentally and physically, because it's going to be a tough match again, for the New Zealand onslaught that will be coming at Ellis Park.
Yeah, I think mentally you always switch on. It's international rugby, so you got to be switched on. You know, you sit with the coaches, you get a lot of info every day, and you work through that. If you like you said, I was out for a bit. I go to some of the players. You sit with the coaches. You work through the lineouts and stuff, your plays and things like that. So mentally switch on, I think, is probably the easiest part for me, because also you've been in the game for a number of years. I think the physical thing is you just gotta have to wait and see. You know, I haven't played a game now in the past 6 to 8 weeks, so that's the only thing. And obviously we're playing at altitude, so I think it would make a difference. But you know, we've got a strong group of guys, and you know, you don't just play with 15 guys, you play with 23. So I'm going to give it my best and see how far I can push myself. And then obviously we've got our replacements that can come on.
How's it, Jock? This side. Frans Mahobe is a bit of a unsung hero for the Boks. You know, putting in the effort week in, week out. Very quiet and unassuming guy. 50th Test, massive game last week again. Proud moment for him reaching that landmark.
Yes, very much. I think yes. I've been working with Frans or coach with him. I'm fortunate enough to be coaching him since he was in the academy at Western Province. So we really come a long way, and it's I'm privileged to see a milestone game like this. And like you rightly say, I think he's an unsung, not in our environment. I mean, I think if you have to tally up all the penalties that got kicked over for penalties that he scrummed, and for all the meters that we could have kicked when he got a penalty from a scrum in our exit zone, all the meters, if you tally up all those meters, Frans Malherbe has contributed a lot to the Springboks in terms of point scoring and in terms of gaining territory. So yeah, we understand that within the team. So for us, he's a big hero, like all our props are. And I think I guess that's the nice thing about rugby. You know, rugby is a game for all shapes and sizes. And Frans Malherbe is probably worth his weight. He's worth his weight in gold. Or, yeah, what do they say? Like that. Eh?
And Dwayne, coming back in this weekend, you'll be fronting up a guy like against Ardie Severe. You know, even during New Zealand's struggles against Ireland, he was immense, and he had a bit of a quiet game last week. So, do you think a bit of a backlash this week, and how are you going to try to keep him quiet?
Yeah, I must say we play number 8, but we play different styles. So we play together as a squad, as a loose trio, and we've got our ways of dealing with with plays and obviously what their back or loose trio has to offer. So for us, it's not just a 1v1 battle. It's obviously a team battle. Otherwise, I could have gone and play chess or something like that. So it's a team performance, and for us, if you step up and you give it your best, and every single guy produces, then we'll be pretty happy with our results then.
Dwayne, just your emotions and your thoughts watching the game on Saturday. You've obviously been around a long time, been in some big games, but did you feel some pride watching those guys and some enthusiasm to get back on the field and do it yourself?
Geez, I would have loved to play in Nelspruit. So yeah, most of the guys know I grew up in Nelspruit, and the atmosphere, the vibe, everything, the anthems, even the halftime show with Jimmy Stonehouse was impressive. So sitting on the side and watching the guys play, and obviously starting with the anthems and the haka and everything, it just gives you goosebumps, and you really want to play, you really want to get on that field, because yes, the passion for the game is so much within. So it's unfortunately not, but luckily get an opportunity this weekend, and hopefully I can just give it my best.
Dwayne, at this side. Dwayne, at your age, and I know you must probably know all the shortcuts by now. Is it easier or tougher to make a comeback like this, if I can call it a comeback?
Yeah, luckily I'm not coming out of retirement, so I'm still in the game. I think it's a 50-50 thing. Obviously, we talked about the mental aspect of it, and I'm still 100% in the game. My passion is there. I want to play. I want to, you want to give back. You want to teach some of the younger guys and show them some of the shorter routes on the field, and maybe how to do something different. So, in a way, I'm ready and prepared, and then also in a different way, you kind of think, oh, let's see how it goes. I'm not the coach. I can only give it my all, and then see what happens from there. But at this very moment, I'm really keen on getting back onto that field.
Dwayne here, I think it was 8 years ago, you were in almost similar situation. All Blacks at Ellis Park, took the body and mind, get excited again at the prospect of what could happen on Saturday, with you having sort of come through a similar way again?
Yeah, I think that was the last time we beat New Zealand at Ellis Park. So it was if you look back at it, it's 8 years ago. So it is a long time, and we relishing this opportunity to get it back out there and play in front of a fully packed stadium. And there's some memories that comes up, and it was obviously a tough game, and it was another close encounter, but. It's just I'm just pretty pumped. I watched television last night or the night before that, and there was a replay of some of those games. So it was nice to see it and go through it and see the emotions back then, and hopefully we can carry that with us in a way. Well, some of the guys who played there, yes.
Jacques, last weekend, you guys really dominated at the breakdown, some excellent turnovers, especially Malcolm Marks. This Saturday, the guy sitting next to you is pretty good at that as well, the breakdowns. That's a how big an extra string to your bow is that?
Yeah, I think, obviously to have the quality of Dwayne over the ball is awesome in the test match. And it's nice to have guys there to slow the New Zealand's ball down a little bit, because we all know how dangerous they can be if they get quality front football. We'll be chasing our tail if they get that right. It's going to be a big battle, I think, at the breakdown again.
Coach, last week the big concern would have been the first minute knockout on Faf, but then Jaden came on and played a very solid game. What were your instruction for him this week as he heads to a starting berth against the All Blacks? And then I can also posit to you, Dwayne, also on Jordan. What is the different communication skill that you have to have with him, and how are you guys going to combine as the interlink between the forwards and the backs?
No, the instructions to Jaden will be the same. If you start or not, it stays the same. So he's got to play his game, and he's got to do what he do. Prep as well as you can, and then you play the game that you see develop in front of you. That will be what has been the instruction to him last week, and it will be the instruction this week as well.
Yeah, I think from my side, it's just it's pretty simple. You follow the play sheet, and then also between 8 and 9, the combination there is it's all about communication. So if we get clear comms, and from there, we just follow suit. So it's actually pretty simple.
Dwayne, what sort of response do you expect from the All Blacks on the back of 3 losses in a row, and how keen are you to inflict a 4th in a row?
I haven't seen it's the first time in history, New Zealand's history, that they I think number 5 in the world ranking, and that's one thing that will also push them to be in a different level, a next level coming Saturday. So it hurts. It's difficult to be down like that, but obviously you get some downs before you get ups again. It's like a heartbeat. If you flatline, you're dead. So I'd rather have a heartbeat than flatline. So like the coach said earlier, it's also a massive game for them, and they will definitely be up for it. And so both teams are ready for this game, and I think they will we'll have to be on our best on Saturday, to withstand what they're going to bring.
Questions, guys?
Jacques, just a word on bringing in Kenan Moody yesterday. Exciting youngster. I'm sure a guy like Kapolele will be a bit disappointed. But what was the idea with bringing him in? Was it sort of him being very close in Pretoria that was able to bring him over quicker? And has Fassi sort of slipped on the pecking order? Or what was the idea behind that?
No, like I've mentioned before, we probably, as a coaching group, we scan or do roadmaps or performance analysis on about probably between 70 and 80 players. And he's been on our radar for quite some time, like Kirtley, you know, and all the younger guys that we got in our mix now. So I think and in terms of Apelele, we know what we have in Apelele, and he's been exposed to this environment before, so he was last year the whole year with us. In all the various bubbles, so he's got a very good idea of how we operate. This will be Caden's first time that he will be in our environment, and so yeah, I think for him it's just to learn and to enjoy the experience and to impress us as much as you can. You know, try and get hold of the environment first and how we do things in terms of our preparation, getting to know the players, getting to know and understand the coaches, and then to impress us on the field and use his opportunities. No, so the thinking behind bringing him into the squad, we really like what we see in him, you know, and what he produced with the Bulls. Between him and Kirtley, they had a great understanding with the Bulls, and they took the Bulls beating Leinster in Leinster. In Dublin is a big feat, and he was brilliant. I thought in that game he was brilliant in the final against the Stormers. So now he's played some good rugby. He's here not because he's close by, because he's really performed.
A late change to the side is the inclusion of now Stormers hooker Joseph Dweba. The 26-year-old will be making just his third appearance for the Springboks in what will probably be the biggest match of his career. Whilst he has found game time hard to come by in the top 14, his recent move to the Stormers is a big one as he looks to try and knuckle down a spot in the squad for the 2023 Rugby World Cup in France. This will be the perfect opportunity for him to try and make a big statement and try and remind the Springbok selectors of exactly why he was called up in the first place.
Hello and welcome to Forever Rugby on Forever Sports. And some breaking news out of the Springbok camp as Bongi Mbonambi has been preliminarily ruled out of this weekend's clash as a result of a pending knee injury, which they haven't exactly diagnosed completely yet, but have decided to make the decision to pull him out for this weekend. And as a result, Joseph Dweba will move into the starting lineup against the All Blacks for their clash against at Ellis Park this week, Saturday. So a pretty big move and a pretty big opportunity for Joseph Dweba. And the reason I thought I'd actually make this video is just to talk a little bit about Joseph Dweba, because yesterday on the live stream, we were talking a little bit about players who had to prove a point. And Joseph Dweba is very much in that category. So before we sort of look at exactly what this could mean, please do smash a like on the video and subscribe to the channel as well. So we had this Springbok team announcement yesterday, and pretty much as expected, Bongi Mbonambi was named back in the starting lineup, with Malcolm Marx named on the bench, as has been the usual since pretty much 2019 World Cup, with those two sort of very much playing 40 minutes. If you look at their sort of playing time over the entire career, over the entire sort of year last year, very similar. And most sort of players very much sort of go out and empty the tank and then they kind of swap out. So there isn't really much of a preference with regards to ability. It's just more sort of who suits the start of the game compared to who suits sort of the closing stages of the game itself. And some people understand that, some people don't. Just you have to get used to it, because that is how the Springbok management do use these two players. However, there will be no Bongi Mbonambi this weekend, and Springbok coach Jacques Number said that Mbonambi is going for scans, but because there's not much time to training, I think there's only one field session today, and then the captain's run on Friday. They decided that they're going to rather protect Bongi Mbonambi and make sure that he's ready for the tour when they go over to Australia and Argentina. And he has said, and I quote, "We have an important Castle Lager Rugby Championship tour coming up and a year-end tour later this year, so we don't want to take any risks with Bongi. Joseph has been working hard at training and has been waiting patiently for his chance, and we feel that it doesn't get better than facing the All Blacks, who are one of the best teams in the world. We have a big squad, and a large part of the logic around the decision was to ensure that all the players are familiar with our structures and systems, and to expose them to test rugby to build our squad depth with an eye on next year's Rugby World Cup. So this will be a fantastic opportunity for Joseph." Now, Joseph Dweba is a player who's under quite a lot of pressure, because he hasn't been starting regularly in the top 14 for Bordeaux, and I think that his move to the Stormers is going to be a massive one for him, because it will allow him to play a lot more within in front of sort of the South African public. Because at the moment, sort of the general feeling is that Johan Krabbelar should be there ahead of him. And, again, it's sort of local bias in the fact that we watch Johan Krabbelar every single week. And chances are he is in better form than Joost Weber is. But Joost Weber is a fantastic player, and I felt last year when he did get an opportunity, he really did impress. But there is a lot of pressure because Johan Krabbelar is playing so well for him to really step up and make a statement. And this weekend is the perfect opportunity for him to do that, because he is playing against the All Blacks. It is a massive test, and it's not one of sort of it's not a rotation test, like the second test against Wales, where sort of everyone is sort of rotated. And, he is now playing with the best team against a very strong opposition. And very interesting as well, they made a lot of mention about the fact that Oxen Chair is starting, and he and Oxen Chair have played over 100 matches next to each other. So, and Neil actually alluded to that. He said that Joseph and Ox have come a long way together. They played close to 100 first-class games together, and they know each other well on and off the field, having played together since school level at HTS Louis Botha. They progressed through the SA Rugby junior ranks together before forming a strong combination at the Toyota Cheetahs in the Carling Currie Cup and Guinness Pro 14 competitions, and we believe their familiarity will give us the best chance in this match. So, yeah, a massive opportunity for Joseph Weber to really sort of shut down anybody who doubts his place in the squad. And whether there is merit or not to wanting him to be out of the squad in place of Johan Krabbelar, he's got a big opportunity this weekend to say, you know what, Johan Krabbelar is playing very well, but I deserve my spot here. And he hasn't had that many opportunities to impress in a Bok jersey. So this is a massive opportunity for him to do so. And for me, it's very much becoming a test of players who need to take the opportunities. Players like a Jesse Creel, players like a Joseph Weber now. Even players like Dwayne Van Buren, for example, have an opportunity to show that he is still the number 1-8 for the Springboks. So quite a few players who are out to sort of prove a point this weekend. Oxen Chair, for example, he's getting an opportunity ahead of Trevor Nyakane, which is a rotation pick. So an opportunity for him to sort of put his hand up. And I think that's just going to add on to a lot of different sort of aspects to the game, and the fact that it's, there's twofold. First of all, obviously you want to go out and beat the All Blacks, but a couple of players there who are very much there to prove a point. Whereas last week, Herschel Yankees, for example, another one who wants to prove a point. Last week was more of a settled 23, really, of players who kind of know they're going to get picked to a certain degree, are very comfortable in their positions because they have solidified them through good performances in the past. Let me know in the comments down below what you think of Just Trevor, whether you think he's going to be good enough, or whether you would still like to see Johan Krabbelar. Smash like on the video and subscribe to the channel as well. Thank you very much for watching. My name is Stephen. I'll chat to you soon.
All Blacks coach Ian Foster has also made a number of changes. Whilst he's tweaked a lot of in the front row, the inclusion of fly half Richie Mwanga is a very interesting selection, as well as a little bit of bulk in the loose trio in the form of Shannon Brazil. The under pressure All Blacks coach faced the media on Thursday and had to handle quite a few difficult questions as he currently fights for his loss, as the side go in to try and avoid a fourth defeat in a row.
Dean, first of all, could you just give us a sense of how the week has been in camp leading up to this game?
Oh, a really good week. It's good trip up here, great weather conditions, great training conditions. We dropped the first game in a championship and really determined to go into this one. What's always going to be a special occasion in Ellis Park. So, plenty of motivation. But we're a group that's taken the lessons and working hard on the growth part of our game. And again, it's been a solid week of prep so far.
Is it easy enough to put aside the outside noise and I suppose the pressure that's on this group at the moment?
Yeah, well, at the end of the day, you just got to look at the facts. Is that we're going into a competition that we've dropped the first game. I think the last time that someone won it and won it 6 out of 6 was back in 2017. So it's not an unusual situation. And dropping one against South Africa is not unusual. So the challenge for us is pretty simple. We just got to we just really want to get excited about our prep, making sure we play our game. And said last week there was enough growth in our game last week for us to know we're in the right direction, but we just got to keep making those steps, and the challenge doesn't get any easier.
You've made four changes. Were you tempted to consider more, or were you determined to kind of give these guys another chance?
Well, as a group of selectors, with Joe and I, and then the coaches, we went through the same process we'd normally do at selection time. What do we think where the group's at? We felt both Tyrell and Ethan are in a really good position. I think, particularly Ethan coming in, and it's a great opportunity for him to switch from that bench of strong scrummager, and so excited by that. Shannon, I thought, having his experience, but also, he looked ready to go off the bench, and Richie's trained really, really well and contributed massively behind the scenes, and particularly just a chance to switch those two around. So they were the ones that we went with. Did we consider others? Of course we did, but that's where we got to. Well, not necessarily. It's like I said, he's prepared well, trained well. Him and Bodie have been massive behind the scenes anyway, in terms of really working hard on the things that we want to achieve, and I'm sure he'll bring his own little flavour to it. But no, it's a matter of getting the balance between our kick pass run. We know that, but clearly last week we didn't get any field position early, and that really dampened us. So we just got to make sure we try to get some of that early against a team that kicks out of that space very well.
Yeah, so you were looking at Scott Barrett at number 6 earlier in the year, and talked about maybe getting a few more opportunities there. Is that still on the table?
Yeah, definitely. It's but I think it's a bit of a cauldron over here, isn't it? We've got 2 big tests, and their driving play and their forward pack's a big part of their game, and we just feel that Scott is better suited for us right now in the engine room. Clearly Brodie's not here, and so it's certainly that plan's on ice.
If it on ice until Brodie comes back?
Potentially.
Ian, there were sort of slight clouds over Geordie, Bowden and Will this week. Were there any late calls there, or were they all pretty good to go, obviously?
Yep, all good to go. Will is he's been whacked by a bit of a stomach bug, so he hasn't trained much, but he's done a lot of work behind the scenes. He'll get through a significant part of training today, and we'll just keep putting stuff in his mouth to get his energy right. But no, he's looking good.
Geordie's ankles all fine here,
Yep. Pardon? Who's that? Yeah, most likely.
And what's the strategy to stick with the midfield that doesn't appear to have fired this year? What are you seeing that maybe gives you hope that they can find something?
Look, I think sometimes you weigh up selection. You got to look at what are we going to gain if we change. Clearly we've got 2 midfielders at home, and Anton and Jack, and so we really believe that this is a time for growing experience in this particular group, and it's you tread that line, don't you, at selection time? Do you make wholesale changes and inject, or do you take the lessons from it? And I think I've said that this group is still evolving. These experiences are absolutely gold for us. We don't like not winning, but the reality is we're getting some clear markers against a very good team, and I think I just trust the lessons that we take, and put the onus back on us as a group to make sure that we accept those lessons, learn them, and just keep growing our awareness of the game. So that's what we're banking on. Look, I think it's... Look, I know everyone keeps putting those stats up, but we're not in that space really. We're in a space that we've and I think every sporting team's like that. When you look at the championship we're currently in, we've dropped the first one, and we've just got to make sure we grow and take our opportunities. And so, it's no good us lingering on the past. We know we've got some development as a team that we're currently going through. I guess the growth is always hurting, but at the same time we just got to make sure that our goal is to get improve. So doing it at Ellis Park is going to be cool. It's a very clear opportunity. The first test this year were always going to be massive for this group, and So, we can't shirk away or worry about what's happened in the past. We've just got to go out there and respond the way that we know we need to.
And you've got 3 props in 23 who went to the July series, 2 of them starting. What have you seen from them over the last couple of months to get into that point where they can take the box out of the park?
Yeah, well, first of all, 2 of the July ones are injured, so that makes your arithmetic pretty simple. So it's a great opportunity for some younger props to have a chance at this level. And, I'd put Ethan in there. I'd certainly put Fletcher Newell in that camp. He's come in, trained really, really well, impressed us, and so we really feel it's a great opportunity for him. And it's an area that, we want to grow in terms of our depth and options anyway. So what better place to do it?
Yeah, there's been some fantastic games between these sides in the half dot in the last 10 years or so. Fast dry pitches. Is Ellis Park a ground you guys look forward to playing on?
Yeah, yep, very much so. And I think it's probably because South Africa look forward to playing on it too, and so you have to go in there with that sort of mindset. And when you go to the high val, there's generally there's a lot of running involved early. South Africa like to move you around and play that sort of game. We saw it last week in that first half. They really like to play a lot of multi-phases against you and put you under pressure. But the flip side of it is it challenges your fitness. But there have been some classic games, and here's hoping Saturday will be another one.
Have you received any clarity on the high ball? The way the South Africans challenge expressed some concerns about that earlier in the week, and just how much is on you to be better in that area as well?
Well, we're always looking to own our area first, and so we've got to look at how we catch, and that's been a big focus. We've got people who are good at that, and we just got to keep backing that confidence and that skill set. We've got we've gone back and forth a number of times about people running fast and jumping and hitting you before the ball's even coming down, and we've got some pretty good clarity on that there's at least one other situation in that game that perhaps we should have been rewarded. So but we're pretty clear.
Are you surprised that Alvin Marks has been moved to the bench for this game after his performance last week?
Well, not really. It's where he's always been played the last couple of years, so they promoted him for his 50th, so back to the normal formula. Jeepers. Do I have to go through that whole thing again? Having so much fun too.
And how have you personally handled the pressure and the noise this week?
Well, I think I've already answered that. You asked me about the team, and I'm part of the team. We're just focused on this week.
From a personal perspective?
Oh, I think I just answered that. I'm part of the team, and that's our team mindset.
And was there any more emotion about selecting this team in sort of a pretty difficult five-game start to the season?
You'd have to clarify that so I understand the question properly.
So you've gone through a pretty tough period.
Yep.
3 games against Ireland, 2 against Springboks. One of the toughest starts in all Black tenure, and start of a year in a long time. I mean, knowing that you're sort of through probably the hardest part of it now, is there any sort of emotion or sort of being special about this side?
Not sure we're quite through the hardest part yet. Ellis Park, pretty special. No, I don't think there's any special emotion with the name of the team. It's, look, clearly we've made some changes the last few weeks. We've I think working really, really hard to bed those in, and so when we look at the squad, we haven't made wholesale changes, but we've certainly made some pretty critical ones, we think, to add energy. There's also, if you look at our bench, we're pretty happy with what's coming off and what we think is going to be a bit of a game of endurance, and that's a bit of a similar strategy to what the South Africans use as well. So it's a matter of looking at the 23 a little bit more than just the 15. So look, there's a lot of people who aren't playing that, you could argue deserve a right to play because they've been training hard, preparing well, but it hasn't been a start of a year that it's up to rotate a lot. It's about growing the experiences, and that's what we're doing.
Ian, you said at the start of the week, said maybe something special could be brewing. Sam the other day said felt you were really close to correct. Does the week, the position you're in now, do you feel equally as optimistic? Do you feel something could change for you guys?
Look, I've certainly seen and felt the team grow. Through a bit of adversity, you get your character tested, and but the key is when things don't go your own way, it's not to go and sit there and sulk and go, woe is me. It's about to be really clear about the challenge in front of us, because that's international sport, isn't it? And we've just got to. We're really clear about focusing. We're excited about the challenge. We got that clear in our mind, but we also know that that you got to take small steps when you're growing and making some changes, and we just got to keep those steps growing.
An environment for Fletcher Newell to potentially make his debut. How's he been this week, and maybe the past couple of weeks since he's first come into camp, but certainly since you told him he'd be on the bench, how's he been and how's he adjusted to the All Black environment?
Yeah, well, I think the fact he's come in, jumped on a plane, come here, trained really well last week. He's impressed with his demeanour and how he's gone about his work, and that's earned him the right to be considered, I guess. And so the fact he's in there reflects what he's done the last 2 weeks. How he's feeling, he's not the easiest guy to pick, really. Like in terms of pick his mood, he's very level. But underneath there, he's very excited and should be very proud of what he's done. And I'm sure when he runs around that park, there'll be a few butterflies and stuff. But first scrum, he'll settle into it. But a great opportunity. I think you can talk about an athlete and talk about their potential, but right here and now, he's in a great spot to start with the All Blacks.
What do you make of the decision of going from here
A bit like Malcolm Marks going to the bench, it's back to their formula, isn't it? He's a quality player, and I'm sure the intentions always were to get him back in there. They've got a great 1-2 punch with their number 8, so whichever way round, it was going to be a challenge. But look, he's, we've got great respect for Dwayne. He's a great rugby player, and so it's so again, I just think it's a formula that they know and trust, and it's up to us to deal with that.
Cool. Thanks, everyone.
The majority of the All Blacks tweaks to their side have come in the front row. All Blacks loosehead Ethan de Groot, as well as reserve hooker Cody Taylor, faced the media on Thursday ahead of what is a daunting task against what is arguably 2 of the best front rows in the world.
Fire away when you're ready, team. Ethan, how big is this opportunity for you, and how much are you relishing the challenge of starting at a cauldron like Alice Park?
Yeah, no, I'm excited. It's going to be a hell of a challenge. Probably, if you told me 5 weeks ago when I was strapping up down in Aridi Park down in Southern, so I'll be starting in Alice Park, I probably would have told you to get lost, but I'm super excited and grateful for the opportunity.
Cody, can you give us a sense of how this week has been? On the back of another loss, pressure mounting, outside noise swirling around it. How's this week been for this team?
Oh, yeah, there's plenty of noise out there. But no, it's been good. Like the obvious has happened. And this team is making steps each week, I think, and I think there were some great steps made last week. Obviously, the result doesn't show that, but where we want to go and where we're trying to be as an All Black team is definitely still in sight. And you can't ask for much more from the lads that are getting the opportunity every week. And it's not through lack of trying, but we just got to nail a few more opportunities that come our way, a few more moments. That's what Test footy is about, and hopefully we get the result.
Just talk us through that last 5 weeks. I imagine missing out on July would have been disappointing, but by all accounts you went away and did some hard work and earned your place on day starting out this month. Can you just give us an insight into that time?
Yeah, obviously I was pretty gutted at the start when I didn't make the first series, but looking back, it was probably a good thing. I did need to go put in some work, so yeah, for me it was just going away and doing a bit of training on my own. Looking in from the outside, that was awesome.
What were you challenged, Ethan, to do better at?
Just my work rate, getting off the ground.
Cody, what should Ethan expect at Ellis Park this weekend?
So the first 2 minutes will be absolutely heaving because of the, I suppose the altitude and just the arena itself. It's an intense place to play, but it's also the best place to play in the world. Like you don't get much better. There's some awesome history in Ellis Park, and I definitely have fond memories of running around in the black jersey there. So yeah, that work of getting off the ground is going to pay dividends, I think.
Pretty special week for your Crusaders teammate Fletcher. Can you give us an idea of how he's been since he's come into the All Blacks camp, and I suppose maybe particularly this week since he found out he was in line to come off the bench?
He's a man that doesn't say much. Probably not. It's just his personality, not because he's shy or anything. But when he does have authority with his voice. For he's only 22, and to see someone like that come into this environment and put his hand up is just credit to who he is. And I know his family is really proud. I'm pretty sure his old man's on a bird at the moment, trying to get over here for the test. So I'm just hugely excited for him and his family to get an opportunity like this at, one of the greatest parks in the world.
Ethan, first time to Africa, so what's sort of the highlights been so far?
We on our days off we've gone out and gone to Kruger last week. A bit of a lion park this week, so it's just good to get out and about.
Cody, for you, obviously you sat out last week. Does that give you a bit more fire for this weekend?
Yeah, you always want to be out there. So getting an opportunity this week there's plenty of energy there. Feeling pretty refreshed from, I suppose, the week off. But it's just another opportunity really, and it doesn't get much better than this, given I suppose where we've been in the last few weeks.
Ethan, for Proppers, playing the Boks in this form on their intimidating home ground, is this kind of one of the biggest challenges of the game, and how much do you kind of relish them?
Yeah, they're good at their set piece, so now I'm excited for the challenge.
What's that, sorry?
What do you make of Joseph Taylor? The hooker's coming from.
Oh, he's solidly bugger, isn't he? He's I've sort of seen from afar the I suppose explosive man he is. He's obviously a big unit, and pretty impressed with the way he goes about things on the field. So I know he'll be I suppose looking forward to this opportunity himself, and getting to run out there. And I had a talk to him a couple of weeks ago around him hopefully getting a crack, so it's good to see that he is.
What makes this complex game, especially at this part, so special? Because we've seen epic games and you guys win possibly. What is it about Ellis Park and Boks All Blacks that just elevates the Blacks game?
Oh, I think it's just two hugely proud rugby nations going head to head, combined with a bit of mutual respect for the way that South Africa play and the way the All Blacks play. And there's always good relationships built off the back of those games, and a lot of respect between the players. So, but once you're out there, it's all go. You're giving everything you can, because the Saffers aren't small, and it's what it takes if you want to win over here. So.
What are your sort of memories as a young lad growing up and watching the Boks? You would get up at 3 a.m. kind of guy?
No, I wasn't. I just remember the big rivalries that they've had, the close games. Obviously the Boks being a big pack.
All happy?
Cheers, guys. Thanks.
Hello, everybody, and welcome to Forever Rugby on Forever Sports. It is match day. The Springboks and the All Blacks will be kicking off later today at Mbombela Stadium at 5 o'clock. And the big sort of question that we're going to be asked every single day is, how can we watch the game? Now, today I'm going to be telling you how you can watch the game without paying for any subscription service. And it's an option where if you've done it before, you might not be able to do it again. But we did a video earlier this week, sort of saying that there are various ways of watching the game and various broadcasts depending where you are. But the big sort of news is that one of the broadcasters, Stan Sport, the Australian broadcaster, has a free trial. And you can use Stan Sport to watch all of the Rugby Championship matches. So here's the catch, though. You obviously have to either be in Australia, which a lot of people aren't, or else you're using a VPN. And we recommend using ExpressVPN because we have tested it and it does work. Now, Stan, for example, is $20 Australian a month, which works out to be about 230 Rand. So it costs next to nothing, really. But as I said, there is a free trial. So if you were to sign up for the free trial, you could watch this week, next week. You can watch both South Africa versus All Blacks games, as well as the Australia versus Argentina games, without paying anything. Now, in terms of how to do it, basically what you're going to do is you're going to download ExpressVPN. We've got a link in the description of here in below, and I recommend doing it anyway because there's a lot of different ways you can watch rugby if you've got a VPN. And we do videos every single week how to watch the URC, how to watch the Championship, and basically going to show you exactly how you can watch all the best games around the world for the cheapest or free where possible sort of methods possible. So what you're going to do is you're going to download ExpressVPN, and you are then going to connect to an Australian server. And basically what that does is that geolocates your device so that it thinks it's in Australia. And then you're going to sign up for the Stan free trial, which according to the website is 30 days actually. So you can get 30 days, which means you'll get both Australian games as well. You're going to sign up for that free trial. And that's it, basically. You're going to be able to watch the game without having to pay for SuperSport or anything like that, depending on where you are in the world. Go and download ExpressVPN. Go and get that Stan subscription. And to be honest, I think it's probably worth, going with Stan anywhere. If you want, or for example, if you want to go with your mates, for example, you can get Stan Premium, which I think with Sport is about $30 a month. Which, as I said, works out to be about, I think that's about 350 Rand. But you can watch four different devices. So you can go and get 3 mates, pay less than 100 Rand each, and watch the entire Rugby Championship. So the Stan trial is 30 days free trial. The Sport, however, is 7 days, which means that you'll be able to watch both the All Blacks games, and then you'll probably have to pay a minimum of $20 Australian dollars a month, which is really not that much. As I said, go and chat to a few mates. Stan standard is $24, and you can watch 3 screens. So you and each mate can pay still less than 100 Rand to watch the Rugby Championship. Let me know if you have any questions down in the comments below. Please do smash like on the video and subscribe to the channel as well. Thank you very much for watching. My name is Steven. I'll chat to you soon.
With the excitement building ahead of what is the most eagerly anticipated match of the year so far, we hosted our weekly fan forum with Carl Asher, where we broke down the selection of both coaches and looked at some of the individual battles which both teams will need to win if they are to achieve victory this weekend.
And we are live. Hello and welcome to Forever Rugby on Forever Sports. It is a Thursday, which means that it is fan forum time, and a lot to talk about on the back of the team announcement that we saw from the All Blacks today. We also obviously have had the Springbok team for about 2 days now, although there was a change yesterday as a result of injury, and a very interesting change as well. So we've got quite a lot to talk about as the All Blacks look to try and stop a losing streak, which is actually gaining quite a lot of momentum. They have lost, I think it is 6 in the last 7 matches, something along those. Because it was the last 2 that they won on tour. One Ireland, last 2, last one. I think it's like lost 5 of the last 7 or something like that. Yeah, anyway, they've lost the last 3 in a row. So they are, if they were to lose again, it would be their 4th loss in a row for the first time in history. So an All Blacks side with their backs against the wall, and not an All Blacks side that played particularly well last week. First of all, Carl, you well? You are a fan for the night?
Yeah, I'm good. It's sweltering here in Scotland, which is unusual, but summer's come a bit late for us. But keen for some rugby this weekend. Not that I can play myself, but keen to watch some anyway.
Yeah, well, I hung up the boots a long time ago, so it's been very much watching me for a while. But yeah, so 2 games this weekend, Australia, Argentina, and which, yeah, interesting, because I thought that last weekend at one stage I thought Argentina were going to win quite comfortably. So the fact that Australia did come and pull through was good on them. And then yeah, obviously we saw what has been one of the biggest, almost dominant victories the Springboks have had over the All Blacks ever. In fact, it actually does. I think it's fifth biggest victory or biggest defeat the All Blacks have had. The last time we beat them by more than 16 points, it was 17 points, was 1928.
Yeah.
So it's almost 100 years since the Springboks dominated them to that sort of extent. And I think that, yeah, I mean, scoreboard aside, it's quite strange for any sort of Springbok side to really sort of beat a side by sort of 16, 17 points. They're not necessarily a side that do put teams away particularly well. But, Kyle, what did you make of the performance on Saturday? Because it was the All Blacks had their opportunities, but I mean, the Springboks were pretty comfortable as far as recent clashes between them have been.
Yeah, I think the funny thing is in that clash, they bar the now top 3. That New Zealand performance probably would have won them won the game against any other international side. I reckon that would have beaten Australia, probably England at the moment, and any other side. I mean, the problem was that South Africa's defense at the moment is just unbelievable.
Yeah, and I mean, and it wasn't particularly good against Wales. People were a bit worried. Oh, what's happened to our defensive system and stuff like that. But we did see a defensive masterclass.
Yeah.
You know, it and I think, you know, everybody keeps sort of, and I see there's already something in the comments, you know, everybody keeps talking about, oh, but the All Blacks beat us 57-0, we have to do that. We're not that type of team, you know. The Springboks have never been a high scoring, absolutely drill teams, because we are so defense orientated. We're very happy not to have the ball. We're very happy to defend for 80 minutes if we have to defend for 80 minutes. But I was very relieved and very impressed at. And it wasn't just sort of the dominance in the actual collisions, but it was the rush defense worked so well. How often, you know, did they stop the ball from going out wide because the reads were so good? So it was much more characteristic of what we saw in 2019. So I think for me, it was a relief to see that we had taken a big step forward defensively, because that is what had made us so successful. But again, I don't think the All Blacks were all that bad. Certainly, I don't think sort of crisis. I think that there's quite a few things that they can that they could do to quite easily turn that match around. The problem is do they have the personnel to do that? We have seen 4 changes, 2 new props in. Angus Toavaro has actually been dropped out of the 23 completely, so Trevor Nyakane has retired him for the time being. We've got a change at 10, which is quite a big one. Obviously, Richie Mwanga coming in there, no Bowden Barrett, and then we've got Shannon Frizzell, our resident woman abuser, who gets his start. What do you make of the changes?
Frizzell, is that a recent change?
No, that was the thing that was there.
Oh, sorry, I'm looking at the team from last week. My bad.
Yeah, so
no, looking at the team from last week. Yeah, Frizzell. I mean, obviously, not looking at indiscretions off the field. Is a very, very good, player, and I think when he came on for the All Blacks last week, he was probably closer to being what Ardie Savea was doing all game than the rest of how flat the All Blacks looked. And so I think it's probably justified to start him. I think the All Blacks are going to suffer for a while from compounding pressure because of their own supporters, because of just the constant crap given to them by the media, for the coach, everything like that. I don't think they have great supporters when they're winning and awful supporters when they're losing, much like I've noticed the Box did when they were going through rough days.
Listen, the Box supporters don't quiet down even when we're winning. So Yeah, I think it's such uncharted territory for an All Black side because their version of under pressure. I mean, I remember watching the All or Nothing series, and when they lost that second test against the British and Irish Lions, was it the first or the second test? Well, one of the two
Yeah.
when they lost it, and then they drew the third. There was like a whole meltdown. They were like terrible All Black side. Yeah, I mean, they would other people did sort of freak out after one match, but there is
Which
for the
is
first
sick.
time, arguably maybe for the first time ever, they are genuinely in a crisis. They are staring down the barrel of a gun. They lost 2 of their matches overseas last year on tour. They've now lost the series against Ireland. They've lost the first game in the Rugby Championship. If they were to win this weekend, they'd be 2-0 down. I mean, I don't think they've ever been 2-0 down in the Rugby Championship.
No, I don't think so.
And I was speaking to some of the people involved in the All Black setup, and they were saying that they've got quite an aggressive batch of media at the moment who are apparently very much, adding to the narrative. Lots. I mean, I think it was Julian Severe came out and hit out against everybody's comments about Ian Foster, saying basically like you need to stop dehumanizing the guy and realize that he is
He's
just a normal guy, and people are going very overboard. So it is an interesting time for them. And yeah, they've got their backs against the walls, but they're not a side which historically have ever had to be good with their backs against the walls. The Boks are a side which flourish under pressure. They get written off. Everybody says it's useless. They come with a big performance. Everybody gets happy. They get written off, etc. It's kind of like a never-ending cycle. The Boks have never walked into a World Cup expected to win and gone on to win it. For example, whereas New Zealand are always in the top 1-2 favorites every World Cup they walk into. But do you think the changes? I mean, Ethan de Groot, who said about 4 in his press conference today. Tawa Lomax at tight head, Frizzell at 6, and then Richie Mwanga. I think they stick with the pack for now. Do you think the biggest obviously thing is all about fronting up, and I think Frizzell is a very deliberate pick to bring that physicality, to try and bring someone who can try and resist the Bok.
Well, to be honest, even going past that, I'd say, the typical thing of the bomb squad is more deadly, and I don't think that New Zealand has the reserves to front up to them.
What is it? Somebody was saying that, and they were spot on. They were saying, imagine you've been battered by the likes of Vermeulen, Etzebeth, Khaleesi, PSDF Toy for 60 minutes. You're sucking in the thin air. The crowd is hostile. You look at the bench, and Jasper Wiese, Kwagga Smith, Franco Mostert, Vincent Cox, Stephen Kitsoff, and Malcolm Marx all taking off their tracksuit. He's in there going, no, come on, X.
literally at that point, I'd be like, right, fuck this game. I'm not playing rugby anymore.
Yeah, I know. And because the thing is, I mean, you've got Akira Awani and Tupo Vai coming on, and Fletcher Noel on debut, Koita and George Bauer, but it's just not the same as what the Boks get to deploy.
I mean, obviously Akira Iwan is he's amazing, but I don't see that being enough, like at any point, to combat the Boks first, even their first 8. Ardie Severe will do as much as he can. He always does, and somehow, even in a terrible game, he'll still just shine as one of the best players in the world. But I don't think they have enough to front up to the forwards.
Yeah, and the fronting up really does start from the set piece, and I thought they did quite well at neutralizing the Bok maul last week. I mean, there were a couple of mauls where the Boks did have a lot of ascendancy. Then they didn't get as much success as they probably would have thought they would have. And Kwagga Smith even spoke about it yesterday in the press conference. He said that they'd hoped for more reward, other within form of penalties. I think he was basically implying they thought that they had won a few penalties, but the scrums were one-way traffic. Frans Malherbe, I think last week put in a shift for the ages where people are starting to realize how important he is. But it was just, and you can see it with the changes. As I said, Tangus Taivao has been dropped out of the 23. You've got 2 new props in, Fletcher Noel on debut. They've brought in Cody Taylor instead of Dane Cole. So they've made the only 2 players who have actually remained in the same jerseys last week in the front row out of the 6 are Samasoni, Sakawao, and George Bauer, which I think speaks volumes to the fact that scrum wise they were decimated last week, and I think that's, I mean, how many. It was interesting. Somebody was actually sort of talking about, the penalties that Francois Herbert has gotten, how many points that he's actually won the Springboks from getting points in the right positions. And I think I'm hoping people are starting to understand the sort of the whole kicking game and orientated. The fact that, you go up, you contest. I mean, aerially, once again, the Boks were very dominant there. But if you're either winning the ball back, or there's a very good chance of a knock on. And if there's a knock on, you're suddenly sitting inside the All Blacks half, knowing that you've got a more dominant scrum. Even if you're knocking it on, you're backing yourself to win reward there. So I think last week Saturday was a very good sort of microscope into exactly how the Boks want to play.
If I look back at the game on Saturday, it's the first time in God knows how long where I've looked at a game where the All Blacks have been playing and thought, yeah, no, they're not winning this one. They've got no hope of winning this match. And that's the first time I've thought that about the All Blacks. God knows how long.
Well, I mean, I think especially since we've been alive, they've just been this dominant force that they've always been the barometer for what a good rugby side is, and it was always compared to the All Blacks and stuff. And for the first time, I mean, they're 5th in the world, which is quite a hack, because from a Bok fan rating, everybody's moaning about not being world number 1, but beating them this weekend is, from a world ranking point of view, simply beating the 5th in the world at home. So there's actually not that many ranking points available, despite the fact that you could be beating the All Blacks for the second week in a row, which traditionally is unheard of. But from a world ranking point of view, doesn't actually mean that much, which is a very stunning reflection of where this All Black side is at the moment.
Yeah, I mean, I think people are probably overestimating how much a crisis they're in. A year out from a World Cup, I don't see this trend continuing all the way to the World Cup. And to be honest, I'd rather lose now than at the World Cup. So at least then you have time to fix your errors.
Yeah, well, I think if there's anything that Rassie Erasmus and Jacques Nienaber did show from the last World Cup, is that you can turn things around quite quickly.
Yeah.
2018, look, we were our backs against the wall for a lot of them, and then we got that very important victory where Rassie Erasmus basically said if we lost that match, he was going to get sacked, etc., etc. 18 months later, not less than 18 months later, we lifted the World Cup. So. There is still quite a lot that they could do, but also some of the New Zealand sort of pundits, some of the players were saying that they reckon that we could also just be in a genuine dip in the quality of player, which is an interesting idea, because I still look at this at the side and there's so many good players there, but I don't think that it is the same as the golden generation of 2010, 2016, 17, where it was just disgusting. I mean, you looked at the players that weren't playing, even more than just the players that were playing, and your Kieran Rees, your Richie McCaws, and your Jerome Kanos, and your Brody Retallick when he was World Player of the Year, next to Sam Whitelock at his peak, and your Owen Franks, and it was ludicrous. Bowden Barrett was playing off the bench, for Dan Carter and shit like that.
I mean, I think the biggest thing that's hurting New Zealand is South Africa's departure from Super Rugby.
Yeah, well, it's interesting, and Ian Foster said that last week when I was up in Nelspruit in his press conference. He said that how much he's missed. He misses that playing South African in Super Rugby.
Yeah, I think it was a huge loss for the franchise. I mean, it made sense for the South African teams, but it's not the same competition anymore. It's, to be honest, kind of boring a bit. Not so one-sided anymore, because the Brumbies are doing really well, and I assume the Waratahs will pick it up a little bit next year, considering they've now signed what's his name, big winger, what's his name again? Plays for Leicester, or did play for Leicester. Nadolo. Waratahs have signed Nadolo.
Okay, yeah.
And so I'm keen to see him back in Super Rugby, at least, but this time playing for an Aussie team.
Yeah, and look, I mean, the Aussie teams are going to have to step up. And look, the hope is that but also, there's that whole talk where apparently the Aussies were thinking about their long-term future with Super Rugby. They're busy trying to decide how can they revive rugby in Australia and really get it going. And they'll say one of the solutions could be to leave Super Rugby and to try and basically implement a proper domestic, competition, which to try and get fans in it and to try and sort of start taking on Aussie rules and taking on league and stuff like that. So I think New Zealand rugby are suddenly in a bit of a crisis where they're kind of that awkward cousin in the corner where 10 years ago, they were the most valuable brand in the world and everybody had to be associated with them. They, in many ways, and ironically, they actually were sort of saying they didn't really see the value in having the SA team. So they didn't see that much of an issue when, their whole Super Rugby, Aratoa and the whole thing. I was saying, well, actually, it's quite cool. We actually don't want the South African teams, and the South Africa was like, okay, fine. Well, then we can go to Europe, and now we're sitting there going, oh, hang on. The South African sides are now reaping all the benefits of going to Europe and some going into now the European Champions Cup and the Challenge Cup.
And a lot of anger over that.
Yeah, I know.
Especially from France.
I mean, this whole. I mean, if you look at historically, I mean, same thing when people are like, you can't join the Six Nations because then it wouldn't be the Six Nations anymore. And it was like, well, the Six Nations were the Four Nations, it was the home nations. Then we added more team, then we added another team, and it's funny how nobody cared about Georgia rugby and developing European rugby until suddenly the South Africans joined. Then all of a sudden it was like, well, why aren't we giving Georgia a chance? Why aren't we giving And you're like, Oaks, don't try and pretend that you actually care about Georgian rugby. Let's just be serious here.
The thing is, it's a tough one between those two because majority of the time in fact, every single time until the last game, Italy would beat Georgia, and that would be they turn up once every now and then, beat one of the big nations, and I think the sad thing is Italy should be better than they are. They have some quality players. And I just don't know what a way to turn it around for them would be. They've got maybe 2-3 fairly okay club sides. I mean, Treviso's good, but Zebra is not great. And then there's not really any competitive ones outside of that. So that's their biggest issue.
There is suddenly a bit of a golden generation coming through with their under 20s. So I don't think next World Cup, but 2027 should be very interesting because the under 20s have beaten England twice in the last year. The actual senior team obviously beat. Hey! As South Africans, we can confirm that we're in rugby and it can be winning rugby. But I think we are seeing a bit of hopefully seeing a very interesting new generation of Italian players coming through, and it's about time, really. And ideally, you want to bring Georgia in, and you want to see Georgia playing good rugby. You want to see Romania, coming in and playing good rugby. You want to see Spain playing Spanish players and not getting disqualified for eligibility issues, but also playing good rugby.
I want to watch Chile.
Yeah, I'd say that whole Chile thing. I mean, the fly half, everybody's now saying that they reckon that he could get a contract in Europe. So it's good to see that there has. It does seem to be a little bit of growth or more growth worldwide. Uruguay, obviously coming for the under 20 series last year, was quite cool. My frustration is it always seems to be in spite of World Rugby rather than because of World Rugby. There still seems to be very little being done from the very top to develop these other nations, stuff like that. But we are starting to see it a little bit more. But for this weekend, Richie Mwanga at 10, which is an interesting shout. For one of two reasons. First of all, he's quite a different player from Beauden Barrett. Yeah. People are alluding to the fact that they reckon the kicking game will obviously be a lot more varied and probably executed a bit better, maybe. But also very interesting because for me, Beauden Barrett has been one of the very few players who have actually been playing pretty good rugby. And I thought that before the clash on Saturday, he kind of looked like him and Artie Severe at times have looked like players who are just like, well, you are stuffing around, so we're going to do it ourselves. It's just like, well, nobody else can do it, so I'm going to have to do it.
Fuck it, I'll do it myself.
So it's quite a literally type sort of an attitude. So it's quite a big call to put him on the bench. Do you think it's the right call?
Well, I think Ronald's got a good call. Chile giving the Sharks this fly half. I'd be happy with that.
No.
God damn, we need one.
No.
then we might actually be a good side. I think what I would have done the same thing as what they've done now. The only thing that I would have changed had Bowden not been smacked out of the air like that was I would have chucked him at fullback instead of Geordie. But because of that, I would have done what they've done now.
Yeah, well, I mean, I posted a video on Twitter because I was at the training and stuff like that. And the good news is that he does look like he's 100. There was no sort of he was moving around very well and stuff like that. Geordie also, but to be fair, is also carrying a bit of an injury with that ankle of his.
Yeah.
But a lot of people have actually been calling to see Will Jordan at fullback, and Geordie actually dropped, which is quite an interesting idea. But I think the biggest issue, and a lot of people I can't understand why sort of the All Black, and in fact, I mean, Ian Foster was literally asked about today by one of the New Zealand media, where he basically said your midfield's pretty crap. Why haven't you changed it?
I mean, I don't think it's crap, but you're putting them against the two best centers in the world. Like, Am is the best center in the world, bar none.
No,
And
people are putting Am in the World Player of the Year sort of categories already. You know,
And he
as a
should be.
leading candidate.
And he should
Yeah,
be.
I agree. I mean, that guy's. I mean, yeah.
And I mean, Dialendi is just a fucking brick wall. Like, what are you gonna do? I think I think Tuvasa Shek has a very good future coming up. Probably a bit too early to put him in. I mean, I think Havili's a really good player, but I much preferred him when he played 15. Not for the All Blacks, really, but for the Crusaders. I thought he was a better player.
Look, I mean, they do have a couple of players out. You know, I think Jack Goodhue coming back will be a big boost for them.
Mm-hmm.
But a lot of people have been calling for Caleb Clark to run out in the centres, which is an interesting idea because, you know, people. I mean, so it's so interesting because you always get sort of 50% of people who love the idea of wing to centre or centre to wing, and other people having meltdowns about the other way. For example, Springbok Twitter this week, even on this channel as well, everybody's having an absolute meltdown about JC Kriel on the wing, which I really struggle to understand why it's such a big deal.
I mean, I could kind of understand it if like he's not in the long-term goal to the World Cup, which kind of that would make sense for me. I understand why they brought up a youngster into the squad. He's not going to play. He's just going to be there for experience and training. But I wouldn't put Caleb Clark in the centres because they're not going to change Rico. Rico will stay 13 regardless. He's too good. And then you've got two people fairly similar playing 12-13. I don't think it would work.
Yeah, it's interesting. I think the biggest issue is that they've just kind of feeling that they need something different. That they've persisted with it with the midfield for quite a long time, which is struggling. Some people are saying, you know, maybe do you put a Barrett in the centres or, you know, just something a bit different? Because David Havili has been kind of under quite a lot of pressure. Just not for playing badly, but kind of just being there, really.
Well. I don't think he's used very well.
I think that's kind of the problem. It's that he's just kind of a little bit nebulous. You know, he's not bad, but you're just not seeing him bring enough various contributions. Somebody the other day was saying, I thought it was an interesting idea, was letting. He didn't do it. It wasn't brilliant at Super Rugby level, but having Geordie Barrett run out of 12 for a game and just sort of see if it adds anything.
I mean, I wouldn't do it now.
No. Well, to be fair, what have you got to lose?
Probably a lot, considering it's New Zealand. Continuing a successive loss streak, dropping even further down the world rankings, all those kind of things that they absolutely love to hear about.
I mean, if you're spiraling, you might as well spiral in style.
Yeah, I think Will Jordan is a better 15. He's obviously a very good wing, but I think putting him at 15 and then is Fainganuku injured?
I've got the injury list somewhere.
If he's not, I would have chucked him on the wing. Guy's huge.
I think he might have been injured.
Yeah, because he's got a good career ahead of him, I reckon.
Yeah, I think, but I think
Hmm.
I'm trying to work out where that was. I'm trying to find out because they're missing quite a few players. Look, that is another thing which I don't think people are giving enough credit. They do have some pretty big injuries in some pretty important positions. You know, for example, I know he's not playing his best of his best rugby, but not having Brody Retallick on your side when you're taking on the Springboks is a massive loss.
I
Because
don't
when
agree
that guy,
with that. Sorry, not you. I'm looking at the comments.
I was about to say, whoa.
Saying Leicester is big but slow. Have you seen that guy off the mark? He's rapid. He looks slow, but he's deceptively fast. And he's
Do
huge.
you know what's been very interesting for me being in both the camps over the last 10 days or so, watching them train and stuff like that, kind of just walking around. It's amazing how we are so stats obsessed because that's the only thing we can get our hand on. And we look at players and we look at players and we say, oh, he's 1.92 and 120 kg, so he's gigantic, stuff like that. It's so interesting when you actually like in the environment and stuff like that. And some players who you expect to be really big are really big. Some players who you don't think of as being particularly big are a lot bigger. And there are some bigger players who are big, but not like incredibly intimidating big, for example. And so it's quite. I mean, for example, Caleb Clark is quite. He doesn't stand out, he's a absolute unit of a player.
Yeah.
I think there was a 30 kg swing between him and Kirtley Orenser. But when he was running around, I didn't immediately go, and you don't sit there going, oh shit, like look at the size of him. And you do see it a bit more when he like runs into Kirtley Orenser, you'll see the difference in the size. But he wasn't like a massive standout. You didn't walk past and you went, shit, like imagine having to stop that. Where there are a couple of players where you do sit there and go, like, I mean, Archie Snyman was walking up the stairs behind me at the team hotel, and you sat there going, where were you created? Because, like,
he's walking up behind you, but was also somehow in front of you.
yeah. And he was at the bottom of the staircase, and he was sort of, and I was at the top, and he's looking me in the eye, and I'm not short. So he's just.
I mean, I'm barely 5'10", so he'd probably look absolutely like I'd just be like, what?
Well, that's the thing. You walk in there and you're sitting there saying, oh, I'm 6'3". I'm probably quite bigger, and you're going shit. And there were also guys who aren't particularly tall, like Jasper Wiese is not a particularly tall guy, but that guy's got a presence about him. Like he's got that. You don't want to fuck. I mean, look, he's not short, but I mean, compared to like a Peter Steph, the Dwayne from Jurlin, guys who are all sort of around 2 meters, he's a flipping unit of a man. Certainly can see why he's being used as just basically a Scud missile.
Caleb Clark is definitely a huge talent for them, and I don't think. I mean, he got very little to do on the game.
Look, we saw. I mean, it's funny because there were so many fine margins last weekend. I mean, you think of that ankle tap on Will Jordan. If he goes through there, he scores from those sort of positions.
Everything.
And there were a couple of other just sort of small fine margins where if they gotten it right, I think it could have been a very different game. I mean, there was like if you looked at how important the Malcolm Marx turnovers were, they were like some of them they were on their way to score. You think about that tackle where I think it was Marx and Kitsoff on Coles, where they had front foot ball right on the 5, and then they tackle and then knocked the ball on in the collision. So I think I had a laugh because somebody commented and said, considering how much possession we had and how much territory we have, to have only won by 16 points is a disgrace, etc., etc. And I said to him in the comment, I said, you realize that statistically they actually had more possession than the Springboks did.
And that is fairly typical of a Springbok game.
Even what we're saying was a fairly dominant performance. They don't always have the ball in hand. I think they are. The changes are important positions. They have added some physicality in the loose trio. They've changed the props, whether it'll work or not. They've tried to change something up front, and then they've changed your number 10, and that can be, very often can be the biggest change you can make in terms of a style change or somebody's quite different. So they have made. I would say they're fairly significant changes. It's not just a case of we're swapping out a wing and we're swapping out maybe a lock and we're swapping our hookers around. They have made fairly significant changes from a team composition point of view. I naturally think that they will be better because I think they've obviously played the Springboks. They've had a week to acclimatize. The problem obviously is the whole altitude thing. So Very
He's
intelligent, really, to have the Ellis Park thing as a second game. Because and it's going to be very warm. Look, it'll be in the evening, so a little bit cooler.
Yeah.
But it won't be cold. But then looking at the Springboks, a couple of changes being made. Joseph Dweba has come into the side as a late replacement. Ironically, it's a late replacement, and yet he's still being named before the All Black side was named. But no Bongi, Top Dog, Mbonambi. And Dwayne Vermeulen back into the starting lineup. JC Creel on the wing. And Jasper Wiese down to the bomb squad. Herschel Yankees coming in. Jaden Hendricks starting, which he basically did last week. Anyway, we'll start with Dweba, who is getting a lot of flack for. He hasn't had a particularly good time since leaving South African shores. I think he played 48% of his season now as a starter. He was coming off the bench for a lot. Was even less than that the season before, but had a average game against Wales, I'd say, in the second test. But I thought last year, that British and Irish Lions, when he played for the SAA, had quite a decent game. But yeah, what's your take on Dweba up front? And what a big game for him to actually come in and play.
I quite like him. I feel like he's more of a he's a bit looser than someone like Marks. He'll throw the ball around a bit more. You'll have him breaking off the side and actually trying to run. Like I remember when he took on Bigger and ran straight into him, like that would scare the shit out of me. So, I think it'll be interesting to see how he does. And fortunately, for South Africa, they've got the best hooker in the world coming straight off the bench if anything does go wrong. So why not try it?
Yeah, and I think he's replacing Mongi Manambi, who's very aggressive, very confrontational, very physical, and I think Joseph Dweba is very much in that mold. Flip, he's somebody, as I said, you look at him and he's large, eh? And even they asked Cody Taylor about him. They said, what do you make of Joseph Dweba? And he said, well, he's a unit. So he was actually saying that he was very, apparently that obviously they had a conversation a couple of weeks ago, and Dweba was saying he was hoping to get some game time. But Cody Taylor was saying that he reckons that he's going to bring a lot of physicality. And I think he is, because he is a very large human. And I know he's coming off the back of pretty poor seasons, but again, it's quite interesting. And I think that's why the Springbok management get a lot of support for the players, is the fact that there's so much trust in a lot of their players from them, in that Pollard, also spent literally 50% of the season on the bench. So he only started 50% of the season. But they know that he's going to be the starter. They're going to back him. They're going to support him. If he plays badly consecutively, there is the opportunity. And no one's not going to say that you're not going to get dropped, but I think they're quite upfront by saying we trust you, and if we trust you, we'll back you. And no one kind of gets thrown to the dogs and stuff like that. So I think Dreba's been told, he hasn't been playing as much as they'd like, but they still back him. And I think it's a big opportunity for him. It's one of the biggest test matches of the year. It's at altitude, so and Ellis Park, where we generally do try and run a bit more to try and sort of tire them out. So I think he'll have a lot of opportunity with the ball in hand. But after the season that Jan Grobelaar had, he is under a lot of pressure to perform and nail down that third choice. But as you said, the nice thing is, same with Dwayne, really. If things are going well or going badly, you can then say, right, well, we'll make the changes and know that you've got
good support.
And that's also, people are talking about the depth that the Springboks have been developing. And Dwayne Vermeulen spoke about it Tuesday. Yeah, Tuesday. And he said that, he said his biggest, the best thing about the squad and about the environment is that he knows on Saturday he runs out and he empties the tank. He gives it all. And if he lasts 30 minutes, he lasts 30 minutes. If he lasts 60, 70 minutes, he can last 60, 70 minutes. But there's never a thought of, I'm going to slow down and look after myself because, there's not much coming with the bench. It's literally a case of you go out, you flip and do what you do. And as soon as you're buggered, you know that the next person is going to come on and do a good job. And we're seeing the cameos we've seen from Malcolm Marks, hits off, Quacker Smith's playing some of his best rugby of his career. So it's amazing how much it must be such a healthy environment to play, in that you just go out and you play. And if you don't have a best game or whatever, you'll get replaced. But there's very little animosity when it comes to replacements. Trevor Nyakani was sub before half time, but he walks off, he's happy with his job done and stuff like that. There was no sort of, oh shit, I've been taken off because I didn't do my job or whatever, or I'm being dropped or whatever. It was just, that was my job.
one thing you'll see a lot more probably at amateur level rugby is the kind of when you're taken off before you probably think you need to be. It's like, oh, okay, well, shit, I've been subbed because I haven't played well, or you're angry that you're getting taken off when you feel like you haven't done what you want to do. But I think playing in the kind of environment where it's like, okay, well, that doesn't matter, because at the end of the day, it's not my ego. It's making sure we win. That's all that matters. And that's probably the healthiest environment you can be in, because then ego's at the door. And, you know, if you need to come off, great. Well, they'll probably sub themselves off if they need to.
Like, listen, chaps, I'm done here. You guys can sub me anytime.
Playing badly, fuck off.
Yeah. But on the flip side, it's quite interesting because they were talking, because I think that's something that I don't think I thought about this, is the fact that the forwards go out and they empty the tank. But for the backline players, it's basically expected for majority of them by the scrum off that they will play 80 minutes. You know, Dalendi was saying that he hasn't been subbed in many matches because, you know, generally he's not really in a position that gets subbed. Lekanya plays 80 minutes week in, week out. That's kind of a given. Andre Pollard will never be subbed unless he's injured. So it's quite interesting on the flip side, the fact that the backline players have to play.
What was that? Sorry?
That while the forwards can go empty the tank, the backline players actually all generally have to play their full 80 minutes.
Well, that's because you've got another fly half who consistently gets a chance and completely fucks it up, and which is sad for him, because I think Yankees used to be such a good player. I remember that year where the Lions actually did something in Super Rugby.
There were 3 of them, actually. Let's be very clear about them. There were 3 years we did something. In fact, I would say 3.5, because there was a year before we weren't too bad either.
I can't say anything to be as a Sharks supporter, because we either lose finals or we get to semi-finals and get obliterated. So there's not much point in talking.
Yeah, and at least when we're losing, we can sit there saying, well, we've got a bad squad, so we expect to lose. You guys don't have that excuse.
For us, it's always the jet lag. It's like, well, then get a home semi. Stop being fucking lazy.
Yeah. It was tough traveling. Well, then be better.
Exactly. And
like,
they have no excuse now, but they're still shit.
Yeah, and there's definitely no excuse next season. I'm sorry. You still haven't signed a fly half, but you've added Ryan Jansen van Rensburg, which hacks me. You've added Ibn Etzebeth, which is about right.
A position we don't hella need, but
that's fine. I'm sure you guys will add another loose forward as well. Just for gist.
Yeah, we'll see what happens.
Yeah, and I see that Benito's left, so you're actually short another fly half.
Didn't we re-sign what's his name, Ini Radebi?
I don't know if he's. I think he's been, because he was playing like club rugby and stuff like that.
He came back.
I think he's been in the playing in the Currie Cup a bit. So yeah, look, I mean that's a kid who would be really cool to see him. Not even if he makes it, but just he's had such a weird career path. It'd be quite cool just to see him playing back at the highest level. But yeah, I mean, everybody's
thinking about South Africa, and one player who, if he didn't get concussed so much and stayed playing, that they could 100% use and would have over the last few years, is Pat Lambie.
Well, I think the biggest problem is they never replaced him. You know, they never managed to find that 10 that they could rely on week in, week out. And you know, if you look at the last sort of 10 years, the Bulls had that with Pollard for a few years. The Lions have had that for a long time with Alton Yankees. The Stormers also kind of sometimes struggled a little bit with their fly half, their Pierre Grant for years. And now they're kind of feeling that they've got. Look, Stormers now have. I mean, if I was Sharks, I would be looking at those Stormers fly halves and saying, surely we can grab one. I mean, Gomez is coming through. You've got Kay Voliter. You've still got Manny Liebach. You know, Damian Williams seems to settle at 12, which I'm quite glad to see from a Storm's point of view. But yeah, Sharks still don't have a flower half. So, but that's your own issue. You guys can sort that crap out once.
Apparently, we don't though.
Yeah, look, if you guys think you guys are issues, go and look at the players we've signed, and then come and chat. But yeah, so back to the Springbok side. Yeah, I think Joseph Davis is going to be fine. I think Dwayne Vermeulen is Dwayne Vermeulen. So I think that it might take him a few minutes to get back into it. But if there's one player in the world who can produce a very good performance after a while out, it is him. And again,
Yeah.
you've got Jasper Wiese and Kwaka Smith if you need to replace him. So you've got both options in terms of type of player. The big one that's got everybody riled up is Jesse Creel on the wing, which, I mean, you saw against Scotland. He played against Scotland last year on the wing. I personally don't understand the meltdown about him. I think he's nothing sensational, not Chase and Colby, not going to be the best wing in the world, but I really don't think there's any need to panic over Jesse Creel at wing.
I don't think after the performance last weekend that you need that. I wouldn't say you'd want to go, okay, guys, we want to win this one as well, but let's go for the most flair, slightly, not most utilized player and see what happens. You want something that's, you've used it before. It's fairly solid. You've got Mapimpi who scores for fun anyway, so I like, you don't need another zippy winger. He does his job, and I mean, obviously, that I would argue there are better wings than him, but he's got experience, and yeah, fair enough. Don't blame him for putting him there.
Yeah, well, I think you look at the job, and this is the funny thing. And they spoke, because yesterday they were asking Mapimpi, they were saying you haven't had much ball in hand, for example, and he basically said, he said this is the game plan. He said it took him a while to adjust, but he says this is the game plan. And I think what makes Mapimpi so valuable to the Boks is not necessarily, I mean, he's a phenomenal finisher, but it's almost his other attributes that are so important. It's his aerial work, which he worked a hell of he had to work very hard on, as well as defense. But it's being a Bok wing is about work rate. It's about it's about you're chasing kick after kick after kick. You're making a lot of tackles. And ironically, a week ago, everybody was worried about Kirkley Orange up against Caleb Clark. But a week later, people aren't going, well, if there's one thing we don't have to worry about, it's physically, Caleb Clark running into Jesse Creel. Creel is a very, very good defender. So that's not really an issue. And I think, I mean, people are sort of saying, oh, well, he's not fast enough. I don't know what Jesse Creel you've been watching, because Jesse Creel has got wheels.
He's not slow.
No, he's not. If Jesse Creel is slow, then I'm flipping nowhere. So I think he'll be very solid. I think he's a very safe pick. He's good under the high ball. He's a former fullback. He's not slow, and he's very physical. I thought he played pretty well. In that, I mean, I must admit, a year ago when he was on the wing, I wasn't over enthusiastic about that, but I had to put my hands up and say, you know what, he wasn't X Factor-ish, but he was solid. He made some very good contributions. I thought he actually played pretty well against Scotland.
Actually, that's a good point from LB about the NFL. They call it repetitions. Wingers need to be able to sprint all game. Jesse Creel might be one of the fittest people on the planet. He is unbelievably fit.
Dude, and if you think that he switches it on, you talk about people who look conditioned. Bro, that just walks around the team hotel, and you're like, dude, do you ever have an off day? Do you ever not look like you have been flippin' sculpted? He is just I mean, as I said, he just looks like a walking flippin' poster boy for half the blooming supplement companies in the world.
Greek statue.
Yeah, if there's one guy that's conditioned and will never fail a fitness test, it is Jesse Creel. That man is very well conditioned.
I'd hate to know what his beat test and Bronco stats are.
Yeah, I know, they must be disgusting. But yeah, so I think I think that Creel is going to be more than fine. He works hard again.
Do you think that oh god, no, I've completely forgotten his name. Do you think Esterhuizen will ever get back into the Boks squad?
Well, he is in the Boks squad.
Okay. Do you ever think he'll start?
I don't know. It's quite interesting, because in many ways people are now saying that Willemse is now a preferred second choice option at centre than in fact, some people are even calling for Dylan to start. So I don't think that Dylan ever gets the praise he deserves. I think Esterhuizen will get another chance this rugby championship. Whether it's against Australia or Argentina, I do think he will start one of the games. I think the issue is that it's such a tricky one, because it's so difficult to get that one match and to really impress. But at the same time, you've only got 12 tests a year. So you can't afford to just say, right, well, we're going to play him for 3 tests and see if it works. Because if it doesn't work, then you've lost 3 of the only 15 you've got until World Cup next year, which is about 25%. So So it's I do think we'll see him. For me, what I keep telling everybody, because everybody keeps worrying, we haven't seen Ruan Nokia. Where's Evan Roos? Where's flipping Ulrich Lowe? Where are all these players? We're playing 7 matches in November. We've got 3 midweek matches.
Oh yeah, shit! You're playing Bristol.
Yeah,
You?
Bristol, and
Oh,
I was speaking to a couple of New Zealand guys trying to see if we can get confirmation, but they don't seem to know. But there's rumors about a SAA versus New Zealand A game in the midweek, and then we're playing another other sort of Prem side or something like that. So there's the 4 tests, of which one is against Italy, which is always an opportunity to play a couple of players. But I mean that means that but for people like Esther Hayes and Evan Lewis, Ulrich Lowe, Intukunkunu, for example, there's at least 3 tests or 3 matches that they will very likely start, if not get at least sort of 40 to 50 minutes in. So, yes, there might not be test matches necessarily, but there is a lot of time in that tour to really. And I think the nice thing is, for example, you play against Ireland and maybe we lose, and then midweek you suddenly have Esther Hayes who puts in a brilliant performance. You still back Dale India against France, but he doesn't have a great match. You then say, right, Esther Hayes, you'll play against Italy. On the back of that really good midweek performance. And if you play well, then you'll play against England. Although he can't play against England because it's actually outside the test window. That whole England game is going to be very interesting. Because everybody keeps saying, well, it's a test for the Springboks because it's outside the test window. But what's going to happen to the England players? I mean, do they have an agreement with the club for this game? Because it's also outside the test window for them. And Premiership players historically don't release their players. So it's going to be interesting to see what happens there with some of the clubs. And also,
I imagine Eddie Jones will be like, right, you're fucking listening to me, or I'm just going to not pick you.
Yeah, if you want to play in the World Cup, you will tell your chaps back there that you are playing and it's non-negotiable. But then, for example, let's say at Leicester Tigers. So Leicester release their English players. Can they justify releasing their English players, but then not releasing Jasper Wiese? Like that would be an interesting situation.
That won't go down well.
You sit there going, excuse me.
You might find that the Premiership have made a plan for that and put in a buy, but not sure.
Yeah, I know there's no URC in that week. So, and look, the SA franchises would release him anyway. They wouldn't get a choice. The Japan players are the bit of the interesting one, whether they'll be allowed to play, because obviously no Japanese-based players will be no Mostert, no Quacker Smith, no Lua Tiago, no Pisef Toy, no Billy LaRue, no Jesse Creel.
Although, to be fair, in that regard, they're all very experienced, so it's not the end of the world.
Yeah, well, I think that's why some people were saying it's almost quite exciting if it was basically like a South African and maybe the France-based players, because it would mean Pollard wouldn't play, so somebody else would have to play at flower half. It would mean probably a new scrum half. It would probably be, front row wise, you wouldn't have Trevor, you wouldn't have actually the front row would be pretty much alright. It'll just be Malcolm Marks and Vincent Koch who wouldn't be available, and Trevor. But you'd have, like, locks wise, you wouldn't have. I suppose actually no, you would have Eben because now he's playing for the Sharks, but you wouldn't have Lua Tiago, and you wouldn't have Franco Mostert, and you wouldn't have Pierre Toy potentially if you know the Japanese players. So yeah, so some people are saying it's quite a nice opportunity. I'd be very surprised if we do have to play with such a rotated side, but it is interesting. But yeah, I think that's the main thing, is the fact that we've got 7 matches in a month, so then or test matches, but there's plenty of time for players who want to make a point to play.
That's a great comment. Who will own Farrell clothesline in November if Estee isn't there? Probably Marcus Smith. Try and get the 10 back.
Just, oh no! Bah! Cheers!
Whoops, his hair got in the way.
Yeah, I think it's an interesting upcoming series for Marcus Smith, because I think he's had some very good games, but also he's always had the odd struggles, which is pretty expected, to be honest.
I mean,
if they can get that 10-12 axis right, I think it could be very scary, because Owen Farrell was playing proper rugby lately.
I think he's both in best and worst case scenarios, because when England performs well, I mean, he's arguably one of the best fly halves in the world, but England performing subpar or even normal, which seems to be more often than not recently, he struggles because it's then, he's the playmaker. He has to do fucking everything. Otherwise, England's screwed. And I think he does as much as he can. But he's also a bit stifled by the fact that England don't know how to play with a shitty mindset. Like, England, we're losing. Well, we're fucked, aren't we? And it's so boring to watch. Freddie Stewart is amazing.
Yeah, look, there are some nice players coming through. And I think Freddie Stewart is a proper player. Look, I after the British and Irish Lions series, I find it difficult to not like Farrell. And I know that a lot of South Africans, he's a bit of nobody likes him, obviously, because of the tackles he's had. And I think he does have a fundamental issue with the way he tackles. But he's, in press conferences and within media, and he comes across as a very level-headed, very down-to-earth, very nice guy. Almost unfortunately, because it was very easy to dislike him. But I find it very difficult these days not to like him because he's such a class act off the field. And on the field, really. I mean, you look at some of the big England matches. I mean, that semi-final in the World Cup. He's just when he turns it on, he's a different level.
Yeah, I mean, he's definitely a very good player. I don't think he'll be. I mean, he probably will play 10 again a couple of times. I don't think he should, because I think George Ford is a better 10 than Farrell. I think Farrell should stay at 12, but unfortunately, I don't see George Ford ever getting back in the squad, which is unfair because he's still bloody amazing. But yeah, it's a weird one. But I mean, England are fucked for centres at the moment. Without Tuilagi, England is pointless.
Yeah, well, you can rely on Tuilagi for about 100 minutes of rugby a year. So choose your 100 minutes very carefully.
Yeah, and hopefully against New Zealand and South Africa. All the time against them.
Yeah, it's nothing like a Tuilagi masterclass against the Boks. It's funny how certain players always seem to sort of do things against certain teams.
And then get injured.
Yeah, no, literally. But
it's so frustrating.
But yeah, I mean, it's not too much change from a Bok point of view. On the bench, I think the bomb squad is very much a bomb squad in terms of having Franco Master, Kwaka Smith, Jasper Wiese, players who very much add to the game. And no, nothing against Solomon Murat, but he's not going to have the same impact as Jasper Wiese in terms of really running at the All Blacks in the last sort of 15 to 20 minutes. But I mean, on the bench, I think the only notable name for me on the bench is Herschel Yankees, who's been gifted an opportunity to really say, don't throw away me just yet, because Jaden Henshaw has just gone, cheers, chap. He saw the inside line, he's taken it, and he's now, genuinely pushing Faf to be the starting scrum half. And Herschel Yankees has been lost along the wayside. So it's a big match for him.
Yeah, I think Jaden Hendricks is a very good player. And it seems like he's seems to have shipped his constant habit of getting yellow cards for just the stupidest shit in the world, playing for the Sharks. So that's good, at least.
Yeah, I think, as I said, I mean, and people made the Farida Prayer comparisons, which some people blew out of comparison because I can see the similarities. No one's saying he's going to be one of the best scrum halves, if not the best scrum half of all time for South Africa, but he's just a complete player. He's got a kicking game. His defense is very good. He's very, very level-headed. He reads the game so well. I mean, he was just made for Test match rugby. He played that first game against Wales, and you sat there going, "This guy just looks like a 50-cap player." That's like the biggest thing about him. He doesn't look like he's playing in his. I mean, last week was his fourth game for the Springboks against the All Blacks, and he had to play 80 minutes. And I don't think and not at one stage did you ever sit there going, "That's the young, the inexperienced coming." I mean, I don't know. I mean, he's 22 years old, and he just made it look very, very straightforward. So I think that Herschel Yankees is going to have to do a lot to keep a spot in the squad, because we do have basically five scrum halves in the squad. There's still Kobus Reinach coming back. Grant Williams is. He's just. I think his biggest problem is just injuries at the wrong time. Every time where you should have an opportunity to really grab it, he tends to get injured. So I think at the moment
he scored like the quickest 4 tries in a game or something.
Yeah,
against like Canada or something. He scored 4 tries in a scary amount of time.
Yeah, and he's flipping.
He's so
gas.
fast.
He's just like yeah, but he still needs to come back.
I was pissed when he left the Sharks. Oh my god, I was so angry.
Hey, you don't. I'll tell you all about how to get over players leaving your union. I am well versed in the rhetoric.
To be fair, the Sharks do have some serious howlers of letting players go. I mean, Rory Cockett should never let him go. He was arguably one of the best Sharks players.
You let him go to us, and then we let him go to flipping overseas. And we didn't have a scrum off when you let him go. We were just like, oh, cheers, and we were like, ah. But, I mean, and we didn't go like halfway through the season. It wasn't even like in a transfer market or something. He just upped and left.
And then letting go of the Dupree brothers. 2 of them. The third one can fuck right off, but the other 2 I would have loved to have kept.
Listen, we've lost our 3 best players of the season to South African franchises. Not even like if a Premiership side or a top 14 side come in and say to Vincent Tuka, Simelane, and Carly Sari, here are all the Euros, and they leave, fine. We've all got the same salary cap. How are we losing those guys to Sharks and Bulls? Who
I don't know how the Sharks haven't breached their salary cap.
There's a Saracens thing happening. It has to be. There must be so much endorsements and stuff coming on the side. It has to be.
Well, the thing, yeah, they got bought out by that American company.
Yeah, MVM Holdings. Rock Nation is not big. So as I said, they must be cooking up the endorsements.
Yeah. I reckon that the Sharks are being paid in other ways. Put it that way.
Yeah, no, you'll have your base contract, which will probably be. I'm sure. I'm telling you right now, you probably find their base contract, their Sharks contract, for many of them are less than what they were at their former unions. But they'll arrive there, and all of a sudden they'll have this sponsor, that endorsement, this thing, and all of a sudden they'll have found an extra like 50 to 60, probably even 100,000 rand a month through various endorsements and partners that the good old Sharks and Rock Nation have managed to link them up. For me, it has to be the only way.
We'll let you borrow this, but you don't have to give it back.
Yeah, no, and this we'll leave you in the room together. This is the guy that runs this company and that company and this guy. So we'll just come over for a braai. Oh, they just happen to be here. Next thing you know, that you've got flipping Oaks who are being sponsored by like next level companies. I mean, Sia Khaleesi could very well be the best played player in the world with the amount of endorsements he's got. He's just everywhere. He's all of a sudden the most marketable player in the world.
To be fair, I mean, everyone loves him, even outside of rugby.
Well, how can you not? Yeah. It's just. I mean, he's a World Cup winning captain, historic first black captain ever from South Africa, and at the end of the day, first of all, he's a great player, and he's a nice guy, and just a solid citizen. So yeah, no, so he's very marketable. But yeah, so just before we wrap up, 2 games this weekend. We haven't really spoken about Argentina versus Australia, but we will get score predictions. So predictions first of all for Argentina versus Australia, and then I want a prediction for the All Blacks and the Boks.
Oh, I see Quade Cooper's not injured,
and somebody else, a big name's also pulled out.
Let me have a quick look. I'm having a quick look at that. Oh,
Alolatoa's gone. Michael Alolatoa is withdrawn as well. So good luck.
Yeah, no, I don't see Argentina winning. I mean, it might be an interesting game, but I don't see Argentina winning.
No, you see, I think Argentina do win this game. I don't know why, but I've got a feeling that they're going to pitch up this weekend.
I mean, I'm not going to watch the game, to be honest. I literally cannot bear to watch Australia play rugby unless it's just solely like a camera on Quade Cooper. Otherwise, I don't care.
Yeah, and for me, I always hated watching Australia because there were so many like players I would dislike. But for me, it's almost like frustrating because there aren't that many players I really dislike on the Australian side. I mean, Nick White was so annoying when we played him last year, but the more I watch him, the more I like him.
He's a very good player, but he's annoying.
He's got a great moustache. Well, he's just such a number 9.
Yeah, exactly.
But that's the thing, and he's a number 9. There are some under 9s who are pain in the asses, but like just real pain in the asses, and he's kind of got that sort of. He's growing on me a lot. I actually quite enjoy him.
Thing is, he's the typical number 9, but he's a typical Aussie number 9, and it's just like fuck, you just would not, you wouldn't fit in anywhere else in the world.
Yeah, no, but he, yeah, I quite enjoy it. So you're going in a Wallabies win.
Yeah, I think not massive. I think it'll be probably closer on the scoreboard anyway than it was last week. But I reckon Aussies will win.
Okay.
I can't stand Israel Folau, Matthew Dixon. I can't stand him. Not because he's not a good player. He is, of course, he's got a huge talent, but he's just such a cunt.
Yeah, it's just unfortunately you're a bit of a knob, and by a bit it means you are a very large knob. Yeah, but I mean, yeah. Unfortunately, far too many rugby players have their downfalls, and they're pretty big downfalls. But you're right. And then Box versus so yeah, I'm going with an Argentina win. I reckon I'm going Argentina by 8.
Okay.
That'll be my.
I was by 6.
Okay, so we're both going not massive whitewash.
No.
You're going with a couple penalties. I'm going with a converted try and some. Right then, the big game, Box All Blacks, Ellis Park, altitude. Must-win game for the All Blacks. Dun dun dun.
See, last week I said the All Blacks would win, and they got kind of screwed. So my predictions are clearly shit.
Yeah, true. So I'm actually going to go bet on Argentina right now after that.
So just always pick who I don't pick.
Yeah.
So like whenever I pick England to win, they'll lose, guaranteed. It's
yeah,
written.
So if you can just send me your Super Bowl picks, and I'll go put some money on the other ones, then that will be a very nice.
See, if I'm picking players for fantasy, great, I'll win everything. But if I'm picking teams, nope. I'll always pick the best players in the losing team. It's always happens.
No, I mean, fair enough. Fair enough.
Box. Yeah, Box by 2.
By 2.
Yeah.
Yeah, flipping. I'll be sweating my flipping thing off if it's going to be that close. I don't think it'll be. The Box will never, as I said, 16 points in itself was quite a surprise.
Yeah, I don't see it being as one-sided as it was last week, and I see them with the All Blacks having a bounce. They have to at some point.
I could very easily see the Springboks having to come from behind to win.
Yeah, I think that. I mean, if the All Blacks score early, I think the Box are going to be under a shitload of pressure for the whole game.
Yeah, but I do think that the altitude will swing things in favor. You know, I think that slow poison, the bomb squad, the whole impact towards the end of the game. As long as New Zealand are within reach within half an hour, I think the Box should be able to get the job done.
Which stocks should I not invest in? Disney, Apple.
Don't go into stocks. Go bet it all on red at the local casino and see how you go. Bet it all on red.
Yeah, I mean, I might as well like just give out bad advice and just sell it and just be like, just do the opposite and you'll go.
Yeah. Whatever you think, just do it. Yeah. Cool. Well, Carl, thanks so much for jumping on, and to all the people in the comments, stuff like that. We won't be live for tomorrow because I'm going to be driving around half of Johannesburg, filming Box and going to press conferences. We're going to be at Ellis Park in the morning doing some filming with the Box training run, which will be quite cool. And then we'll obviously have those Rondile Stick and Sia Khaleesi show tomorrow afternoon. Their press conference is at 2:45, I think, so we'll have that about 4 o'clock. So the next time we will be live is on Saturday. Our watch along will start at about 1 o'clock with pre-build-up up through to 4, and then we'll be live at 4 o'clock. And then we'll have Argentina versus Australia, hopefully again. Well, not again, we didn't manage to do it last week, so hopefully we'll have it this week. But apart from that, please do smash like on the video. Please do subscribe to the channel as well. Carl, we'll hopefully see you next week for the fan forum.
Yeah.
And then we will, see everybody else soon. Do smash like on the way up, by the way, and subscribe to the channel. Let's try and see if we can get up to 17,000 by the end of the weekend. Cool. Thanks, guys, and chat to you soon.
With the final preparations done, the next time these two sides will cross the 4 white lines will be at 5 o'clock on Saturday at Ellis Park. So much up for grabs for both sides, but before then, Sia Khaleesi and Rondile Stick will face the media in what has become a usual highlight in the pre-match preparations for the Springboks. From Ellis Park, this has been Stephen Pettit for Forever Sports.
So, Dylan, question. I can't tell you how many people have asked me why Malcolm Marx isn't starting, especially after the injury to Bongi. Can you maybe just shed some light for the public?
Yeah, we had a massive debate before we selected Timo Marx, and Max last week had a great game, man of the match. 4-10 was in the game. It was his special day, 50th game, and he did very well. And he was massive in our game. And but once again, we know what Malcolm Max has done for us in the past as part of the bomb squad, So if you look at the combinations that we've got in the team, we know Malcolm Max, the way he kicks off, and Vincent Koch, they've done it many times as a combination. And Oaks getting an opportunity also to start at loose prop. So I think for us it was a matter of just combinations, because if you look at Oaks and Joseph Weber, they've been playing together since the age of 19, from school, and they played at the Cheetahs. So I think for us as a coaching staff, it made sense that to select the best combinations, So that's the only reason that he's starting ahead of Malcolm Max. But once again, Malcolm Max is massive in our system, and our players, they understand our vision and the goal as a coaching staff, because of sometimes we do give them a choice who wants to start, who wants to play off the bench. So some of the players, they prefer to celebrate when the game is finished on the field. Some players don't enjoy to finish on the seats. So that's the only reason. It's just because of the good combinations between the team that is starting. Frans van Leeuwen can fit in with everyone. That's why they call him Pat Spence.
Just your opinion on the debate around the aerial tactics this week. Do you think it's been made an issue out of nothing?
It's fine. I thought we were playing bottom up. So it was funny actually. Now all of a sudden, aerial skills and the contestable kicking game, it's a problem in the game. We've always played like this. We don't hide how we play the game. It's part of our DNA, the kicking game. And like you saw, a lot of people last week, they were questioning the size of Tedley Arends, and then you saw how massive he was when it comes how we wanted to play the game. And he was, even Makazole Mapimbi was, I think, probably one of the best games that I've ever got involved in when it comes to the contestable kicking game. So for us, it's part of our DNA. We won't change anything. Unfortunately, with the situation that happened in the last one, where Tedley Arends got a red card, where a player was contesting nicely throughout the whole game, he was just got a bad timing on the last one, and the player got punished by getting a red card and he's suspended. I know one thing for sure, it wasn't his intention, and that's not how we coach. We don't coach to cause injuries, We always coach by the law, by the book, So it was just unfortunate, and I know one thing for sure, Tedley Arends did apologize to Brennan Barrett, and we always try to play in a good spirit, and there's a massive respect between the two teams, the All Blacks and the Springboks. So once again, it was a just unfortunate situation, but I was happy with the performance of all around with the whole team, when it comes to how we wanted to execute our plan. And I think it worked well on the day for us.
Yeah, just for you, how big of a challenge is it to back up that performance from last week? And what do you expect different, given this park being a bit dry and the ball not being that slippery on the field?
So we thought about it happened the game one and we celebrated, and we, with a team like this, you can't dwell on that for too long, because we know the kind of players they have, they can turn around. It takes one moment, one special moment, and they're on top of you. So on Sunday already, Jalka sent these clips, we do kicking game on Monday. So we're already watching the clips, getting ready. We watch the game together on Monday again. And there's still so much more room to improve. And as you said, it's a little bit wet in Bombela, and Ellis Park is very dry, which plays into their hand. They want they want to run. They'll be able to run from anywhere, like they did in Bovela. But it's not going to change what we're going to do. As coach said, we're still going to stick to our kicking game, which has been working for us. We're going to contest in the air, if not on the ground. But yeah, we're looking forward to a proper contest. I think both benches are going to be important with a dry stadium like that, and with a lot of running rugby. You're going to need guys going to come on and bring on more energy in the game.
Coach, we spoke just now about Malcolm. One of the things in the first half was how effective Malcolm was at taking the rhythm out of the All Blacks attacks. the few times that they did get in your half, it's just that they couldn't get anywhere. How do you see that gap being filled? Are there guys that have to just do better than normal, or that void? How do you see that being filled?
Yeah, I know Malcolm is one of those specialist fetchers, he specializes very well with the breakdown, but also on the other side, you're gaining another experienced player, which is Dwayne Fairmouth. We know what he can do also on the breakdowns. So I don't think we're going to lose that much when it comes to starting the game. And once again, where the All Blacks are also dangerous is at back end of the game, where they normally want to put teams away. So it's also vital for us to make sure that, yes, we do have guys that can slow that rhythm also later in the game, So as you saw last week, Malcolm X had a proper performance, giving us those penalties on the breakdowns. I think it will also be vital, like Sia said now, we know the All Blacks will probably try to keep the ball in hand, most especially in the later stage in the second half. So once again, Malcolm will add value also off the bench. He has done it for us many times before. So I don't think it's going to be a massive change. I think it's fair for us also, a guy like Dweba who's been with us in our system, and we know what he can do sometimes with ball in hand also. He's a bit dangerous player. He's got good running skills, so he's very physical also. So yeah, we're losing another fetcher on the starting lineup, but on the other side, we're also gaining one with Dwayne being in the team.
Captain, just the loose trio. It's the first time that World Championship loose trio is starting together since the World Cup final. How are you feeling about the reunion? Has anything changed? And what are you guys going to bring this Saturday? Do you feel this is the right time to come together as that loose trio with Dwayne and Peter Steph, as well as Plastic? If you can also add to that in terms of what you expect. What are the instructions 3 years on from what they did in Yokohama?
I actually didn't know. I thought we had played together because I played with PT during the Lions and Dwayne. I played with him. Obviously, he got hurt then. Dwayne was injured then. But yeah, we found out earlier in the week, I think, but nothing has changed for us. It's the same instructions as we got, or the same game plan as we did during the World Cup, and we expect the same from each other. I'm looking forward to doing it, but it doesn't matter who I'm playing with. I have to deliver the same, and I have to make sure that my job doesn't change by any chance. But having someone like Dwayne back in the team with that kind of experience, and it's an important game against an All Black team. I always need as many brains, as much experience as I can have around me on the field, and obviously PT is back. It felt like he wasn't even injured the way he's going on in the field. It's always good to have him back. So I'm looking forward to for Dwayne, because he hasn't played a lot, so I'm keen to see what he can do, because I know he doesn't need a lot of games to get back in the game. He's one of those guys. They're just some rugby players who don't need to go home and play in the club and then come back. Some guys can just do it. Someone like PT too, where Coach C could tell me I need a couple of games. I'll need to play like 5 games before I get my game right. But I'm looking forward to see what the guys can do. It's a big game, So I think they'll be ready.
Yeah, I think we are in a good position as a team, to have an experience and a lot of leadership amongst that loose trio spoon, and having Dwayne back in the team. Once again, a guy like Jasper Wiese, I think he grabbed this opportunity with both hands. He's been massive in our team, working very hard and also having a massive impact in the game. But once again, having an experienced guy like Dwayne coming back from the injury, where it's a big game against the All Blacks, Dwayne has done it for us before, like we mentioned, the last time they played as a combination in Yokohama, So I think we are in a fortunate position as a coaching staff, and I think the stress that we do have now at the moment, I think it's a good stress, in a sense of there's a lot of competition amongst those positions. And I'm happy also to see Dwayne coming back, because he's been massive in our system. Like Sia mentioned earlier on, his leadership skills and the calmness that he brings on the field, I think the timing of him coming back against the All Blacks, I think it's a perfect timing for us as coaching staff.
Sia, Skip. I just want to, firstly, very lightheartedly, you guys are just ticking off these wonderful records and accomplishments. If you beat New Zealand on Saturday, it's 3 in a row, which is, I think, only the second team in the professional era that has done that. Do you guys have like a little checkboard that you make, that you tick off on? And then secondly, and more importantly, how are you now entering one of the great Bok teams of all time? You're going to emulate, obviously, probably, hopefully, 2009's team. How do you do that on Saturday, beating the All Blacks?
No, we don't have a checkbox. We just take it game by game as a team because, we don't want to be thinking so far ahead. And obviously the coaches have plans, like we said. The coach want to see, they're planning for the World Cup. They want to see every single guy in the team. So the team changes every now and then, the plans that have been made. And becoming the best team or one of the best Bok teams, I mean, that will be a great thing. But, we all we can control is about how hard we work and how hard we play on Saturday. So we definitely want to win. It's important to us, First of all, to play well and hopefully win. None of us have ever been in this situation. I don't think the coaching staff and the players, and we want to make sure we give it everything we can on Saturday.
Coach, this side. Obviously, you guys don't really look too far ahead. Obviously the All Blacks this weekend is the big one. But heading off on a tricky, 3 away game tour, 2 in Australia, 1 in Argentina, and with your record in Australia not being that great, how important, is it this weekend to, put in a big performance, get a win to take that momentum into the next 3 games of the Rugby Championship, which are on the road?
Yeah, I think for us it's a progress in what we do and how we want to play the game, and you can't ask for a better position than to play back-to-back games against the All Blacks at home. We're probably the first team to be able, in my lifetime, to remember. I think we're the first team to play against the All Blacks back-to-back in South Africa. I think it's very important for us to make sure that we start well. So this coming game also tomorrow, it's a massive challenge for us, and it will be great. It will be great for the team. The progress of where we want to go to, and we know the challenge that lies ahead when it comes to us going on top. But we don't want to look that far. I think the biggest thing for us is the game tomorrow, and we know how massive it is to play against the All Blacks, and the venue also. I think it's a historical place between the two teams. I remember as a youngster back in 1995. I will never forget the image that I saw back in those days with Tati Madiba and Joe Stransky kicking those drop goals. So for us to be able now to be in the same venue, which is between us and the All Blacks, you can't ask for any better venue than Ellis Park. Mbombela was special. I think the vibe there, the people, it's probably one of the best I've ever experienced. In Nelspruit, it was very special. But we're just in a fortunate position at the moment to be able to play back-to-back at home against the All Blacks. It's always tough to play against them, but once again, we don't want to look too far and focus on what we're going to do. So the most important thing for us is to make sure that we keep building by also trying to perform tomorrow, and hopefully the scoreboard will be on our side.
Coach Dick, Percival Young from ENC News. I know the captain doesn't want to hear my voice, but I have to ask a question though. Coach Dick, the one quote I took out of your conference ahead of the Bombela test was, you said if you lose your focus for 1 second, this New Zealand side can punish you. Is that still the thinking of the Springboks heading to the second clash, knowing that you beat them convincingly in Bombela? Can you just add something to the whole Joseph Drilo issue? Is it not a case of Jacques Nina with you guys' management throwing him in the deep end against a team like New Zealand? And Sia, I was going to ask you this question. Away from your team, I know you want to focus on your team and your team only. Something significant happened this morning here in front of the hotel. You guys took a team photo with the women's team. What is your message? And what do you say to your fans? Would you want them to come out and support the women's team as well, please?
Welcome back, Percy. Good to see you, man. Percy, like I've mentioned, All Blacks are a world-class side. it takes a good performance to beat them. People, they look at the results at the moment and think the All Blacks are a bad team. It took Ireland for them to play their probably best possible games they've ever played to be able to beat the All Blacks in New Zealand. Same goes with us. I think that was one of the best performances in my experience since Yokohama against England. The way we executed our plan, and the way the guys were playing for 80 minutes in the game where we kept on fighting, and you saw a bit of when they scored their try. It was from their half, where one of our players, I think two of our players we switched off a bit and we missed the tackles. And that's what the All Blacks can do to you on a day. If you switch off, they will punish you because they've got world-class players. Having Maunga now in that team to start will even make them more dangerous, So once again, All Blacks are not a bad side, It takes the Springbok team to be able to play their best game to beat the All Blacks, So once again, for us, it's a massive challenge, and we know tomorrow if we're going to win the game, we're going to have to play probably again another and top up the best performance that we had last week, So once again, they've got world-class players. There's a massive respect between the two teams, Percy. And for me, I'm just also happy in the fact that in our squad, if you look at our squad now at the moment, we've got a lot of great leaders in that squad. If you look at the captains that we've got, I mentioned Dwayne, as a captain from the Sharks. We've got guys like Lukanya, the experience that we've got, Stephen Kitsoff, Thomas captain. I think we are in a good position, and our guys, I think they're taking a full responsibility on how to manage the game because of, once again, if you go back to Wales, we started slow, you understand, when we played in Loftus, but I think the guys now at the moment, we're starting to gel in now as a team, and it's good to see us that at least we can contribute in our country where we make our supporters happy. So I'm very happy and looking forward to the challenge tomorrow. And once again, congratulations to Franz Malero, who's going to have also a massive milestone, 50th game, someone who's been, a lot of people don't say much about him, but he's one of the guys that I've got a soft spot for him, because of tight heads, the amount of job they're doing on the field, when it comes to the scrums, when it comes to the mauls, when it comes to the lineouts, when it comes to the breakdowns, a lot of people don't realize the value that he adds in our team. So once again, congratulations to him, and I'm very, very proud of him, and got massive respect for him. Did I answer everything?
You don't think you guys are throwing Joseph into the deep end again?
Okay, Joseph Dweba. There's no player in that squad, Percy, that squad of 42. There's no player that doesn't deserve to be in that squad. A lot of those guys, they've earned their stripes in that team. So Joseph Dweba is experienced, went to play in France. You saw when he was playing for the Cheetahs, he was one of the big names in that team. Now coming back to the Stormers, which is I'm also very happy for him, probably where we can also have a bit of a control of where we can manage it, So I don't think it's a deep end. He's a big boy, he's tough, and I'm excited actually, So it's not a matter of us being nervous about him. We're not nervous at all, and we've got a massive belief that Joseph Dweba will pitch up tomorrow, and Joseph Dweba will perform. There's no pressure at all. We've got a good team, and he trusts the people around him. So I don't think he's in a deep end. I know one thing for sure: he can swim.
Coach Rick,
we don't want to fight with Percy.
It was beautiful what happened this morning. I was taking pictures with the ladies, and I've been a big supporter of them for a very long time. And I go to the games, I go chat to them, talk to them on social media. I try and post about them as much as I can because I really believe they work as hard as we do, if not harder. And and we know just in general, women in sport don't like in this. The female sports stars don't really get as much as we do, and I think it's up to us as men to make sure that we celebrate them ourselves and we talk about them and to see them and how hard they've had to work and where they came from, with the competition starting. And every year they're just getting better and better, our women's team. And now we've got some of them who are playing international teams, some are playing Saracens, Exeter, and they just won against Japan or beat Australia, and that's something that don't feel like it's celebrated enough. It's a big thing, not just for them, for us as a country, because now you don't only have young boys, from anywhere in the country that can say they can, they can make it. And now it's young girls too who can dream so big. So to see them and spend time with them was really amazing. And yeah, I'm proud of them. And people should come out earlier. Start your braais. You can start braaiing it. You're easy now to start braaiing earlier and have a few cold ones a little bit earlier because the women are playing. They're playing at 1 o'clock against Spain, and I think it's going to be an amazing game. And we keep on supporting them and continue to support them because they do need it as much as we do. At the end of the day, they represent all of us.
Coach, Mike. The All Blacks have made quite a significant change at 10. Does the dynamic change at all as far as defence is concerned? And then just what does Richie Moana bring to the table that's possibly unique compared to Bowden?
Sure. We know he's a world-class player. We've got a massive respect for him and his team. And you know what he has achieved for Crusaders, as a player. Winning Super Rugby, I don't know for how many years in a row. He's a big player for them. And I don't think they're losing much on having him to start. They're actually gaining more because of he's a very, very tough customer, He can mix his game around very well when it comes between running and also using the kicks to get into space. So tomorrow it's going to be a different challenge having him there. Barrett also did well. He's world class. We've got respect also for him. But I think Mahunga will bring something different. So we spoke about him and we know how dangerous it is. And once again, to play against the All Blacks, like I said last week, Percy mentioned it that you can't just not switch off. You can't switch off when you play against them. You have to be at your best for 80 minutes. The moment you switch off, they have got proper world-class players there that can punish you. So once again, it's going to be a tough game. But I think these are the moments we live for, It's a very, very special moment. And it's also sometimes, I have to be honest about it, it's also good for us as South Africans, to produce the results, to keep our people happy, to keep our supporters happy, because of we've been through tough time as a team. If you look back around 2016 when I started getting involved with the team, 2017, we've been through tough times. A lot of these players I know, they've went through that process also where they've gone through tough times. To be able to see those players now growing as human beings and as brothers also, so it's something that I enjoy to see, looking at a guy like Sia from Sweden, he showed, listen, life is all about opportunities, He was given an opportunity to lead a team, and I think it's something that Sia can be proud of, and also the guys around our team. I think we are in a good space as a nation. I think we are in a good space as a Springbok team, and like Sia mentioned again, I think South African rugby in general, we are in a good space. If you see what the Springboks have achieved, and you look at the ladies now to be able to beat Japan away from home, that is massive. The junior teams are also performing very well. So I think I'm very, very proud to be South African where I am, and it's good to see that we can contribute in the country now as a team.
Sia, you spoke last week about the motivation.
You asked last week about the size between Ketley and Caleb Clark. Do you still want to ask the question?
No, I think it was a brilliant question. Sia, last week we spoke about not having beaten the All Blacks since 2014 in South Africa, and you were quite clear that that's a big motivational factor. There's obviously this whole issue that you guys have to be talking game by game and so on, but is there something similar to that? You mentioned first time at home since 2014. What is that driving factor, similar driving factor that you guys are emphasizing internally as a team this week?
No, I don't think I'll share that. I'll keep that for us, but we are motivated for the game, I can tell you that, but because I think Coach said it earlier, that we've never been in this situation before, where we can, win 2 games in a row. And yeah, it's something that and also for the competition, it will put us in a good position going to Australia, like Coach said, because we want to make sure we're building momentum as we're going forward, not only for now, going to next year as well. And yeah, every game, like I always say that it's important for us, and this one at Ellis Park, and yeah, there's a lot of us who've actually never played here against the All Blacks, so we're looking forward. There's a lot of motivation behind it, but we want to be part of the group that we're able to win in South Africa back to back, because I don't know if we'll get the opportunity again.
Hello, everybody, and welcome to Forever Rugby on Forever Sports. It is match day. The Springboks and the All Blacks will be kicking off later today at Mbombela Stadium at 5 o'clock. And the big sort of question that we're going to be asked every single day is, how can we watch the game? Now, today I'm going to be telling you how you can watch the game without paying for any subscription service. And it's an option where, if you've done it before, you might not be able to do it again. But we did a video earlier this week, sort of saying that there are various ways of watching the game and various broadcasts depending where you are. But the big sort of news is that one of the broadcasters, Stan Sport, the Australian broadcaster, has a free trial, and you can use Stan Sport to watch all of the Rugby Championship matches. So here's the catch, though. You obviously have to either be in Australia, which a lot of people aren't, or else you're using a VPN. And we recommend using Space VPN because we have tested and it does work. Now, Stan, for example, is 20 Australian dollars a month, which works out to be about 230 Rand. So it costs next to nothing, really. But as I said, there is a free trial. So if you were to sign up for the free trial, you could watch this week, next week. You can watch both South Africa versus All Blacks games, as well as the Australia versus Argentina games, without paying anything. Now, in terms of how to do it, basically what you're going to do is you're going to download ExpressVPN. We've got a link in the description of here, in below, and I recommend doing it anyway because there's a lot of different ways you can watch rugby if you've got a VPN. And we do videos every single week how to watch the URC, how to watch the Championship, and basically going to show you exactly how you can watch all the best games around the world for the cheapest or free where possible sort of methods possible. So what you're going to do is you're going to download ExpressVPN, and you are then going to connect to an Australian server. And basically what that does is that geolocates your device so that it thinks it's in Australia. And then you're going to sign up for the Stan free trial, which according to the website is 30 days actually. So you can get 30 days, which means you'll get both Australian games as well. You're going to sign up for that free trial. And that's it, basically. You're going to be able to watch the game without having to pay for SuperSport or anything like that, depending on where you are in the world. Go and download ExpressVPN. Go and get that Stan subscription. And to be honest, I think it's probably worth, going with Stan anywhere. If you want, or for example, if you want to go with your mates, for example, you can get Stan Premium, which I think with sport is about $30 a month. Which, as I said, works out to be about, I think that's about 350 Rand. But you can watch four different devices. So you can go and get 3 mates, pay less than 100 Rand each, and watch the entire Rugby Championship. So the Stan trial is 30 days free trial. The sport, however, is 7 days, which means that you'll be able to watch both the All Blacks games, and then you'll probably have to pay a minimum of $20 Australian dollars a month, which is really not that much. As I said, go and chat to a few mates. Standard is $24, and you can watch 3 screens. So you and each maker pay still less than 100 Rand to watch the Rugby Championship. Let me know if you have any questions down in the comments below. Please do smash like on the video and subscribe to the channel as well. Thank you very much for watching. My name is Steven. I'll chat to you soon. Hello, everybody. Welcome to Forever Rugby on Forever Sports. We are live, and it is just under 1 hour until I think it was actually 5:05, technically, which a lot of times short. So the time could be a little bit wrong, but either way, in about 59 minutes, around then, we will have kickoff in the second test between the All Blacks and the Springboks. The Springboks looking to go back-to-back victories in what could be a massive statement for the Rugby Championship. For the All Blacks, if they were to lose, it would be the first time in history they have lost 4 matches in a row. So they really are fighting for everything out there for them. And it's going to be a fantastic game. I'm really excited for it. And I think Ellis Park, or Emirates Airline Park, as known for sponsorship reasons, is looking absolutely incredible. I was there yesterday watching the Springboks training run. And the stadium, I mean, I've never seen the stadium look so good. Genuinely, I've never, and I was a season ticket holder there for years. And I've never seen Ellis Park look so ready for a test match. The grass, the arena, the stadium, it just is, it is, I think one of the New Zealand journalists captured it perfectly. He said it's the mecca of South African rugby. And there's a whole South African rugby, you know, whenever the Springboks need a result, whenever they want to bring a team to the most intimidating place that they can, we bring them to Ellis Park. And it's a stadium that is just ingrained into Springbok history. You know, when you think of the 1995 World Cup win, you think of the 2014 victory when Pat Lambie kicked that penalty. It is a cauldron, as Ian Foster described, and I think that it is the perfect stage for what is said to be an absolutely sensational clash. The question is, can the Springboks go 2 from 2 against the All Blacks? It's a massive task, but it's against an All Black side who are spiraling, really, in terms of being in uncharted territory. We've never seen an All Black side that looks so beatable and looks so disjointed. And what we're sort of now trying to gauge is how serious is the decline, I suppose, as everyone sort of talks stuff like that, because they have been beaten by the Springboks, they have been beaten by Ireland, and they've been beaten by France, who are the top 3 teams in the world. So All Blacks currently sit in 5th in the world, the lowest they've ever been, but they've lost to very good teams. And whilst that doesn't excuse their performances, you know, I think it was in the fan forum, we were saying that the performance that they put in last week would have been good enough to have beaten almost every team in the world, bar maybe the top 3. But that the Springboks are in the top 3, and so, you know, I think the All Blacks are probably right now the 4th or 5th best side. I think the rankings are pretty true to the mark. I think they are currently probably the 4th, 5th best side in the world. But if they were to go and win at Ellis Park against the Springbok side, who are improving quite a lot, that's a massive statement that there's no need to enter crisis mode just yet. You know, they need to show that they still have the ability to win matches, that they are still the New Zealand, the All Blacks, which are very rightly hailed as the gold standard of rugby. So plenty of the All Blacks to prove, but also plenty for the Springboks to prove, because Springboks are a side who have not always been expected to win these sort of clashes. They're not a side that have always sort of flourished as the favourites all the time. You know, they're very much a side that likes to be written off, and will perform despite external factors. And so the fact that they're now sort of got the whole sort of other end of it, where they are very much expected to win, they're very much the favourites going to the game, it's a whole different dynamic. And that's what we worried last week, whether they were going to be able to cope with the fact that they were the favourites, that they were expected to win, and they coped with it brilliantly. They really did. I mean, last weekend, I think we saw one of the best performances in this current Springbok group. Probably the best performance since England 2019 in the World Cup final. You know, it really was a close to a perfect performance. And I think that it was the second biggest victory against the All Blacks since 1928 for the Springboks, and it was one of the 5th biggest victories against the All Blacks of all time. So it really was a very dominant performance. And I think the fact that ranks as one of the All Blacks' biggest victories of all time kind of shows you just how dominant they have been, and the fact that they really don't they very don't lose that often, and when they do lose, they definitely don't lose by a margin of sort of 2-3 tries. Whereas the Springboks unfortunately do have a history, and we can go back. There are some very big losses. New Zealand already have that that sort of history. So that's where that's where they've been so good, and that's why I think it's so significant last weekend. But yeah, and hopefully we're going to be seeing a lot of different improvements for the Springboks, and I think it'll be very interesting to sort of see what sort of changes with the ground, because we are at altitude, and it's altitude is a very important factor. There's no doubt about it. And what we've often seen is sometimes we've seen a Springbok side which generally do try and keep more ball in hand in the first half and really sort of have a go at the opposition to try and wear them down. And it'll be interesting then to see if they will sort of try and keep ball in hand a bit more and run at them. But the All Blacks have pretty much said that they are planning to blow Springboks away in the first sort of stage of the game. So they're very much planning on starting strong and try and sort of put the Springboks in the back foot from the get-go. So it's very important that for both teams to start well today, because you do feel with the altitude, with the fact that they've got the bomb squad, so many good players coming onto the park for the Springboks, that if they are either leading or within 3-4 points at sort of the 50-minute mark, they probably go on to win the game, because I think the Springboks will finish better. The question is, can the All Blacks put themselves in a position where they can kind of take that off the table, where they can sit there saying, well, you can come back in the second half, but you're chasing 20 points, you're chasing 15 points, even 10 points, that you have to come back from behind. So it's going to be quite different sort of small aspects, small victories across the game itself. But let's go to the comments. Let me know where you're watching from. Let me know if you guys are on the beers yet. I'm not on the beers just yet. Still on the water, trying to recover from last night. It was a bit of a big one. So yeah, but where are you guys watching from? What are you guys? What are the drinks? What's the plan of action? Where are we watching? Are we in pubs? Are we at home? What's the chat? We do have a couple of stuff coming in from the stadium itself. Because one of the guys involved in Frere Sports is coming out the stadium. So, for example, we've got a video of the All Blacks arriving, which we're going to play in a bit. And I think that again, Ellis Park's a hell of a place to play in terms of not just the stadium itself, but the whole arrival. It's very intimidating from the get-go. It's not a particularly great part of town in Johannesburg. There are, as you can see, we're going to cross over to the video now. There are thousands of All Blacks, of Springbok fans who will sort of line up and really welcome you. And the intimidation just doesn't go away from there, because you then walk into a stadium and it's incredibly raked. So, if you go watch it, anyone that's been to Loftus, for example, will know that it's quite the field sort of, it's quite what's the word I'm looking for? It's not that steep, it's quite you sit back and you almost feel quite level with the field, because that's the thing, because it doesn't go particularly high, but you are a bit further away. Ellis Park is literally, I reckon there's probably about a 40-meter gap between the start of the first stand and like the end of the grandstand. It just goes up virtually. So it's literally like, the fans are on top of you. And I think it's a very, it's an environment where you can get very flustered quite quickly, and it's very claustrophobic, I think is probably the right word. So yeah, but we'll go across to the, we'll show you guys them arriving in just a second. But before that, let's see who is in the comments. See a couple of the regulars. Morris saying, watching on Stab, living in Oz. Beach says, how do I fix Stab? Not available in your country. I select Australia on VPN. So if it's not working, I suggest we'll just try refreshing it, try using various different browsers. It does work. Sometimes I just need to refresh it a couple of times. You don't download Stan, so if you try and download Stan, then maybe the joke is yourself, because it's not how it works. And yeah, don't make your technological competence my issues, because a lot of people here it is working quite well. So calm down, ask for advice. I'm telling you now, use some different browsers, keep refreshing, try restarting your PC. It does work. Lots of people are using it, and they've used it successfully, so it does work. No need for the aggression. Craig says, do you see any live pictures here? I'm going to say no live picture. So I've just seen the crossover now. on SuperSport. So we are seeing some of the stuff in the from the stadium. Studios watching from Cyprus. He's on the choice. Ronnie's watching from the Great Bruck River. This channel is the virtual games. Humans, I hope they sing short laws instead of Ole when the hooker's on. I have to be quiet. Don't want to wake up the puppy. You need a VPN stand sport. I already have NordVPN. Yeah, so get yourself a VPN and then go and subscribe to Stan Sport. You can get a 7-day trial and you can watch the game for free. But yes, in terms of talking about the arrival, this is the All Blacks arriving at the stadium a little bit earlier, and it sort of gives you an idea of just kind of the challenge that they can expect in a little under an hour, because it really is a very intimidating place to go and play rugby. But this was them arriving at the stadium itself. So yeah, just a bit of a short clip, but as you can see, the stadium is pretty packed. There are plenty of fans who've been there for a long time, because the Springbok women were actually playing earlier as they demolished Spain. I think it was 44-5 was the final score. And it's a side who are actually ranked 3 positions higher than the Springbok women. So to go in there and absolutely hammer them shows the regression we've seen in the Springbok women throughout the year. And I think it's a very exciting project, that women's side. I'm very excited to see what they do. How they do in the coming months. There's a World Cup this year, so it's a very big year for them. I don't think we're going to compete at the highest level, but hopefully we'll see progression. I really think by the next World Cup, at the rate we're going, hopefully we'll be a bit more competitive and we'll actually be genuine contenders. Because I don't know what it is. I don't know who's. I mean, I think Rassi Rasmus has helped, but we've also now brought in a women's sort of director of rugby sort of type of role, or somebody who's really driving the women's game, that understands the women's game a bit more, because what they were saying is the issue was they were sort of taking a men's approach to the women's game, and it's not the same. You don't have the same resources. You don't have the same grassroots structures, for example. You don't have the school systems that are like right at your fingertips for you to be able to sort of just produce rugby players. You have to take a very different individualistic approach towards the women's game. But I think they are starting to get it right, and we're already starting to see the rewards of it. So good to see that we are seeing some progress there. But yeah, I think that, yeah, I mean, there's so many things to say about the game, and there's so many ways it could go. And the biggest thing for me is the All Blacks have made some pretty significant changes, because they've made not wholesale changes, but they've made very important changes, very important positions. You know, Shannon Frizzell, the woman abuser, is into the starting lineup. He starts at 6, which is a lot more physicality, and will be a bit more bulk. And then we've got a lot of changes in the front row. We've seen the replacements from last weekend starting. We've seen Angus Tauvau actually drop out of the 23. Fletcher Newell's on debut. We've then got Richie Mwanga at flower half. So there are quite a few, as I said, they're significant changes, the changes that they have made. You know, it's not just, you know, a change of a lock and a, you know, one of the wings, you know, sort of things which don't make maybe the biggest of differences. They're very much important, very key positions across the field. And I think the biggest issue they are trying to remedy was the scrum battle, because they were absolutely pulverized last weekend in the scrums. And I think that, you know, Bowden Barrett, who was so good last week, I thought, coming off the bench is actually, I think, going to be a big boost for them. And it's a big test for the Springboks, but I do also think it's a quality Springbok side. The change we have made, we've seen Drake Miller back. We've seen Joseph Dweber getting an opportunity this weekend. After Bongi Manambi did pick up an injury. We are seeing an opportunity for Jesse Creel on the wing, which everybody's been having a meltdown about, which I'm not quite sure why. But yeah, I think that we'll start with the All Black side and sort of look at exactly what changes they have made. So in case you missed it, this is how Ian Foster has decided to line up his 23 ahead of a pretty daunting task, as he kind of fights to stay in the job. And the All Black side sort of fights trying to remain in contention, to try and win the Rugby Championship and relieve a bit of pressure that they're getting from media back at home. a very strong All Black side, and as I said, some very interesting changes that they have made, and I do expect them to actually make quite a big difference. And I think that the Springboks are very much aware that they are going to be better. And I think it was John Stick yesterday in his pre-match press conference spoke about the fact that he reckons that Richie Mwanga actually makes them a much more dangerous side. So yeah, for me, I mean, it's a big game for the forwards, you know, and that's always you need, if you want to beat the Springboks, you got to front up. It's that simple. You got to front up. You've got to be able to handle the scrum, and a player that they're going to have to try and handle a lot better is the man making his 50th appearance for the Springboks, and that is the fridge, Frans Malherbe, who is an absolute tank of a rugby player and a phenomenal tight head. And I think that he is someone that, and that's what everybody's been saying this week, does not receive the plaudits he deserves. You know, he's a player who is so important to South African rugby and the Springboks, but nobody sort of understands it. And I think, thankfully, in the last few years, we've started to understand that. But before then, I don't think anybody sort of realized just how important he was to the Springboks' success. Because he is incredibly important. The amount of penalties he wins, the amount of work he does around, he's incredibly important to the defensive system of the Springboks as well. So yeah, I think that he's going to play a massive role. And the big changes we've seen at sea as well is after we saw Trevor Nyakane basically retire Angus Taravao, they've now decided to make a change and bring in Oxen Che, who is now 2 games off. So it's pretty fresh, and he's going to run on. And there's something that Oxen Che brings. It's a lot of energy, a lot of physicality, and quite a lot of confrontation. And I think that he's a very confrontational player, as is sort of Joseph Dweba, who's very in your face. I think Joseph is quite sort of in the mold of Bongi Manambi in that he is incredibly physical. He's a dominant. I mean, he's an absolute tank of a human being. Those are Cody Taylor's words, not even mine. I think he said he's a unit of a player. And he is. And he's a player that looks for work. He looks for contact. He thrives in environments where he gets to really use the physicality. And this is going to be an opportunity for that. Another big player back for the Springboks is obviously Dwayne Vermeulen. So interesting to see how he goes today. So I think it'll be interesting to sort of see how they all sort of go. And I'm quite keen to see Oxen Chair sort of make that statement, because I thought that Trevor Nyakane was terrific last weekend and was subbed just before half time, which is something that a lot of people don't understand, but it's quite a usual things because they I was gonna say I lost my train of thought. Please lost my train of thought. No, it's gone. It's gone. Oh well. But anyway, let's go to some of the comments. Seeing somebody watching from Cape Town. Terence says, don't count your Bowie Rolls before the bride's over. The All Blacks are still a very good team. We didn't score a try against them last weekend. Both tries were honestly lucky bounces in our favour. We did score a try against them. That's a very, very dismissive. I mean, a Curtly Orange try came from a aerial battle that we won and then a fantastic ball play. How is that not scoring a try? I didn't realize they don't count unless you sidestep 4 players, run over somebody, and do a little bit of a celebration into the corner. If you're scoring with other people's mistakes, you're forcing those mistakes. So yeah, it still counts. Terrence says we must expect a much tougher, tighter, titanic battle today. Fingernails will be lost. The pressure is in fact on the Springboks. It's going to be an epic battle from the two true giants. Look at that. I mean, I 100% agree with you. But I don't think anyone's written off the All Blacks. No, I certainly haven't written off the All Blacks. I certainly think that they're a side that are going to pitch up today and are going to be much tougher to beat. The Springboks will have to be better today. But what has me so confident is the fact that I think we have seen so much improvement. From the first test against Wales up till last week, we've seen massive steps being taken forward, and we look like we are getting back towards our best. And so I think that I think there's room for improvement for within the Springboks side, which is, as I said, I think that's the very sort of comforting thing. And yeah, I think it's going to be. It's all about how the Springboks really handle the pressure. And again, what was the big thing about last weekend is you scored early. When do we very rarely score early. So if we could start again like we did last weekend, then I think that really puts us on the front foot. And once we're on the front foot, I think that momentum will carry us through. It's the worst thing that could happen for the Springboks is for the All Blacks to like score 2 quick tries. Not that we will panic. We are a side that can come back from behind, but in many ways we have often done it in that way. But you'd rather get yourself in a good position. So by the time the altitude starts kicking in, when you really feel like you can really sort of apply the squeeze, you're already ahead, and you're sort of putting the finishing touches on the performance, not sitting there worrying about whether we can win or whatever. So yeah, so Abby says the front row is bigger than ours. Guess they went for bulk this time. Rich is a better 10, but he can't handle Rush D. Honey says the All Blacks going to come hard at us. Very worried. Welcome. So you can destroy. The Red Sapphire says applying pressure to force mistakes from the opposition and scoring tries off those mistakes is intentional and not some lucky fluke. Honey says the Springboks are 50-50. One day they play like when no one can beat us, then the next we play like school children. I think that's been harsh, but we've had one average performance, I'd say, the entire game so far. Even that second game, all those changes, I don't think it was that bad when we lost to Wales. So big game. We will do score predictions in a little bit, but in terms, as I said, there have been a couple of changes to the both sides. We looked at the All Blacks side. We're just under half an hour to go. This is how the Springboks will be lining up when they kick off in Johannesburg in about 35 minutes. Yeah, so quite a few changes for the Springboks, and I think it's a team and a squad which is so interchangeable, which I think is probably the biggest thing about it. Is the fact that there are a couple of changes being made, but very little actually changes from a game plan point of view, from a capability point of view. The depth of the Springboks is what makes them such a great side, because there is incredible. And you think that, Trevor Nyakane, for example, moves out, Oxenchair moves in. There's very little in between them. Drake Muir comes in whilst Jasper Visa has been playing pretty well. And he goes down to the bench. And now you're thinking, well, sure, but that makes the bench even stronger. And I think that the Springboks have really revolutionized the fact that it's going to be a 23-point game. And that's what really frustrates me, that people are having this absolute meltdown about Malcolm Marx on the bench. How have you managed to watch the entire 2019 World Cup, the entire British and Irish Lions series, 2 New Zealand victories, and not, well, I suppose the one that he did start, and not understand how we use our 23, not just our 15? And, does it really matter if Malcolm Marx can play 5 minutes less than maybe what he would have, or 10 minutes left, if his contributions in that 30 minutes is going to win you the game? He has a man of the match performance last weekend, but he's almost man of the match candidate almost every single game he plays. He's been used terrifically off the bench, and he's on the park during the dying stage, during the clutch moments when the smallest margin of error can cost you the entire game. He's there making those match-winning contributions. So I really think that if you can't understand that by now, then there's not much hope, because it's really for me, it's quite simple to understand, and I personally actually no issue with it. I think that you throw on Joseph Dweba, you tell him to have a go, and you say, right, and he empties the tank, and then he comes off, and he comes off, and probably the best hook in the world comes on. So also imagine me, Joseph Dweba, knowing that you are going to go out and leave it all out there, and you don't have to stress about about your performance. You don't have to stress about getting tired or whatever, because your job is literally to go out and play until you can't walk anymore. Basically, to really go and literally empty the tank to this point where you can't stay on. You have to go off. You've done as much as you possibly can, and then somebody who really can come on and just absolutely put the final nail in the coffin walks on. And I think it's an amazing environment for the Springbok players to play, in that there's very little pressure on them from a fitness point of view, for example, maybe more so on the backs, but from a forwards point of view, you really can. Every single forward can go out, and they never have to worry about if they need to go to the distance, because there's an able body replacement. Dwayne Vermeulen spoke about that. He said it was incredibly important, and he said it's an incredible environment to be in, where he can go out, and he hasn't played rugby in about 6-7 weeks, but he's not worried, because if he does get tired, or if he does start to struggle, that he knows that there's a very capable replacement on the bench that can come on, and there's no egos. You leave your ego at the door, and that's a huge difference that we are seeing, where players don't mind being subbed. They don't mind not playing a full 80 whatever, because they understand that there's a much bigger picture in the game plan, and that's what I think has made this team so successful, is that they've got such a healthy environment, and such a and just a trust in the coaching staff, and a trust in the system, where they're not worried about various things. They believe in what they're doing, and I think if you've got that belief, it makes you very dangerous. PB says, what's up, bro? You may have had the question before, but why is Spoon Corsi not playing for the Boks? So Spoon Corsi had quite a long-term injury with the Sharks, and it wasn't supposed to be as long-term as it ended up being. But so basically, he kept having to sort of push back his comeback. So he actually hasn't played a rugby match. Shit, I'm not lie to you, but since April, I think, or even May. No, even before that, potentially. I think it could have been like sort of March, February. So he just hasn't played any rugby, unfortunately. He's made the move to the Bulls. He does look like he's fit, so it does look like he'll be playing, in preseason games, and be playing in the URC and stuff like that. So hopefully we'll have him back for the end of year tour, but he just hasn't played any rugby. So I don't think he's currently injured in terms of, he wouldn't pass fitness test, but he hasn't played any. Just hasn't played any rugby. He played. Really hoping to try and see the games and the list of games. Let me see if I can find out the last time he played. Spoo in Kosi URC stats. There's a website that I want to find. Here we go. Here we go. And I want to do this season. The last match Spirit course he played was 26th of February. So he hasn't played a game since 26th of February. So yeah, that's why he's not involved. Hopefully, as I said, we can get some game time back into him in the start of the URC. Get him playing back to his base. We really could use him. But he just hasn't played. And I think that is the biggest reason, unfortunately. Stephen must say it's going to be close. So many things. Box 22-17, 5 points difference. Honey says Joseph Draper is fast. That's all I like of him, but his line skills makes me worry. We'll wait and see. How do you change country to Oz? So open your Express VPN, and there'll be a section where you can choose your servers. You go through that, you search Australia, then you click on that, and then you turn your VPN on, and then refresh Dan Sport, and it should all be fine. Claudio says, morning Bok fans. Anyone else sweaty palms 45 minutes out? I think everybody's quite stressed. I did see the cricket, so doesn't bode well for the test that starts on Wednesday, but we'll wait and see. Hopefully we'll see a bit of a better performance when our main rotors are back and stuff like that. We will have obviously content about the test next week as well, which should be quite cool because there is a bit of a break. We're going to know no rugby for 2 weeks after this. The Springboks are traveling next week. New Zealand fly out on Sunday, and they've got a week off ahead of their game against Argentina. Not sure when the Boks are flying out. I don't know if they're going to fly out next week or they're going to have a couple of days. I imagine they'll have a couple of days off, and they'll probably fly out on like Thursday, Friday. If I had to hazard a guess, or else they might fly out, Monday, Tuesday, and make sure by the time they get to the weekend they're already adapted to the time zone. I don't know what the plans are. I should have asked actually. But welcome, Pierre, the first member of the Fair Sports Members Club that we've seen since I come on live. So welcome to the club. I really appreciate it. If you'd like to become a member, the link is in the pinned comment there. It's just a small monthly contribution which helps keep the channel ticking over. We've got some very exciting things lined up in the next few months. We've got URC coming in. Which is going to be very exciting. We've got some big plans for that, and then we've got some different sporting codes we want to start bringing in as well to try and bring in a bit more of a diverse audience and try and really grow from a subscriber base. Speaking of subscribers, if you are watching, you haven't subscribed. We need 500 subscribers to get to 17,000. If we have a stream like last weekend, I reckon we can get to 18,000 this afternoon, which would be pretty incredible. We could have 20,000 by the end of the month at the rate we're going. Imagine we did that. So if you are watching and you are not subscribed, don't be that person and go and subscribe. Because like Steve, 16,500 would be nice if we. What's amazing is if you look at the growth of the channel. I think if we were to go back a year ago, before the British and Irish Lions series, I think we were sitting at about 2,000 subscribers. Fun fact. Here we go, subscribers. So we were, where's my graph for the most subscribers? It's very interesting looking at it. Yeah, so we go back to July the 9th, for example, which I think was after the first British and Irish Lions. We had 2,000 subscribers. So a year. We go back to August. I want to see if I can get August almost exactly to this day. August the 10th last year, we were sitting on 5,750 subscribers. So we have tripled that in a year. So if we were to triple the current ones in another year, jeepers, we'd be sitting on what? Like almost 50,000 subscribers, which would be Pretty epic. So the main thing, the reason I'm telling you this, is that there are a lot of people that, in fact, I think it's like 80% of our viewers are not subscribed. So we'd really appreciate it if you can stop lurking and jump on that subscribe button and join the community, because it's a cool community. You know, we don't have jackets yet. Maybe we should get jackets. And since we are going to start dropping, not the sad thing, everybody asks for merch. We drop some merch. Maybe we should need to look at the merch. We'll get the merch going again once. Yeah, I do think we are slowly building one of the biggest, and I personally think the best by far, rugby and sport communities in the world. So let's keep doing that, shall we? Busy watching some highlights of Jesse Creel. Now, Jesse Creel is a very interesting selection and a very interesting point of discussion, because he has been on the end of a lot of abuse, a lot of skepticism, and a lot of people not really backing the selection. And I think it's very harsh for a player who has played 52 matches for the Springboks. He scored 60 points. He scored 12 tries for the Boks. Man is not a bad rugby player. He is a player who has fallen out of favor because, unfortunately, he's competing as an outside center with the best outside center and arguably one of the best players in the world rugby right now in the Kanyam. So he hasn't had a lot of game time in the last year or two, rather. But we have definitely forgotten just how good of a rugby player Jesse Creel is. And the sad thing is that a lot of that becomes because we just don't watch top 14. And unfortunately, a lot of people don't rate top 14. And I'm not going to sit there saying that I watched a lot of top 14. So I'm not going to criticize you for not watching top 14. But what we can't do is criticize him and say he's useless because of the one or two Bok games he had. And even though if you look at those Bok games, I mean, I thought he played quite well at the end of the year last year. So I think that the criticism is quite unjustified, and I think we need to back him because I think he will do a good job today. And I really hope that he does sides for a lot of people today. Someone who maybe the criticism is a bit more justified is Hershey Yankees, I think, is really fighting for a spot in the Springbok squad. So, Kubus Radov's still injured. Naf after Kirk not available, so he is on the bench today. But he is someone, for me, I think needs a really big game. He is someone who is under a lot of pressure, didn't have his best URC. I thought that he started to get a lot better towards the end. I was actually quite impressed in his semi-final and final performances. I thought that, I think it was the semi-final or the quarter-final. Grant will tell me exactly which one. How's it, Grant, by the way? I thought one of his best performances the entire season, and looked really much back to his best. But he hasn't quite been able to replicate the form that got him into that World Cup squad and made him a World Cup winner. So we need to see more from him. If you are looking to watch the game, people, check out the description. We have got a guide there. So you're going to download SpaceVPN, and you're going to connect to an Australian server, and you're then going to go to Stan Sport. Once again, the link's in the description, and you sign up for the Stan Sport trial. There's a 7-day free trial for sport, and you can watch this game live. So that is how you can watch the game. If I show you any match footage, this channel gets shut down very quickly. So I can't show any match footage, people. So people like you, Alex, who are just stupid, to be honest, and, looking for illegal streams and then getting bleak when they're not illegal. I never understand that. It's like walking into a shop, taking an iPhone, and they're like, you can't do that, and then getting bleak. Like, it's exactly the same thing. If I show match footage, it's exactly like walking into an iStore and walking out on an iPhone. So we've got guides on how you can watch it legally, by the way. So you don't have to be that dodgy person giving your computer all sorts of viruses and shit to watch the game. Download SpaceVPN, go to Stan Sports, 7-day free trial, watch the game legally. Okay? Do it. It's not hard. That's what I'm saying. We've got guides. And if you really still don't understand, I'm just going to play the guide. So if you guys are looking to watch the match, this is how you do it. Hello, everybody, and welcome to Forever Rugby on Forever Sports. It is match day. The Springboks and the All Blacks will be kicking off later today at Mbombela Stadium at 5 o'clock. And the big sort of question that we're going to be asked every single day is how can we watch the game? Now, today I'm going to be telling you how you can watch the game without paying for any subscription service, and it's an option where if you've done it before, you might not be able to do it again. But we did a video earlier this week, sort of saying that there are various ways of watching the game and various broadcasts depending where you are. But the big sort of news is that one of the broadcasters, Stan Sport, the Australian broadcaster, has a free trial. And you can use Stan Sport to watch all of the Rugby Championship matches. So here's the catch, though. You obviously have to either be in Australia, which a lot of people aren't, or else you're using a VPN. And we recommend using ExpressVPN because we have tested it and it does work. Now, Stan, for example, is 20 Australian dollars a month, which works out to be about 230 Rand. So it costs next to nothing, really. But as I said, there is a free trial. So if you were to sign up for the free trial, you could watch this week, next week. You could watch both South Africa versus All Blacks games, as well as the Australia versus Argentina games, without paying anything. Now, in terms of how to do it, basically what you're going to do is you're going to download ExpressVPN. We've got a link in the description of here, in below, and I recommend doing it anyway because there's a lot of different ways you can watch rugby if you've got a VPN. And we do videos every single week how to watch the URC, how to watch the Championship, and basically going to show you exactly how you can watch all the best games around the world for the cheapest or free where possible sort of methods possible. So what you're going to do is you're going to download ExpressVPN, and you are then going to connect to an Australian server. And basically what that does is that geolocates your device so that it thinks it's in Australia. And then you're going to sign up for the Stan free trial, which according to the website is 30 days actually. So you can get 30 days, which means you'll get both Australian games as well. You're going to sign up for that free trial. And that's it, basically. You're going to be able to watch the game without having to pay for SuperSport or anything like that, depending on where you are in the world. Go and download ExpressVPN. Go and get that Stan subscription. And to be honest, I think it's probably worth, going with Stan anywhere. If you want, or for example, if you want to go with your mates, for example, you can get Stan Premium, which I think with sport is about $30 a month, which, as I said, works out to be about, I think that's about 350 Rand. But you can watch four different devices. So you can go and get 3 mates, pay less than 100 Rand each, and watch the entire Rugby Championship. So the Stan trial is 30 days free trial. The sport, however, is 7 days, which means that you'll be able to watch both the All Blacks games, and then you'll probably have to pay a minimum of $20 Australian dollars a month, which is really not that much. As I said, go and chat to a few mates. Stan standard is $24, and you can watch 3 screens. So you and each mate can pay still less than 100 Rand to watch the Rugby Championship. Let me know if you have any questions down in the comments below. Please do smash like on the video and subscribe to the channel as well. Thank you very much for watching. My name is Steven. I'll chat to you soon. Right, so for everybody is asking, that is how you can watch the match today. Download ExpressVPN. Go and check out Stan Sport. It works. A lot of people are watching it. I used it last week, and it's worked for a lot of people on the stream at the moment. So it does work. If you have any issues, try your different browsers and just try and keep refresh, stuff like that. Sometimes it does take a while for it to work, but it does work. Anyway, more important to the actual match itself. And in fact, some very sad news. I just went to go get the beer for the game, and I forgot to buy beer. So now I'm stuck with. Does anybody actually drink Hansa here? Like, I don't think I know anybody that goes out and buy. I don't even know why we have it. I think you probably find it's expired. It's been in the fridge for so long. Who drinks this stuff? I drink most beer. Pretty much any beer. This is the one beer I'm not a particularly big fan of. It's a beer I can drink after, like, many other different beers. But to start on this is going to be rough. But you know what? It's rugby. It's Springbok rugby. We can't watch it without a beer. So we're going to have to try and push through, aren't we? Because the alternative is to do this entire thing sober. And what's the fun in that? I mean, what is the point of watching, on YouTube where we get to where you don't have to worry about what you drink or even drinking on stream if you can't enjoy some beers during it. You know, isn't that the whole point? That's the whole point of this whole channel and environment, is that we get to drink beer. So we will do it. We will persevere. I did find one Castle Light, which is now chilling in the fridge. Hopefully that'll be ready at halftime. But until then, well, people, salute and all that. The nice thing about this is that it doesn't blend into the green screen. Whereas if you look at a cast, I think these are the cast. I think these are the last week ones. You'll see, you see how the bottle disappears. So that's the one thing I suppose. These are a bit more green screen friendly. So cheers everybody to hopefully another Springbok victory, and if nothing else, to a good game of rugby. It's not great, is it? Not bad. It's very cold, and I think that helps. A warm Hansa is a horrible Hansa, but yeah, I mean, I suppose it could be worse. It could be worse. So yeah, I didn't know Hansa still existed. Maybe it shouldn't exist, to be honest. My brother used to drink a lot of Hansa. I never understood it. Like, him and his mates used to drink it by like the case. It was always like you'd just see Hansa sitting in the fridge, and you're like, why? And then they'll chew me for drinking Black Label. I mean, imagine being made fun of for drinking Black Label. I mean, it's the champion beer. It's the beer of champions. I mean, come on. So, I mean, yeah, chew me for drinking Black Label. Now I'm an athlete, so I have to drink Castle Light because, you know, you know, those calories are just gonna, you know, I can't afford them because, you know, if I'm gonna get my Springbok call up, then I've got to be in tip top shape. So I can't afford to be sinking the Castle Lagers. You know, I've got to make sure I'm all about my health. So yeah, Mo is watching from Washington Square Park, wearing a Bok jersey and a Red Sox cap. I'm on the west side. You see me, say hi. Well, there we go. Go find Mo. LB, it's 3 a.m. I'm watching sober. Yeah, fair enough. I might be watching something at 3 a.m. in the morning if this game goes well. Good luck with the Hansa, says Colin. When I lived in Zim, I always assumed Castle Lager was a Zim product. It's like Lion, for example. Lion Lager. My mates were very hacked when they found out, my Zim mates, when they found out that was being produced in South Africa. They were not happy. So Eric nailing on the head, you know. Hansa is better than nothing, though. So 100%. How the hell did the bottle get in your fridge? I don't know. I take no credit for it. Did you know Black Label was Canadian? I actually did know that. Again, it was quite bleak when you think that like it's like such a South African like thing to drink Castle and Black Label. Then everyone's like, "Oh, come from Canada," and we're like, "For fuck's sakes," you know. Castle Malt is champion. Yeah, I do enjoy a double malt. I won't lie, I do enjoy a double malt. To be fair, I couldn't afford that kind of stuff at Varsity. It was Black Label quarts and then Lion Lager quarts. 12 rand a quart, people. 12 rand a quart. That was like peak student vibes. And then, fun fact, we'll get back to the rugby eventually, but this is more important. During the 2015 World Cup, the local, if anybody has been to Grahamstown, you'll know of the Rat and Parrot, obviously, but another pub, Friar Tuck's, had 12 rand 50 drafts, Castle drafts, 12 rand 50 during the World Cup. How do you expect me to try and remember what actually goes on in a match when I'm drinking a draft beer for less than $1? A pound almost buys me 2. Probably did buy me 2 at the time. Like, yeah, I mean, what are you supposed to do? You just have to indulge. But we are sitting at probably more about 10 minutes away from the game. So we can get back to talking about it because I suppose it is what everybody's here. But yeah, so we've had our beer chat. So we can pick that up next week. And now we're busy looking at a lot of Springbok supporters. My brother's there, the swine. And so if the signal's any better, we'd be getting some live pictures and stuff like that. Unfortunately, it's very poor signal. We need to sort that out. Hopefully in a year's time, we'll be in stays. We'll be doing some live crossings and stuff like that. Oh, sure, but I forgot to get my blooming team sheet sorted. That's actually pretty. That's pretty. Oh dear. Oh dear. You know, I had the entire day, and I felt so organized, and I was like, yeah, I am so on top of everything here, and now look what happens. So Angus Taravao is out. Okay, so all I can do is add a cap to everyone here. Do. 81, 63, 106 for Aaron Smith, 105 for Bowden Barrett, 6 cats for Caleb Clark, 16 for David Havili, 51 for Rico. Oh my goodness. I can't believe I forgot to do my team sheet. This is amateur hour, people. Amateur hour. The good news, however, is that we will be doing our player rating show after the match, and we have hopefully fixed the system in that I've actually done it from scratch. So there can be no more votes from older games because they don't exist anymore. I have sorted it out and done it all from scratch. So we will hopefully have a much better player ratings going on after the game. So that is the good news. I see Matt Proudfoot and Eddie Jones are still in South Africa watching the game. I'm interested to see who they're watching. I suppose both of us, really. Maybe they're trying to find out how to win a World Cup. Matt Proudfoot knows how to win a World Cup, to be fair. Right, so Terrell Lomax is into the side, so I need to put him in there. He goes in for Angus Taravao. George Bauer jumps onto the bench. So you're going to put George Bauer there. Ethan de Groot, as they say. And that's how he says it. That's how we have to say it, I suppose. Got to respect his pronunciation. So Ethan de Groot is into the starting lineup. That's that there. Akira Awani is dropping down to the bench, so I'm going to put him over there. Shannon Brazil, the dirty human being over there, is in the number 6. Richie Mwanga comes into the starting lineup ahead of Bowden Barrett. Yo, I'm operating here, people. There is Richie Mwanga. And now I just need to do one for Fletcher Newell, who is making his debut. And what a horrible place to make it. I mean, horrible, but amazing at the same time. And I think he's incredibly chuffed to be obviously making his debut. But I think he's quite chuffed to make it at Ellis Park. I think he was saying, 70,000 South Africans all sort of baying for blood. The cauldron that is Ellis Park, he said that there's no better place to make a debut and to really sort of try and make a statement and test himself. And he's right. He is pretty right. So the All Blacks are obviously walking out. So kickoff is going to be underway in 5 minutes' time. And I'm just going to print this, and then we are going to be moving. Print. Right, and here come the buggers, the blacks, the box, leaded out by Frans Malherbe. The lad, the fridge. Look at him, 50th test, my guy. Frans Malherbe, the tank, as we move into our watch-along studio. Look, it might be the slowest run out we've seen, but could be one of the classiest players, really, to get there. He's just the 47th Springbok to reach 50 tests. He made his debut in 2013, almost 10 years ago. The fridge, the man who has reinvented what it means to be a rugby player. Here come our lads. Here come our 3 Zulu impies. And if it's the same 3 guys, the one guy, I'm telling you, put him at center because he's a flippin' unit. Yeah, it is the same. Yeah, the lad on the left. Jeez. Sheesh. Yeah, even the guy in the middle, he's pretty large. Like Bongi Banambi, basically. Back down a hooker. Thank you. The good news, people, is I got my team sheet, so now we can really operate. Right, check comes here. I mean, who's the guy walking out with him? Well, he's walking out with someone, with a lad who is pretty large. I mean, could be one of the biggest. What are they called? Not ball boys. But players I've ever seen. Luke Pierce, by the way, the referee, which I'm very glad about. I highly rate Luke Pierce. Angus Gardner on the touch judge duties this weekend. Well, here they come. Here are the lads. There are the buggers. Oh my good! Look at that Ellis Park. Look at that. That is. I mean, when you talk about, as I said, when somebody spoke about Ellis Park as the mecca of South African rugby, I was so like, yes, like that is exactly how to do it. Pierre's asking how can I watch the game in USA online. Flow Rugby is the USA broadcaster. Again, otherwise you can watch with StatSport with the trial from anywhere in the world. If you're looking for another way to watch it. There goes the flyover. Fun fact: there's been a flight since that flight that very the famous flyover back in the World Cup. We've had a flyover every single time the Boks have played. I don't know if it's every single time they play at Ellis Park or it's every single time we play against New Zealand. But either way, whenever there is a New Zealand and Springbok game, there is a flyover. So we have seen the flyover. Now we've got to have some dignitaries because you know what's a rugby game without a couple of dignitaries? Who is that guy? I almost like look like I recognize him. Who we've got here? We've got Nati, that looks like. Come on, Nati. Go build a flag. Where's our flag? We want our flag. We don't want our flag. It just was funny. How about a Bok flag? If we're gonna invest like how many hundreds of millions with it, let's get a Bok flag. That would be sick. I could sanction that. I reckon we could sanction that. Are we all in favor of sanctioning a ginormous, what are the 25-meter Bok flag? I reckon we could get that sorted. I reckon that could be a very, very good purchase. But yeah, again, for everybody that's watching, I'm looking to try and watch the game. Check out the description. Get ExpressVPN. Go and check out Stan Sport. No. I was about to say my stream was buckling a bit there, but seems to have rectified it. I suppose we'll have another swig of this Hansa. Hopefully, I mean, I suppose any beer is the more you drink, the better it tastes, isn't it? So we just got to pioneer, and I reckon maybe on number 6 or 7, it'll start tasting pretty prime. Right. Fun fact, by the way, the man holding the South African flag is Drickus, Drickus, who, if you do not know, is a very, very exciting up-and-coming 28-year-old MMA fighter who is fighting in the UFC. Making waves, old Drickus. He's a middleweight. And yeah, I mean, it's been a while since we produced a really top class fighter, so interested to see how his career goes. He is the flag bearer for today. Sam Whitelock, all that experience, all that experience, 135 tests under his belt. It really does get. I mean, you don't get any more experience than Sam Whitelock. And I think that he gave a very good. I still haven't had a chance to go and watch it. But he gave apparently gave a very good interview yesterday. So I must actually go back and check it out. And there it is. The anthems are underway. New Zealand obviously first, and then we will have our South African anthem. Oh, I don't need Artie Severe to have a good game. That's somebody I just could he just not have a good game? Could we just not see an Artie Severe that is like one of the best players in the world? I just need a very subdued Artie Severe. You can do everything that you do in other tests for this test. I need you to just chill. Just relax. There's no need to win the match by yourself, which he has been trying and almost successfully doing in the last few games. I need you to settle down and just play a very average game. Because if Artie Severe operates, New Zealand often operate. Although, to be fair, he operates even when they don't operate. So, a pretty world-class player is Artie Severe. And pretty good rendition of the New Zealand national anthem, it must be said. Right, anthem number 1 is I wouldn't say out the way, but finished. We now have the home anthem, which should be apt. I mean, that is a packed out Emirates Park, Emirates Airline Park, sponsorship reasons. I don't think it gets as an atmosphere. As I must admit, I've never had an atmosphere like an Emirates Park atmosphere. I've been to quite a few different stadiums with different sporting codes, and that this place is something special. And I've been to like Old Trafford, for example, and watched the United game. Well, we've got Belinda Davis, who's ready to take off with those wings on her shoulder. There's Drukkus du Plessis. I wonder what position he plays. I reckon we could sort him out in within the side. If we had a couple of late injuries, we can just chuck a Bok jersey and just tell him to jump on there. All right, let's see if I see anybody I know. It's all about Varsity mate in one of the Welsh tests. Yeah, that is a lot of people there. Yeah, France. The Boks make it 2 in a row. Will there be a third game next weekend? Nope. This is it for as far as New Zealand and the All Blacks are concerned. The All Blacks and Springboks are concerned. There will be no third test. It's just the 2 of the Rugby Championship, and then we will move on to Australia. We've got 2 back-to-back games in Australia. Then we're going to Argentina to play a match, and then we are going to be back home against Argentina on the 24th of September. Oof, got a bit of chills in the back here. A bit of goosebumps listening to that stadium coming through. Oh, look at it. I can't believe I'm not there. Yeah. And then Sister Bettina comes on automatically. I love it. I love it. Dear. Right, anthems are done. We are now moving towards the haka. I mean, this kid that ran out with Sia could very well be playing. He wouldn't look out of place. He's quite a large chap. Aaron Smith leading the haka as you'd expect. Right, so last chance to get some score predictions in. Where are we going? What sort of margins are we looking at? Who are you backing to win? What is your prediction for the scores? Are you going with how many? Quickly now before the kickoff in a couple of minutes. Sia Khaleesi looks very, very, almost looks so over it. It's just like, it's going to be just hurry up so I can beat you. Right, well, there it is. The haka is done. Next up, we've got kickoff. Come on! Let's move! Joseph Weber just remaining a little bit, having a look. Joseph! Joseph literally having to be pulled away from the stare down by Malcolm Marks. He is so... I'm actually like... I'm so pumped to see what Joseph Weber does today. All right, there's Luke Pierce. Come on, the lads. Come on, the lads. Right, see some score predictions. So Spread Squad's going box by 50. Super Chihuahua's going Boca by 18. Techno Sparker's going box by 11. Bocky's 29, says Leilani. Obviously, Derwin needs to calm down. Needs to give away a penalty. Does anyone know if he's going to show the match? Guys, if you want to watch the match, check out the description. It's got an entire guide on how you can watch the match there. Go and sort yourself out. You've got a few seconds. John's going box by 15. Joey Louis saying Springboks to win by 15. All Blacks should have had Tuvesa Sheck in the lineup. He's unknown to SA. Boca by 10. Right, are we ready? Are we ready? Are we steady? Here we go. We were playing left to right in the first half. New Zealand with ball in hand. Richie Mo'unga will get things underway. There goes Flysap. They're flying around there. I didn't even know Flysap had those sort of planes. Now the second flyover. We had two flyovers now. Now the pilot's going to motor back to Lancero Owatambo. Quickly park there and get himself in front of a TV. Right, Recheko Baditwenche is ready to lift Eben Esbeth into the evening sky. Jesse Creel, the number 14. Big matches needed from both those players. Richie Mo'unga in his 37th match for the All Blacks. The 28-year-old will get us underway. The whistle goes, and we have kickoff as Richie Mo'unga goes down to the right-hand side. An early touch for Dwayne Thor Vermeulen. It's a solid one as he eventually gets brought down to ground. Jaden Hendrickson, important player today. Need another very composed performance like we saw last weekend. Has got a blocker in the likes of Pierre Steph the Toy, and he will use that box kick to get us out of 22. He can go into touch. And he's not looking for touch, though, so it will be contestable. And Makazuma Pimpi's got up. The ball's come free. And Samasoni Takawao has come away with it. But there is a knock-on there. I think the call came from Angus Gardner. So we'll have a first scrum of the day in just the 40th second. Francois Herber will be licking his lips at the prospect of having a go at this All Black scrum nice and early. Brilliant, brilliant contest in the air for Makazuma Pimpi. Him and Geordie Barrett both get their arms on it. And then it comes, and then Geordie Barrett just rips it off as he goes to ground. And the ball coming away from him and forward. So it will be an early scrum here. And we've got a stoppage here as we're looking like a contact lens has come out. And I think we're going to see that Mapimpi in the air quite a lot this match. I think it's going to be a very important weapon match. So the pack weights, we are a bit high and heavier across the pack. Tight 5, we are a bit lighter. So lighter in the front row. So it's actually our loose trio, which seems to be bringing in the bulk. Right, first scrum of the day. And it's a free kick to All Blacks. So that's really frustrating. Not quite sure what the issue is there. Well, they've called for a scrum. So I think the issue is Joseph Dweber's leg coming back. Yeah, so as he pulls back, just pulls it back too early. Just got to keep that leg in the front there. We do have a set there. Pretty solid scrum at the moment. Not much movement there. Aaron Smith goes to Richie Mwanga. Mwanga goes behind to Will Jordan. Will Jordan, ball over the top, but he's just thrown that to nobody. And that'll run out for a line out. So that's the first big mistake there. I mean, that's a horrible pass from Will Jordan. He's just thrown that. I don't even know who he's trying to throw that to. It's gone straight over the head of Caleb Clark and runs a touch. So, yeah, it's pretty sloppy. Pretty sloppy. We'll take it. It looks like a pretty solid scrum. There's a nice platform there for the All Blacks to attack from, but it's a horrible, horrible pass from Caleb Clark. And David Williams are happy to just watch the ball run out. So it'll be an early set piece here from Joseph Dweber. An area of the game where he's under a lot of pressure. A lot of people are a bit worried about this area of the game. So important for him to hit his jumper first time. And it's contested, and we have lost the line up there. Good contest in the air. The Dwayne Smith looked like he had it, but then ripped it away. Pick up and go there from Artie Sevier. Shannon Frizzell with his first carry. Big hit on him from France Malherbe. There's a couple of early mistakes from both sides so far. That's a nice big hit on Takawao. Right, now to Havili. Rwanga goes to Geordie Barrett. But Pimpy does manage to hold on to him. There was a man outside. Aaron Smith now moving towards the left-hand side. Quick hands there from Scott Barrett. Now cross kick from Havili to Caleb Clark. There is space out there. So it's Artie Sevier on the wing. Pollard, make a flippin' tackle, man. I mean, Artie Sevier has walked through 3 tackles. They've just been brought down by Damian Williams. Just 5 minutes. That's shocking defense. Really is shocking defense. And a penalty for the All Blacks as well. And a yellow card for Damian Willemse. Well, that's a massive call to give a yellow card in the 4th minute for cynical play. That is a huge call to make. And Damian Willemse, who hasn't put a foot wrong in the last 3 matches, will spend 10 minutes in the bin. And the All Blacks going to the line. They started well. They said they were going to start well. And an early yellow card is not what the Boks needed. It's a good cross kick from the top there. There was a lot of space there. But Jesse Creel misses the tackle. Then Pollard misses the tackle. I mean, it's really poor from both. And Damian Willemse comes across, and we didn't get to see the replay. But big shoves early on from the maul. But I worry if they work towards the right, there could be a bit of space. Looks pretty well set so far. But Niall's doing pretty well. I think Eben Etzebeth got his hands on there. The crowd seems to like it. I don't know if somebody's got his hands on it. I don't know if this ball's going to be available. It is available for Aaron Smith. No, the ball's popped up on the other side. Jaden Hendricks has broken down the left. High ball. And now Luke Pearce bring us back for a penalty. For what? Apparently hands in the ruck, so that's back-to-back penalties in the red zone. And they're showing Oxenchair. I don't know if he was the culprit. And a lot of pressure early on for the Boks. Aaron Smith looking at a tap and go. Interesting to see if they do take that option. They have called for the scrum, which with Springboks down to 40 men is a very logical decision. Yeah, I mean there were quite a lot of hands in that box. I mean, very difficult to see whose hand was who actually. It wasn't Oxenchair, I don't think, given the positions of the hands. But very big early pressure here. And a scrum penalty would be very much welcomed. And it's a free kick to the Springboks. Yeah, we'll take that. I think it's the same thing as against Joseph Dweber. So at least a bit of consistency. Don't mind that. Yeah, it's exactly the same that Joseph Dweber did, so you can't complain there. That's a bit of consistency. I don't mind that. It's good to see from Luke Pierce. Right, so it's a free kick, obviously, so it will be still be a New Zealand line from the kick. We got Scott Barrett, and the sack looks good. Aaron Smith going to Shannon Frizzell. Now to Takawao. Sam Kane. Big hit on Sam Kane from Joseph Dweber and Sia Khaleesi. Now Richie Mwanga, bit of front foot ball there. Rico Arnie hit it with pace. Is wrapped up by, I think, Pollard. And cheaper somebody like they're dying with that screen. Another big hit there from Sia Khaleesi. Really good defensive work here. Lurt Diago doing well to roll away as well. Aaron Smith to Mwanga. Mwanga boss to the top to Caleb Clark. Caleb Clark's got space ahead of him. Jesse Creel rises to the challenge. Does bring him down. Yeah, Jesse Creel doesn't look particularly happy after that tackle. Oh, and Pierce left the toy with the intercept. Has he got the pace? Go on, Pete. He's going to get there. He's not going to get there. He needs some support. That's a brilliant tackle from Geordie Barrett. He pops it up to Lacanio. Lacanio. He's just short. We've gone end to end. Hold up. Ah! Well, Peter Steph the toy, unfortunately, probably one of the few players who probably wouldn't have got there. I mean, he did so well to pop that ball to Lacanio, but we just couldn't recycle it. Oh, that would have been so big. Brilliant read there from Peter Steph the toy. I mean, that could be incredibly important in the context of the game. So it will be a goal line restart. Tell you what, if there was a penalty there from the All Blacks, that would have been a yellow card as well, because that would have been very much in the red zone. Geordie Barrett running up and down the touchline. Mate, you used up all the time you want. You're the one with the yellow card. And Geordie Barrett thumps this downfield. Now, we have seen some teams go for a drop goal. Oh, by the way, Billy LaRue's on, by the way. So it looks like Jesse Creel has gone for an HIA. So once again, another early replacement in the back line. Joseph Dweber's first carry. Now Pollard. Pollard going to Billy LaRue. Lacanio ball over the top to Marcus Pimpy. He's got space ahead of him, but it's a very good tackle from Will Jordan. Billy LaRue at scrum off, deciding that he's going to get involved here. Lurt Diago. Oh, good hands and fastball. Herbert, the fridge. Artie Sevilla was there. Now to the left to Billy LaRue at first receiver. Kanya tries to dab the ball head, but it comes off a New Zealand player. It falls back though. Once again, Billy LaRue's putting all the strings here. Gets brought down. Lurt Diago needs to make sure that that ball is being recycled. It is available. Now Etzebeth. Couple of phases here for the box. Now looking for the box kick here from Jaden Hendrickson, right just outside the 22. It's gone pretty deep. I think it looked about too deep. Mapimpi is chasing hard. And it has gone a bit too deep, and Geordie Barrett has marked it. So Mapimpi is asking for the blockers. He reckons that he didn't manage to get there, which is interesting because the New Zealand's coaching staff are talking about the fact that their blockers need to be better. But it is also, if you get it wrong, it is illegal to do. Right, so the early placement here is Valiru on for Jesse Creel, who looked a little bit groggy after the tackle on Caleb Clark. No, my goodness, referee, come and have a look here. What is the point of having a TMO? I mean, Havili has literally looked at him and run into him. Ah, come on, man. That's a big call miss. That's a penalty inside the 22, just by the way. And Angus Gardner, what are you doing as a touch judge? Because surely, when a kick goes up, you are now watching the ball, the chasers. That's all you have to watch. You've got two sets of eyes to watch that. Really. It is a line, and it's a penalty on the halfway line for the Springboks, but I wish they had a penalty inside the 22. But touch wood. It is 2.5 minutes left to go for David Williams. So far, it remains scoreless, so we haven't conceded points, which is the important thing. I don't think this will be within Pollard's range to go for goal or to have a kick at goal. So he will go for the line. Coming from the side was the call there. Right, so where's Pollard got in us? Just inside the 22. So an attacking line out here. More to the point, as I said, it does run down a bit of time, which is exactly what we need with the Cargi ourselves back to a full contingent. And Dave Williams, a very important thing. But yeah, not good. I think once again, we're going with a 6-2 split, and we've seen another backline player go down early. So I think we could be seeing potentially that changing. Villaroo on early. Look, Jesse Creel could still come back. He's got to go past an HIA. We use it quickly, though. Jaden Henster goes to Damien Dealendi, who sits down Sam Kane. Hendrickse to Etzebeth. That's a pretty good tackle on him. Now, Retecha Baditsuenche. Making a few meters. The ball's come loose, though. There's a knock-on advantage. It's frustrating. They're looking to run out. Oh, but he spilt it. And they'll go back for the knock-on just as well because the Kanya arm was over. But there was a knock-on advantage from Oxenchair's carry. That's another mistake, though, behind New Zealand, and another important plot. Quite a sloppy game, it must be said, so far. Quite a couple of knock-ons, so... You know that this try should stand, actually. Because that's actually a rip in the tackle. That's actually not a knock-on. That was not a knock-on, Mr. Luke Pearce. That was definitely ripped in the tackle. Well, I might have jinxed it when I said that I enjoy Luke Pearce as a referee because, look, I mean, as I said, and I hate talking about the referees, but there's a couple of 50-50 calls already. But a tricky one because you can't go back on that decision because he did say there was a knock-on advantage. We have a collapse of the scrum. 20 seconds and Damien Willemse will be on. So, yeah, at least as I said, I think the most important thing, we haven't scored or any points or anything, but Damien Willemse will come on and we haven't conceded points, which is probably the main thing. So we'll take it. We'll actually take it. And the penalty for the All Blacks at scrum time. Overextending is the call. So they'll get a free exit. They've already looked a lot better on the in the scrums, it must be said. And we were talking about the fact that if they were to go and win the game, that they would have to be a lot better when it comes to the set piece, specifically the scrums. And they have so far been much better. Right, so Willemse is back on. Decent line there. Rico Warren's found a bit of space. Damien Willemse has in and made the tackle. Interesting to see positionally what we do here. Whether we're going to see Lekanya on the wing. We look like Villaroo will be on the wing. Kick over the top, and Pimpy fields it. Then he's a bit isolated though. Not sure that was the right decision. Strong carry there from Martin Herbert. Call from user there from Luke Pearce. And they have to go to Khaleesi. Kick over the top from the Kanya Jordy Barrett now circling. Long pass out wide. Avili puts the kick ahead. And Villaroo and Pollard are back. Pollard misses it first. Gives it away to Villaroo. Villaroo's looking to run. Now he puts it to the boot. Well, that bounces. I'm about to say that would have bounced. It could have been a 50-22. It was a great kick from Villaroo. Now Jordy Barrett returns the favour. And it bounces up for Pollard. He's got a bit of time. It looks like he'll look for touch here. So he does go for touch and finds touch about the halfway line. Yeesh. Bit sketchy at the moment. I'd like this game to settle down a bit. We are seeing a bit more ball in hand from both sides, as you kind of imagine. And you want to see this game really with a high intensity. Going quickly there, the All Blacks. It's a horrible lineup though, and Pollard has come away with it. Gives it to Damien Willemse. Willemse steps outside of Rico Wani. Sees a bit of space. Decides to put the kick ahead for Lekanya and Damon Lendi to chase. Bit of pressure on Caleb Clark. And he's fallen right in front of Lekanya So pin the All Blacks right back. Really good read there from Pollard and good to get the ball away. Richie Mwanga looks to find his touch finder. And that's not a bad touch finder. So the Springboks will have a line up by the 10-meter line. So Jesse Creel has failed the HRA, so Billy LaRue will play the full game. Yeah, I'm not sure how much longer we're going to be able to persist with the 6-2 with the luck that we've had at the moment. That's the second time we've seen a forward go off in the early stages of the game. They're going to Etzebeth in the front of the line out. It's a bit more clean. Looking to try and get a rolling more going. Ethan de Groot's working very hard there. Looks like we will have to use it. It's well defended so far. Camille and Scott Barrett getting it claimed. First receiver there was Damien Willemse. Now Hendricks's kick is charged down by Whitelock. Khaleesi reads it well and gets bundled into touch. Pretty poor from Hendricks. Yeah, I think that's what we've been saying the entire game. It's just been very, very messy and very stop-start at the moment. We haven't had much continuity so far. So let's hope that it picks up a little bit because at the moment it's just pretty poor, actually. Lots of lineups, lots of set pieces, lots of mistakes. Haven't seen too much phase play just yet. So scrappy is the word. That looks very skew. Etzebeth was asking the question. Richie Mwanga goes to Caleb Clark and Damien Willemse runs in and puts in a big hit. Yeah, and there's somebody via mic who is, I mean, that's screaming. I would have that checked out. That looks like it's been charged down, that kick. Bit of pressure there for Billy LaRue. Gets it away to Lekanya He's done well there. Lekanya runs to a few forwards. So we'll clean ball here for Jaden Hendrickse. He's got Luat Diaga and Joseph Dweba as options. Luat Diaga carries. Joseph Dweba working hard. Oxen Chair as well comes in to help. Ball bubbling up a bit. Right, Jaden Henderson now going to bring out the box kick. Mapimpi's chasing. Mapimpi will be able to compete for this. And I don't know who's come away with it. I think All Blacks have secured it. Yeah, Geordie Barrett has gone away with it just by the 10 meter. Aaron Smith going over the top to Mwanga, to Clark. Havili gets hands off Vinessa and then throws the offload to nobody and it all run out. It's just so scrappy. There's just no continuity whatsoever. So try the young chicken wing, didn't quite come off, so it will be a lineup for the Springboks. Oh, well, the Superbok caps. So Oxen Chair getting a bit of attention from a knock. So yeah, just to confirm, I must take my yellow card off as well. Confirmed there'll be no Jesse Creel, and what a shame for him because, you know, this is a big opportunity for him to try and prove a point and to try and show his stripes, really improve it again. So to go off early is very frustrating. Thankfully, it's 10 days you have to stand down for concussion, so he will still be available when we go to Australia. So we won't have to look at a replacement or anything like that. Right, line up there. Etzebeth goes up and claims it. So the line's looking a bit better. Ethan de Groot's working hard, trying to get him to the left there, but he's got to keep his bind. First time stop, but now it's broken away. And they're still going. And they just, I don't know what's going on. You see them just have decided not to get involved here. Now the ball needs to come across. There is an advantage, though, for South Africa as well. We've made it up towards 22. It's available for Hendrickson, who sends it out to David Williams at first receiver. Then Pollard. Pollard is wrapped up, though. And we'll go back for the penalty. Right, so decision time here with a penalty. Still scoreless after 21 minutes. Very scrappy game so far. We are going for the line, which is interesting. Try and sort of, after that more, I suppose, why not? But that's a little bit better, isn't it? Right, another good line of win there for Leo Diog. I'm not sure he'd gotten down there. Not straight throw. The New Zealand one looked pretty skewed. So just off the line's looking but good. Bit of a mistake there. It's very frustrating. Just need to calm down a little bit. Right, 22 minutes in. Look, that's his first mistake, to be fair, because the previous line-out when we lost the line wasn't a bad throw. It was a good contest, and Dwayne Smith actually had the ball. So it's his first mistake, really. So I think let's calm down before we all climb into Joseph Weber. Yes, it's frustrating. Yes, it's in the 22. Yes, you shouldn't be missing that, but it is the first one he has missed. Let's wait and see. On the back of that, we had just had 3 line-outs in a row, which he had nailed pretty well, and they're contested line-outs. Right, big scrum here, lads. Big scrum. Well, they use it quickly. Honestly, breaks off the tug, brings in, he looks to try and find a gap. He does brought back just by, the ball comes loose. Aaron Smith under a bit of pressure there. Gets it away to Rico Awani. Now to Rico Awani's got a lot of space out wide. Brings out Will Jordan. Damien Williams is tracking back. They've got a lot of players on the inside. Gives it to Rico Awani. Gives it back to Will Jordan. This is brilliant. This is more like the New Zealanders. Up towards 22. Now slow ball. Aaron Smith going to Richie Mwanga. Mwanga bringing Havili on the angle. It's a brilliant tackle from Luat Diaga. Oh, he's got straight over there, Mr. Ref. An advantage apparently, but Tyrell Lomax definitely left his feet. Number 5 offside against Luat Diaga apparently is the call. Yeah, that was, the ball in hand there. That was a bit of a demonstration of exactly what the All Blacks are more about. Yeah, and Luat Diaga never back on side is the problem. Right, we'll be taking points. So it looks like we'll have our first points of the game after 24 minutes. It was definitely the best passenger play we've seen. Right, no issues there for Richmond. So the first points of the match come from the boot of the All Black fly, but drafted into the side. Right, and I think Pollard's putting his hands out. Probably just need to calm down things a little bit. Go back to basics. We were putting them under pressure nice and early. Then you get back to that. So the first restart, Lakanya seems to be operating on the wing here, by the way. Got David Willemse, I think, is playing it at centre. With Riluru at full back. Although they do seem to be changing. I mean, the fact that we've seen David Willemse, yeah, Willemse definitely playing it inside centre now. Couple of phases there from the All Blacks. Then they go to Richie Mwanga. He's got quite a nice angle to try and find touch, but he doesn't find touch. Really on the inside brings in Dwayne Vermeulen, who's looking to get up to steam. That's a big hit on him from Tyro Lomax. Now they're going down the short side. Pollard decides not to go himself. There's a rush defense, so he decides to keep ball in hand, which is the right decision. Hendrickson now going to Lourdes Diaga, who was a bit of a standing start. Does find a few meters. Hendrickson now back to David Willemse. David Willemse at first receiver puts in the up and under. Lakanya Um's chasing hard. It'll be just inside the 22. Lakanya has come away with it, but Artie Severe snatched as the ball pops up. Appears to have the toy putting in under pressure there. Khaleesi coming in to smash him. There's an advantage for a knock-on from Lakanya Took a while with a big carry, runs into France Malherbe. Aaron Smith looking to snipe, looking to bring in Caleb Clark. There's a bit of a gap, and they have missed the tackle. Caleb Clark is flying around. He does slip just in front of Riluru. There's still a lot of players out there, a lot of space out wide. Will Jordan's putting his foot down. Ibn Etibe is desperately trying to get across. He does it. The ball comes loose to Sam Kane. Riluru is there to contest. That ball's out, surely. Jordy Barrett at first receiver. It's looking ominous. Richie Mwanga deciding to go himself. Tukuau comes back on the inside. Slipping a lot of tackles at the moment. Sia Khaleesi makes a tackle on the pop-up to Shannon Frizzell. And just lazy running here from the Springboks. The defense structure is nowhere at the moment. There's a penalty advantage as well. Ball over the top to Will Jordan to Maxwell Mapimpi is backtracking, and they're over. That was so rubbish from beginning to end. Damon Delenda slipping the tackle. Oxenchair slipping the tackle. You cannot slip those tackles. Cannot slip those tackles. And Sam Kane, who's the man under all the pressure in the world, is the try scorer. But you see, I mean, that tackle, yeah, Damon Delaney's got to make that tackle. Caleb Clark slips ahead of Willie Leroux and Damon Willemse. But there's so much space out wide here. Yeah, and I mean, Sam Kane against Willie Leroux from that sort of angle, he's always going to score that. Really, really poor. Right. Well, after a pretty sloppy first 20 minutes, the All Blacks seem to have found a little bit of their magic. A couple of passes sticking, a couple of phase play. The box looking a bit lazy on defense, and you very rarely see that. Yeah, and that's going to slip to the side, so he does miss it. So it's 8-0. So come, Japs, so convert a try. We're right back in this, but we need to start playing some rugby here, lads. Come on, lads. Let's get back to basics here. Back to basics. Right, deep restart from Pollard's very flat restart, so he's given no runners a chance again there. Shannon Frizzell is there. Malcolm Marks is on, by the way, so Joseph Dweber has been hooked early. Smith goes to Mwanga. Mwanga, the tip on the top. Bit of variance, and Damien Willemse has read that very well, and he's turned away from Avili as well. Steps inside. It's a good carry from Damien Willemse. Box of possession. Hendrickse is a bit of an overlap. Delendi steps inside. Eventually brought down by Rico Wani, but right in front of Sam Whitelock. And Jaden Hendrickse, you've actually got to get involved there, chap. Come on. And Mwanga has now returned the favor. And if that ball runs out, it's still going. It's still going. It's gonna. I mean, we've gone right up to the back. And really Lewis found a really poor clearance there. You can see he wasn't happy with that from where he came off his boot. Oh, dear, 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 dear. Not quite sticking at the moment. Yeah, so an early substitution there for Joseph Dweber. Not his best day at the office. Welcome, Wayne and Rion, the latest members of the Fair Sports Members Club. Havili on the angle. It's so, I mean, there's so many tackles being slipped, so many gaps being created. Aiden Hendrickse, that's the kind of shit that gets you in trouble. Aaron Smith going to Scott Barrett. And the Boxers trying to disrupt the breakdown. Malcolm Marks and Dwayne Vermeulen are lurking. But New Zealand very much on the attack at the moment. De Groot, good handling there. Rico Wani goes to Caleb Clark. He's just got Evan Etzebeth ahead of him. Cuts inside. Caleb Clark. That's a penalty advantage as well. Who knows what's going on? Now Sam Whitelock gives it away to Rico Wani, who's just short. And another advantage from Luke Pearce. Hardy Seville would pick him go. Was actually over the line, was then driven back. And Takahata's over. You know what, chaps? There's no point. There is literally no point in going to Mbombela, playing like world champions, doing that, and then coming here and deciding not to tackle. I mean, the defense. I mean, you can see this a mile away. You've got Lakanya slow getting up. Etzebeth things, and there's like three players. There's three players, and no one's aware to the threat. I mean, can the real Springboks please stand up? Because this has been dreadful in the first half. I mean, literally, the last 15 minutes, we've just been blown away. 13, it could be 15-0. Oh, we need Watchalong to keep us in the game here and miss this. Not impressed so far. Not impressed. That's a flippin' brilliant. That's a pretty good conversion. Straight down the middle. 15-0 after 34 minutes. The ironic thing is, as I said, I go back to that penalty that Mapimpi didn't get. The knock-on, which was actually a rip in the tackle. Quite frustrating calls. Looking back at it, because those were crucial stages of the game. That's a bit of a better restart there from Pollard as Barrett goes up. But to 4 minutes, got to try and score before half time. Got to get ourselves within a touching distance. One go to Havili. Havili goes lifting into the air. It's right up against the touch line, so it'll be out. Right, big opportunity here, chaps. Line out just outside the 22. Come on, lads. Got to hit back here. Got to get some momentum back on our side. 67% possession, 33% for South Africa. Right, check out Stephen Kitsoff, by the way. And here comes Jasper Wiese as well. Yeah, you see, big change. Look, there's one thing you can't fault the Springbok management for. They will make changes, and it looks like Dwayne Vermeulen has been hooked early after 35 minutes. Stephen Kitsoff is on the park as well, so Oxenchair off. Right, a couple of changes. Let's see if they're going to make a difference. Right, Malcolm Marks. 2 PS left the toy. It's a good line of win. It's a good looking more as well. They've already made a few meters. Now slowing down a little bit. Need a bit of momentum. That's it. Slowly starting to creep forward. It's available for Jaden Hendrickson. Hendrickson goes to David Villiers at first receiver. Goes to Pollard. Pollard goes to Billy LaRue. Billy on the angle. Goes to Lekanya Lekanya won't have the pace to get there. Can he stay inside? Lekanya will do it all himself. Come on. Best player in the world. Let's move. Didn't have the pace. Didn't need the pace. Didn't need the pace. Lekanya on the wing. Bit of a preset move there. Billy LaRue, very important. Draws in Geordie Barrett. Caleb Clark's coming across. Struggles with the tackle. He's then going himself. Goes over. Yeah, Caleb Clark, welcome. Welcome. I mean, Caleb Clark versus Lekanya on the angle should only have been one result. And he just, it's a good strength being just over there. And the reach. Come on, lads. We're moving. We're moving. That's a bit better. Come on. Pollard, I know this is quite a difficult kick, but we kind of need you to nail this. Which, come back. He has. Come on. Come on. That's better, Pollard. That's what we like to see. 7 points to 15. Come on. I mean, it's a brilliant finish. How he has finished that, I've got no idea. Right, Jasper Wiese's first contribution taken. Well done. And the wrecking ball, that is Jasper Wiese, does exit the 22. Jaden Henderson lifts it up. Maximo Pimpi's chasing hard. I tell you, there's a lot of traffic that he's getting through. So if I'm seeing Khaleesi, that's something I'm going to say to Luke Pierce to have a look at in the second half, because he does see do a lot of lazy runners and around the ball. He's in possession. Aaron Smith. Oh, they've left it behind. See, Khaleesi's turned the ball over, but he's been ripped by Aaron Smith. So it's a knock-on. Will be a scrum for South Africa. Right, an opportunity here for Stephen Kitzel to try and turn the screws. 3 new faces in that pack. Jasper Wiese, Joseph Weber, as well as Malcolm Marks. Right, now an opportunity to try and have a go. Pretty set scrum. Now a bit of a shove coming in. Big shove coming in there. Advantage as well. Hendrickson goes to Willemse. Willemse flat to Billy LaRue. Billy LaRue's brought down by Caleb Clark. Hendrickson, the siren has gone, but we do have a penalty advantage. And it's another penalty as well. No advantage there, so we'll go back for the original penalty. Right, it's an opportunity for us to kick to the corner. Come on, lads. Come on, lads. Kick to the corner. We can get another try here. Even a penalty, a 3-pointer. Let's go into half-time within touching distance. I mean, at high five, this could almost be within Pollard's range, but I would like to see us go for the corner here. Yeah, he's going to give the shot. Right, so we'll try and go into the half-time, 10 points to 15, which is not a bad result if we can get it, but it's important that he does get it. Big kick coming up here for Pollard. The biggest thing we said when you play at altitude is to be within touching distance. Don't let them run away from you. So we kind of did with 15-0. You can get it back to 10 points to 15. As I said, you've got to be within 5-6 points, you know, in the when you get to that sort of last half an hour when hopefully the altitude kicks in. Pollard, that's looking good. That's looking good. And it's over. Good stuff. So we're walking with momentum. I think that's important as well. Right, it wasn't the perfect performance, but we'll go off with the momentum. I think that's important. I think that's the main thing, is that after an All Blacks onslaught of about a 13-14 minute period where they were all over us and we conceded 2 tries and a penalty, we have hit back with a try of our own as well as a penalty beyond the halfway line. So that's a good reply. Right, we'll have a quick break and then we'll be back for the second half. Please don't go away. Please make sure you smash a like on the video as well as subscribe to the channel as well. We are 250 people away from 17,000 subscribers. So let's see if we can get there. And I'll chat to you guys in just a little bit. Right, and we are back. Halftime score 10 points to 15. Not the half we would have liked, but certainly not out of it yet. If we are to win, we would have to come back from being 15-0 down to win the match. An early yellow card, Damien Willems, kind of set the tone for what was a pretty ordinary first half. We did start dominating. We dominated the first. I'd say the first 15 minutes was very much in favor of the Boks. You know, we were creating chances. We had that Peter Steff toy intercept, which we couldn't finish off. And we had a lot of we were forcing a lot of mistakes. But as New Zealand grew into the game, they got a lot better. And credit to them, because they needed to improve, and they have improved. But you know, I think that the big thing is that we need to stay calm, and we need to just sort of go back to basics a little bit. So yeah, the game's not lost, and I think that the important thing is to just stay in the contest. You know, you are playing at altitude, even though it looks very much like, for example, that we're struggling a bit more than they are from an energy point of view. But I think that hopefully that the way we ended the second half, we scored a try, we got a penalty, we did have a bit of momentum going into halftime. We've got to start with that momentum in the second half. And you know, the bench, we already had 3 players coming on from the bench. Stephen Kitsov, Malcolm Marks, and Jasper Wiese did see out the last sort of 5 minutes. So they'll have a big half ahead of them. But I think that the big thing is, as you said, we can't panic. We cannot panic. We knew that New Zealand were going to come out hard, and they did. But we did respond. And I think that's the important thing, is that after a really poor 14, 15-minute spell, we responded. And it's important to be able to respond. So yeah, let's see what some of the comments are. I've seen everybody's having a bunch of meltdowns, which is always fun. It's a weird thing to even be talking about Creel. I mean, like, he's the wrong selection. I mean, the Oak got a concussion in the first 7 minutes. He you know what? I mean, it's literally like saying that picking Faf was a bad selection last week. I think it's a pretty ordinary piece of analysis if you're really worried about Jesse Creel. You shouldn't even be in the conversation. He came on, he made a tackle, he got concussed. It happens. It's a head injury. You don't, mess around with head injuries. Joseph Weber did start. It was pretty disappointing to see him struggle like that. Looked like a player who hasn't played enough rugby, which hasn't. So I think he's got a big season ahead of him for the Stormers, and hopefully try and get himself back into his best. I don't think Oxlade was bad, to be fair. I know he got hooked earlier, but I don't think he was hooked because he was playing poorly. Wasn't having as much scrum as success at scrum time, and sometimes you need a bit of fresh legs. Stephen Kitsov did provide that. And then Drafe Millen being hooked off early, which was also kind of expected because he also hasn't played a lot of rugby. So 35 minutes on, Jasper Wiese to come on. But look, the interesting thing will be to see whether we stick with the 6-2 split, because this is now the 3rd match in a row where we have seen an early replacement to a backline player, and as a result, we've had to kind of rejig the backline. Last week was a bit easier because it was a scrum off, so it was a like-for-like replacement. But now we have had to see the Kanya move on to the wing. We've seen Damien Willems operating at inside centre. We've seen Damien Delendi at outside centre. We've seen Billy Leroux at fullback. Although Billy Leroux, I think, has been very pretty influential with ball in hand, actually. He does look quite positive. So hopefully that he'll be able to try and bring a bit of calmness and I think he'll be quite a key figure if we are to come back. But yeah, what are we saying here? Nice. All Blacks can, after all the hell they've been through and are supposed to be a beautiful country, at least they walk out with some dignity when we win. Confusion in the block game is block the bloodbath. Come the 65th minute, All Blacks tank will be empty at altitude. Box going to win comfortably, reckons Albert. Billy too arrogant to play wing. That doesn't even make sense. The All Blacks could run away with this game. The game got pretty broken. That's where New Zealand thrive. CVO says, Stephen, what did I tell you about Creel? Now he's made us man down. How can you be angry at Creel for getting injured? I'm sorry, Oaks. That's so stupid. You can't be angry at an Oak because he went into a tackle and he got a knee to the head and he got concussed. I mean, Faf de Klerk got injured last week. Injuries happen. It's part of the game. You can't prevent it. I mean, Like, that's so weird. It's not like you went, you know what I'm going to do? I'm going to make sure that I go to head first. I'm going to go knee somebody's. I'm going to head somebody's knee, get concussed, and go off. Because that's really what I played. I mean, come on, guys. Curtly Orenson last week, for example, got a red card at the end of the game. He's banned for 4 weeks. What are we supposed to do? You're supposed to play. Jason Colby's injured. So we can be angry at Jason Colby. We're being injured. Come now. You got injured. It happens. Everyone says, no composure shown when PCF's toy intercepted. Why would you pick and go right into traffic, pass to the first receiver who will just dive over? What about defense at 6 and 7s? Yeah, I'd like to rewatch that to understand exactly what happened. Because, yeah, I thought we looked like we were one phase away from scoring. But people worried about Dwayne Vermeulen after 35 minutes of rugby I think is also a pretty lazy analysis. I mean, the last time he played was that Ulster semi-final where he was absolutely terrific. Was one of the best players on the park for Ulster. So I wouldn't worry about Dwayne Vermeulen. Sit there saying his career is over again after 35 minutes is pretty lazy. Very emotional, chaps. Could be less emotional about just this and be a bit more reserved, a bit more measured, and not just throw out statements with emotion. Looks like the women's team is enjoying it. I think there's the women's side, the looks of it. Right, let's see if we can make altitude count. Jason says, Box to keep pressure on the All Blacks. They must not dictate the rest of the game. Box to be more clinical and execute professionally. Let me stop making excuses. Making excuses for what? For Creel getting a concussion. It's not an excuse. He got concussed. It happens. How's it an excuse? Kenny says, you can't start a test match against one of the all-time great teams by selecting a couple of tokens to start. Will now be a lot better in the second half. Yeah, you know what? Actually, get in the bin with those sort of comments, really. I mean, Oxenchair was one of the best loose heads in the URC. Arguably the best loose head in the URC. So you want to come here and start calling him a token? I've got one word for you. Yeah, I mean, that's so frustrating. I mean, you think of all the brilliant games. I mean, he's been so good in the Bok jersey. He didn't even have a bad half. And you talk about him being a token. Or Jesse Creel, 52 matches for the Springboks. A World Cup winner. He's a token player. Come now. Come now, come now, come now, come now. Right, we're within 5 points. Let's see. Let's see, chaps. Let's see. Because if we go on to win this game, then the entire thing changes. We could lose the game, and the conversation could happen. But let's not have a meltdown, as Pollard does get us back underway for the second half. Early touch for Kev Clark. And it's a nice big hit there from Lotiag and Stephen Kitsop. Early on, right, we need the big players to stand up today. Aaron Smith back to Richie Mwanga, who has made a big difference, by the way. We've seen a bit of a varied attack for New Zealand. I think he has made a big difference. So now we need to try and sort him out a bit in the early first half. Right, so we'll start with a set piece. Mark's sporting a bit of a black eye there. We go to the front of the line to Lotiaga. It's a good clean win. It's a big early shove there from New Zealand. And it's a penalty advantage for picking the leg. Thank you. I thought we saw one early on. So it's a penalty advantage early on. It's a nice start. Henshaw goes to David Villan. So we see a lot of first CEO Pollard going to Billy LaRue straightening a bit, bringing Michael Pimp. He's got a lot of space ahead of him. Michael Pimp looks to put the hammer down. Rico Wani gets across to make a very good tackle. And that's a penalty. Oh, thank you. Surely. We're going back for the advantage. I think could have another penalty there, I'm telling you. Okay, so we'll go back to the halfway line for a penalty. Now we kick for the corner, and we go again, lads. We go again. I go for the line here. A bit of a, that's a definitely don't go for poles here. Malcolm Marks is really right. He does find touch, which is Part number 1, just outside 22, not his best touch finder. You can see he's a bit frustrated, didn't have much space to work with in his defense, but now an early opportunity to put some pressure on. Right, Malcolm, hit your line, man. You got a piece left to toy. It's a good line out win. Right, now we need to set them all. Now we need to set them all here. Right, a couple of meters thing, but they are holding it up quite well so far. Working hard to try and find a few meters. Right, now they go David Willemse, first receiver. Steps inside of Sam Kane. Ball comes loose, but falls back to Hendrickson. Falls back to Peter Steph Toy. No knock on. Pollard decides to go himself. Runs into Sam Whitelock. Kits off now. Solid carry. Good work there. Hendrickson popping up to Jasper Visa. Just on the side of the 22. Artie Severe putting his hands in there. Hendrickson pretty flat to Malcolm Marks. Nice big physical carry from him. Hendrickson to Toy. Right, Pollard to Luru. Luru goes to Delendi. Delendi makes a break. Delendi's still going. Inside the 22. Hendrickson goes to Jasper Visa. Makes a yard or two. Hendrickson goes to Stephen Kitsoff. Stephen Kitsoff goes to Pollard. Pollard to Willemse on the angle. Oh, and he's going straight to Will Jordan. But a high tackle, so go back for a penalty. Better. It was a great line being run there by Willemse. Just couldn't get the offload away. Yeah, but Damien Delendi, bit of physicality there. Solid run. That's what we need to see. And we're going to take the 3 points here now. Get ourselves within 2. Right, so potentially 13 unanswered points so far. Nice, solid start. Right, and 3 points there. Has to be solid under the high ball there. Solid carry from him as well. Just be on the 22. Hendrickson, I don't think you like the look of that kick. It will be, see, a lot of lazy runners for the All Blacks. It's a knock on there. Kitsop gives it to Hendrickson. Hendrickson gives it to Pollard. Pollard throws a long pass out towards Billy LaRue. Billy LaRue goes out to Lekanya Arm. Lekanya Arm's got around Rico Awani. And the ball went straight to Rico Awani. That's really frustrating. But appears to get the toy. Looked like it's a very important interception. Pity. Penalty for what? That was frustrating. See, really putting the strings here. Yeah, I just couldn't find the offload. Rico Awani was very well placed. And Darren Delende can't go and get his hands involved in there. It's pretty frustrating. It's a silly penalties you concede. Well, it's a horrible lineup there from the All Blacks, but it's a fantastic pickup from David Havili, it must be said. Ball goes pop to Sam Whitelock. And a penalty for straight down. Jasper Wiese, that's pretty poor. I don't know what's gone on there. Franco Masters on, by the way. Bit of fisticuffs. We'd like to see a bit of intensity to the game. I mean, Jasper Wiese has absolutely murdered Aaron Smith there. Not quite sure what it was all. Jasper, if this is a penalty, I'm going to lose it. Okay, so TMO said it is late, but he said he's not sure if he's heard the whistle or not. Yeah, the tackle's not an issue or stuff like that. Oh, for sakes, Jasper Wiese, you idiot. All right, Jasper Wiese has just turned the penalty around for a late challenge on Aaron Smith. Look, he said he hasn't heard the whistle. And Luke Pierce is saying, well, everybody else heard it. But he looks pretty... I mean, that's... So the thing is, so Aaron Smith hits it, and he's pretty committed to the tackle. So that's a free three-pointer we just gifted to them. That's very frustrating because we had all the momentum there. Right, Richie Mwanga to establish a 7-point lead. 5-point lead. And he does now straight over the middle. It's frustrating. It's frustrating because there was just no need for it, was there? Right, so far 0-0 second half as far as concerned. 5-point the gap. Right, Mwanga with the restart. Had a bit of time, decides to get downfield. This one a very good touch find actually towards the halfway line. It's very good from the. You see now he's playing well, and that's been a big difference. He has definitely added a lot to his All Black side. I think we'll see him starting in the next game as well. And we've lost the line out. So Malcolm Marks has now lost the line out as well. Awani gets away from Daniel Linder, wrapped up by Willemse and Peter Steth the Toy. Mwanga brought down by Franco Mostert. Oh, a bit of a... Oh, that's such a class touch from Richie Mwanga. RSP up against the touchline. Franco Mostert's getting around, making a lot of tackles, by the way. And a penalty for coming around the side as well. So that's a bit of a relief. Big touch finder needed here. That's a decent touch finder. Come on, the lads. Just halfway between the 22 and the try line. All right, Vincent Koch is on, as well as Kwaka Smith. So Sia Khaleesi leaves the park. So Pollard will be the captain. Eben Etzebeth, by the way, was replaced by Franco Mostert. So everyone on bar Herschel Yankees really are looking to try. All right, here comes the bomb. This is the bomb squad. We need to see a bomb squad, yeah. Sorry, it's Lou Diago that was replaced, not Eben Etzebeth. And they do go to Franco Mostert, the line-out specialist. Big counter shot from the All Blacks early on. Yeah, another advantage for lifting. That's twice in a row, by the way, Luke Pierce, if we are counting. Right, then Henson uses it, goes flat to Willemse, goes to Pollard. Pollard goes himself. Pops it up to Dealendi. Dealendi shrugs off one defender. Makes a few meters. He's suddenly in the mood now as Dealendi. Hendrickson going to Pierce the toy. Still a penalty advantage here. Henderson, long pass out to Billy LaRue. Billy LaRue pass over the top for Lekanyo Lekanyo hitting with speed. Lekanyo inside ball. Now we're going to have to look at this. Lekanyo is throwing the ball inside. It's come off somebody, and Damien Willemse has dove over the line to try and desperately get it. We're going to have to check this here. On-field try. Hee. This could be interesting. So the question is in touch? I think it's a foot in touch. We'll go back for the penalty. Yeah, so I mean, it's really good awareness by Damien. So it's just doesn't get the offload back in time, does Lekanyo just out. Oh, it's 50-50, but I think he is out. Yeah, we'll go back for the penalty. And I reckon we go for another. Rolling more here. I mean, that's the second penalty that they've conceded for lifting, by the way. Go for the line, yeah, chaps. Go for the lines. Y'all gonna go for the line. Yep. Come on, lads. Big more needed here. Big more needed here. Tell you what, Billy LaRue is playing, by the way. Malcolm Marks goes to Franco Mostert. He gets down this time. Big shot from the All Blacks. Need to just stay patient. Form out the maul. Bit of space coming on the left-hand side. Bit of momentum. Malcolm Marks not panicking. Waiting for a bit of reinforcements. There's another advantage as well. Eben Etzebeth's got the ball. Comes down. They're not releasing. Has he gone? No. Another penalty. Come on, Luke. How many are we going to see here, lad? How many are we going to see? What do you mean this time a warning? So after the third time in the 22 and the 5 meter, now it's a formal warning. Come on. Next time, surely, chaps. Yeah, straight back to the line, eh? Straight back to the line. Let's keep this on. Let's keep this pressure on you, lads. Number 3 change. We've got a debutant, so a big moment here for Fletcher Newell, who is coming on to make his All Black debut, and his first line of business is to defend a Springbok maul right on the 5 meter line. So a pretty big time to be coming on. 2 new props on here for New Zealand. Right, clean win there. Not much momentum so far from the line out. Now there's a bit of a shove there. Need a second shove. Line called over. Hendrickse goes to Damien Willemse. Hendrickse to Pollard. Pollard back towards the traffic. Not sure that was the right decision. Ball was a bit loose there. Hendrickse picks up to Pierre Steph the toy. Composure needed now. Franco Mostert. That's a very good carry from Franco Mostert. Up to a few meters. No, ref, surely. How is that legal? Who turned that? I think it's probably Artie's very severe, but I'm a bit confused as to what happens here. Yeah, so Steven Kitsov slips. And Quokka Smith tries to pick up the ball. Yeah, it's Artie severe. It's flipping base, isn't it? I had to make that count. Had to make that count. Right, Corey Taylor on now. So New Zealand emptying their bench. But this is going to be sapping for them. Got to keep making them defend you, lads. Just 5 points away. One try. Right, it's a bit of a break here. A couple of players getting some water and stuff like that. It will be a South African line out. Just beyond the 22. So come on, lads. Big opportunity here. Come on. We need another solid lineup. We need to keep them making them tackles. We've got to start really draining them as we go on to the stages. They contend this time, and Frizzell has won the line out. It's the second line out lost, by the way, from Malcolm Marks. Rico Wani, they're spreading a lot of people around now. Jordy Barrett puts it to the boot. Rulu gives it inside to Lekanya weighing up his options. What's he going to do? Lekanya looking to run himself. Sees a bit of space. Lekanya has burst straight through. Inside of Aaron Smith. He's being chased down by Sam Kay. He's still going. It's Lekanya long pass out to Makazola Mapimpi. Who's going to go over? Come on! Lekanya That's it. That's the tweet. That's all you need to know. I think they're going to check the pass. Oh, they're going to check the pass. Oh, so now you want to bring up the TMO and go and check what happened all the way on the other end of the field. I mean, we won't worry about the obstruction when Mapimpi was taken out chasing a ball, but we're going to go back and check that. Okay, well, on-field try, they're going to go check out and see if there's a Springbok player who took out an All Blacks defender. This hacks me because we literally were denied a penalty in a kicking position for a clear block. He's not getting there, Oaks. Come on. I mean, he's quite a long way away. They're not going to award this, which would be fine if they'd gone back and they'd checked that flippant touch on Mapimpi, where it was a clear penalty inside the 22. Well, I'm glad you know when to use the TMO, Luke Pierce. And it's a penalty as well, by the way. No try, penalty. I mean, the flipping margins over here is actually pissing me off. I mean, literally. So this is a 3-point swing here, but 6-point swing. Because if Mwanga slots this, it becomes an 8-point lead. In the first half, Mapimpi was like, when I say like taken out, as in Havili watched him and then ran into him whilst he was chasing. Nothing. They didn't look at anything. That would have been a penalty. It was about 10 meters in field. So it was very kickable. We didn't even look at it. Didn't bother. Nothing. And now they've gone back. They've looked at this. They found obstruction. They've given them a penalty, which they've now slotted 3 points. Richie Mwanga now almost a bit of trouble there from the restart. That's such a hack because we've been dominating this half. Malcolm Marks, that is a brilliant turnover. Malcolm Marks has turned it over. Quacker Smith giving it to Damien Willemse. Springboks on the attack. One long ball out to Damien Willemse. But it's Marcus on Mapimpi. Mapimpi is over. Up yours. Come on. Malcolm Marks, Quacker Smith, Damien Willemse, Marcus on Mapimpi. We're back. We're back, boys. We're back. Come on. Let's move. I mean, that turnover was incredible, by the way. Malcolm Marks goes straight over and says, thank you. They ruck him over and he says, thank you, I'll take that ball. He presents it. Hendricks is alert to it. Quacker Smith, David Willemse. This pass by David Willemse is superb. Superb! Come on, let's move. The semi-final has been one-way traffic, and it's been a block traffic. We haven't had any reward for it. Now we're going to kick ourselves on 2 points. Come on, man. Big kick this year, Pollard. Big kick. Woo! I'm like nervous here. I'm flipping sweating bullets. This is so important. It is so good. RJ Pollard, you biscuit. 1 point game, ladies and gentlemen. Let's go. 60 minutes. We have gifted them the 6 points that they have scored. They haven't earned any of the points they've scored. That's a Visa, silly penalty, obstruction, which I would have put down more as an accidental obstruction, really. Yeah. You know what? They haven't earned any of their points. We've been earning our points this half. Jasper Visa. Nice solid carry there. Outside of 22. Come on, lads. 20 more minutes. It's up there. It's going to land back for South Africa. Etzebeth has knocked it forward. Perry Taylor. Should we knock on advantage over? Akira Awani. Barjo for the knock on there. New Zealand with the first bit of ball in hand they've seen in a while. Inside ball. Bowden Barrett onto the park. Horrendous camera work. Akira Awani. And there's a knock on forward. They lost it forward. Come on. That's it. That's it. First bit of New Zealand dominance we've seen in a while, and we've forced a knock on. That's important. Come on, the lads. Come on, the lads. Yeesh. Right, some of the comments while we have a bit of time. People saying Boxer Boy needs a brain transplant. I'd love to show video replays. Unfortunately, well, it depends because some flipping sites seem to be able to show shit on YouTube and SuperSport don't seem to do anything about it. But yeah, we will get shut down if we do, unfortunately. I was saying this is when the altitude kicks in. Mike saying, come on, Barker, do it again. Okay, it says World Rugby don't want Box to win. It's so obvious. Oh, I'm not sure. Good. I mean, that's start when you start sitting into conspiracy territory. That's why I move out. I don't do conspiracies. We've got the momentum though. We've got the momentum. We need to flip and capitalize though. Next, score next, and you feel like it's the game could be swinging in our favor all of a sudden. Big few minutes ahead of us. There's our Springbok woman who set the tone early on by beating Spain, who are ranked higher than them, 44-5. Right, it's a little bit of cramp there. Not good to see because he's going to have to play the entire game. Come on, Evan. Corby, Evan. Right, let's get going here. Let's get going here, chaps. Come on. Far too many stoppages here. Right, scrum for the box. In the 22. Got a big Mexican wave going on out there. Ellis Park is rocking, by the way. Absolutely rocking. Let's go, though, lads. Come on, let's go. Big scrum. They're looking to try and win the penalty. They've got to hook that, actually. And it's a penalty for the box. Well, they were a little bit under pressure there. But they do get the penalty. Scrumming in is the call. And we'll always go for the penalty. Malcolm Marx had zero intentions of hooking that ball. Yeah, I mean, that's pretty clear, isn't it? Right, Pollard. Yep, gets us back into All Black territory. Come on, the lads. Come on, the lads. Can I just point out that Lakanya could currently be the best number 14 in the world? They go to Ibn Etzebeth. They do come through the middle there, but we have managed to retain possession. Henderson goes to Jasper Visa, puts his head down. Artis Severe is lurking, but Etzebeth does well to reduce that threat. Use it to Henderson's going to go to the box kick. Henderson goes high in the air. Mapimpi's chasing hard. Will Jordan takes it well, but he's smashed in the tackle by Malcolm Marx. Aaron Smith goes to Sam Kane. Now Smith to Bowden Barrett. Bowden Barrett playing a bit of territory. Goes down the middle of the park. Billy LaRue and looks like Damien Willemse. Billy LaRue will find touch on just by the halfway line, just inside Springbok territory. Come on, lads. This is getting a little bit nerve-wracking, must admit. Right, Cody Taylor. It's uncontested. They go straight to Artie Sevier. Aaron Smith goes to Richie Mwanga. Goes to Geordie Barrett. Dane Willemse up quickly to make the tackle. And Kwaka Smith is going over there. Big counteract. Big counteract. A turnover ball. Dane Willemse not coming off. Going to Pollard. Pollard going to Lukanya Lukanya Arms on the outside. Steps inside. Is brought down. But there is support up towards 22. Jaden Hemster goes to Pollard. Long pass out to Billy LaRue joining the line. All Blacks defense is a bit scattered. They got a piece left the toy. Ball over the top to Marcus Orma. Pimpy steps inside. Sam Kane comes across, makes a tackle. And Artie Sevier has stolen that brilliantly. He is so good at that. Now Richie Mwanga. All Blacks looking to run outside their own 22. Rico Awani is brought down by Evan Etzebeth. Aaron Smith goes to Sam Whitelock. Pops up and the ball comes a bit loose. And Hendrickson, he's just stopped. Oh, come on, Luke Pierce. No ways. Are we going back for it or what? What's the story here? Hendrickson has stabbed the ball forward and they've taken him out. Don't tell us to calm down. You calm down. I'm not going to calm down. Just take a moment. Use the TV. You've got it. Yeah, you can have my DSTV remote. Literally, you use this button, you rewind, and you... This is a penalty. It's a loose pass. Hendrickson kicks it ahead, and then Barrett goes and takes him out. I mean, come on. At the very least, that's a penalty. Could be a penalty try. I mean, it's so... He's got so much time to pull out the... Nah, come on, Luke. Oh, come on, Pierce. This has got to be a penalty. Yellow card as well. Get out of here. Bowden, get out of here. Penalty. 3 points, take the lead, your chaps. Come on, lads. Yep. Shot called. Yeesh. No, had to be. Right, we've got to capitalize this now. Bowden Barrett off. Down to 14 men. 14 minutes left. Penalty, get us in front. And then apply the screws. The screws. Just hammer them. Okay, calm down, everybody. Got 14 minutes left to go. Let's try and settle in here. Let's have some more beer. Well, we were 15-0 at the 33-minute stage. If Pollard gets this, which he should, because it's pretty straightforward, and he does, from 15-0 down, we are 23-21 up. Could have been an argument for a penalty try. For me, the fact that it's a yellow card surprised me. That's not a penalty try. Like, usually they kind of go hand in hand. We are ahead though, not well ahead. I'd like us to try. I'd like us to get 8 points ahead, and then I can relax a little bit. Hey, there's my foot. Well, there we go. We've seen everything. Seen the brother on TV with the sister-in-law. That's a very good restart taken there from Jasper Wiese. He always seems to make a few meters. Really good stuff here. All right, Hendrickson lifts us high in the air. Makazoma Pimpy is chasing, but it's going to go out and touch. That's really poor from Jaden Hendrickson. Oh, dear. That's not what we needed. We needed a really good exit there. Jaden Hendrickson kicked into touch. This one, dear stick, is twitting bullets up there and then does not look happy. And Franco Master comes in with a clutch turnover from the line out. Quacka Smith now with a very solid carry as well. There's an advantage for the throw not being the throw not being straight. Franco Master, the man who did it in the first place, carrying up strong. And now Jaden. We'll go back for the scrum. Yeesh! Anybody else just like panicking here? Oh my living! It's somebody else. So Wallabies news. Folau Fainga has been pulled out of tonight's clash. I mean, they're dropping like flies. Right, so they've had to bring on a forward. Quinton Pies on to pack down the scrum. So there is a little bit of space if you want to use it, but I think we're going for the we'll look for the penalty here. Big scrum here, lads. Big scrum here, the lads. We have hooked it. Big scrum there. It's gone down. It's available. Penalty advantage as well. Williamson goes at the top to Billy LaRue. It's a bit of a poor pass. Billy LaRue scrambling a bit. But he's now injecting a bit of pace. Lekanya arm stepping inside of Havili. What's Lekanya arm going to do? Oh, wow. Let's do it. Lekanya arm was going to score a try from there. Come on, man. Luke Pierce, you can't be stopping Lekanya arm. I don't care if he's like in the parking lot. He'll still come and score. We'll take the penalty, though. Come on! That is a huge clutch moment there from Franco Master, by the way. Actually, can we talk about Franco Master because he's come on him everywhere. I'm actually going to tweet that. But he's such a subtle player. I mean, he's come on. He's carried. I reckon he's made at least about 7-8 tackles. Big clutch turnover there at the line out. Made some very important takes now as well. Very nice little cameo there. I'm actually just sort of realizing now. Now a bit of a rolling more. It looks very messy at the moment. Malcolm was trying things at the end, at the back there, but presents it for Jaden Hendrickson. Hendrickson goes to the boot. Mapimpi is chasing hard, goes up, and Will Jordan does mark it. Takes it quickly though. And they're running around here. Richie Mwanga goes to Rico Arnie. He's got gas. The Kanya is there. Damien Willemse is there. Somebody has to make the tackle. Damien Willemse makes the tackle. All backs up to 22. Panic stations here. Tupaya is on. Geordie Barrett goes to Havili. Havili ball top to Scott Barrett. Scott Barrett goes to Fetchinyor. Makazoma Pippi's come up. That's a great offload. Akira Wani. Cody Taylor up against the touchline. Comes inside. Severe. Geordie Barrett. Tackle him! Scramble. Finley Christie. Penalty advantage, man. Come on. They're still going. Fetching your inside ball to Geordie Barrett. Pick up and go from Artie Severe. Havili is over. Fuck! Man. Come on, man. That was so against the run of play. I mean, it's All Blacks at the peak, isn't it? But to score with 14 men is so frustrating. Ah, come on, man. 6 minutes to go. Wonga was taking as much time as possible for the kick to try and run down the clock a little bit. Ah! You know what? I still go back to that penalty against my Pimpy. Because this should have been 26-23. This should be for a 2-point lead. And of course he's nailed it, but really, I'm sorry, and I sound like a stuck record, but that was just so, because it was just so blatant. So blatant. Right, big restart here. Need to turn over possession here, chaps. 5-point lead. A try. Right, Mwanga with the clearance. Come on, lads. Come on, lads. Yeesh. They got Etzebeth on the team line, yeah. 4 minutes left. Herschel Yankees is on the park. Come on, lads. Come on, lads. Herschel Yankees going to bring his first boxing of the day. It needs to be a good one, yeah, Herschel. Well, it's high in the air. It's pinpoint. That's a brilliant take there from Geordie Barrett. And Mwanga's turned Pollard, but he's taken it well. Pimpy getting on the front foot. There's no rolling there, ref. There's no rolling there, ref. You know, really. Telling you right now, go back at that fucking breakdown. There's F-ball rolling. Sam Whitelock's got all the time in the world to have a go with all his players disruption. What a waste. Ah, not a waste. It's been a great game of rugby. Come on, lads. You gotta love it, Jaden Swart saying we the best. Young Creep Cape Crusader, you're probably the one that burnt your jersey last weekend. That's a massive maul, by the way. Right on the 5-meter line here. Desperate defense. One try, and this is all over. Severe's got himself. He's come up short. I mean, Curry Taylor, he's busy celebrating. You haven't even scored yet, Chief. They reckon they've scored, by the way. But still playing. Christie goes to Bauer. Offside. This game is done. Yeah, I'll try. You can't chase a game from 15-0 down, chaps. A 30-minute period has completely let you down. And I'm actually glad they scored another try, because if we had lost within 5 after 2 pretty big points thing, then I would have been really pissed off. But we kept waiting for the altitude to kick in, and guess what? New Zealand in the last 10 minutes have gone down to 14 men and scored 2 tries. And we go back to the drawing board. The big thing there, actually, is that there's no losing bonus point after that try, which is quite important. Right, well, All Blacks are back. What a great test match, to be fair. It really was a good test. The reason that these two teams are so special. Full time, New Zealand 35, South Africa 23. Look, I think a scoreline which doesn't really show the match. I think a 7-point swing would have been pretty fair. Frustrating. Ironically, a scoreline which, going down to 15-0, coming back and being ahead and then going down again is quite frustrating. But when you're 15-0 down, it's too much. We said that you can't let them go too far ahead. 15-0 was too far ahead, unfortunately. And you can complain about the ref all you want. You look at that scoreline and it's a 12-point swing, and the ref is not going to make up 12 points. So yeah, it's tough. It's tough. And 1-1 will leave pretty shattered supporters. But yeah, people, thank you very much for jumping on. We're going to be doing the player ratings in about 10 minutes time. So that'll be quite interesting to see how they will go. But yeah, please do smash like on the video. Please do subscribe to the channel as well. And we'll see you guys in a little bit at the